All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here in Parkersburg at the Fieldhouse in the high school for new Line Cagefighting. Yeah, there we go. We're on camera.
There I am.
I'm Colin Caprini. I'm here with Macho Bob. You want to introduce yourself?
Macho Bob, baby. Everybody knows Macho Bob. Colin, welcome. Parkersburg High School Fieldhouse. When you come to Parkersburg, you think wrestling. Years back, Parkersburg was voted Titletown USA runner-up in an ESPN poll. From all of the high school state championships, this high school, one of the oldest, most storied programs, football, wrestling, they're good at everything. Parkersburg South, 27 state wrestling championships. Parkersburg's around 20, 21, something like that. So when you think Parkersburg, you think fighting, you think wrestling, you think combat sports, and this cage is very fitting for this field house. Colin, welcome to Parkersburg.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being welcomed by royalty too. I mean, you wrestled in this building yourself, right? How's it feel being back home?
I love coming in this building. It brings back a lot of fond memories. I can walk through these halls and look at all the all-state, state champion wrestlers. Just ran into Chris Way, the athletic director. We had a barn burner in '94, a 4-3. He beat me. He did beat me 4-3, but there was a bad call. And anyhow, yes, I do have many fond memories in here. I'm very thankful for Mike Shepard for giving me a chance to work for Dawghouse Promotions, get on the mic here, talk about fighting and the sports that I love. And New Line Cagefighting, Keith No brought me here to work with you, Colin. He said you were one of the best.
Oh, best around here, hopefully, at least. I've been doing it long enough.
All right, now tonight, in addition to the MMA, in addition to the kickboxing, in addition to, when you think Mike Shepard, you think kickboxing, 4-time world champion.
K1 veteran.
In addition to the boxing, we've got some grappling going on in here, some no-gi Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu competition.
Yeah, we got 5 matches coming up, and they're all 10 minutes long. We got some experienced grapplers in here, so we got the grappling will be 1 10-minute round. I'll actually have to be jumping out of here because I'm going to referee one of these because our normal referee, Eric Swan, is this guy's coach, and he does. To be honest, he's a good enough guy. I think he'd be an unbiased ref, but he doesn't trust himself. So he asked me to come in and ref that one, so you'll be on your own for match number 4.
Well, just for future reference, I do talk smack on referees sometimes, so I'll try to keep it clean. But talk to us about the rules here. 10-minute round.
10-minute round. All subs are legal. We do a 10-minute round, and then at the end of the 10-minute round, we got, I believe, just one judge tonight. I think it's just me. So I've been around for a long time. I'm a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I've been training for over 10 years at this point. So, and the way the judges, it's not scored point by point, right? So that'll be a little bit different than sport jiu-jitsu that some people are used to, and it'll be different than wrestling as you're used to. So essentially, it's the match is scored as an entirety. All 10 minutes, I'm looking at the whole thing, and we're trying to judge whoever's trying to win at jiu-jitsu, right? So the goal is to submit your opponent, pass the guard, strangle somebody, break a leg, break an arm, something like this. And the judging criteria, I'm just going to be rewarding whoever is trying to finish the match and having the most success. We say that in jiu-jitsu because jiu-jitsu's got, unlike wrestling, there's a lot of positions where you can kind of stall in a position where you're just slightly ahead, and you're kind of avoiding making anything happen because you just stay in the stable. Sometimes you get on top. You're not really trying to pass the guard. You're not really trying to submit the guy. You're just trying to stay on top and keep your slight advantage. So we're not going to reward them. We're going to reward whoever's trying to win.
Well, and a lot like wrestling, in amateur wrestling, there's a stalling call.
Exactly.
And in international wrestling, there's a passivity call. And so tonight you're going to be observing that and a lot the same nature and judging these guys according to that. If they're stalling, they're stalling. And you're not going to be rewarded for maintaining control if you're not looking to gain a more advantageous position, whether that be passing the guard, whether that be going to, side mount to full mount to knee on belly, things of that nature, but looking to score a submission and win the match via tap out, which is you can't argue that, right?
It's the expression of combat known worldwide as the old tap out slogan.
Yep. Don't leave it in the hands of the judges, because sometimes judges' eyes do some funky things and see some funny things. So.
And the other thing that's unique about New Line Cagefighting is the cage is live here, so they'll be able to use the cage for upper body throws, Greco-Roman type grappling up against the cage. The cage is live. You can stuff somebody's head up against the cage, pin them in bad positions. So the cage is live. That's something that takes a lot of pure grapplers a little bit of time getting used to, right? We don't have a force out rule or anything like that. We just let the cage run live.
Yep, there is absolutely. Once that door latches behind you, there is nowhere to go. The only way out of there is finish the fight or get finished. One of the two. Sounded like I'm cutting out there a little bit.
We're going to start things
Palooza. You still got me in your ears?
Yeah.
Please stand as able for the playing of our national
I think the mic
anthem.
is this speaker system here is so loud it's
Oh, okay.
messing us up a bit.
Yeah, that did come on pretty quick. Tap him for me. Can I get more volume in my ears?
All right, ladies.
Corbett Dunlap, go to the cage.
Colin, it's time to get going, man. Here we're going to have Dax Sunshine Sunset. Is that his real last name? Sunset. Dax Sunshine Sunset. He's 17 years old, so some of these guys are minors.
Yep, we've got a couple. We've got another match between two high schoolers coming up later on as well.
And some of these guys are fighting multiple times. Is that correct?
They were originally going to, but I think they pared down the card, and now they're down to just one match apiece.
Oh, okay,
so we
on.
cut out a few of them. So that's Carter Dunlap making his way around the cage now. And he's training out of an SPG gym.
And I'm gonna have to pay attention here so we recognize who's blue corner, who's red corner, because I don't see any markings on this man's body to signify blue corner.
Yeah, in the grappling matches, you won't see anything with the Kellers. You know, there's no gloves, we don't do the wristband or the anklet like they do sometimes at the grappling tournaments. But,
Right.
So they'll be just counting on me to keep it straight in my
Yeah,
head for the judging.
I'm counting on you, Colin. My mind's like a steel trap, nothing in, nothing out. So, hey, I'm excited to get going, man. This is a new experience for me. I'm excited to see your take on things being a black belt. Anytime I think black belt in any discipline, I think a lot of time invested and finding yourself in a lot of different situations and positions.
I've definitely got the 10,000 hours in jiu-jitsu. I competed all belt levels all the way up through from white to black. So hopefully I know what I'm doing.
All right, I feel extra safe over here tonight. If anybody comes over here and tries to
I don't know,
mess
you're
with-
more handsome and more jacked than me, so.
I am pretty.
And making his way into the cage now is Dax Sunshine Sunset. He's representing the compound down there in Fairmont. He's got Fred Frederick in his corner.
Introducing first, grappling out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner. He's grappling out of SPG, West Virginia. From St. Albans, West Virginia, Carter Dunlap. Across the cage and grappling out of the Cunningham concrete red corner, making his debut, grappling out of the compound from Fairmont, West Virginia, Dax Sunshine Sunset.
Well, I tell you what, Colin, we don't have a big crowd yet, but we've got an enthusiastic crowd, and we're about to get underway with our first match of the night.
Yep, and the referee in charge of the action, Eric Swan, who's a very skilled, very knowledgeable brown belt himself, trains out of Tartarus, down there with Zach Wilds and that crew.
Looks like a little bit like Dana White out there a little bit.
He does indeed have the Dana White look going.
All right, here we go. Shake of hands, and we're off to the hand fighting.
A bit of collar tie action here. We get a guard pull there from Dunlap. He goes right into single leg X and starts to attack the leg. He's in a reaping position. He's got a pretty decent angle, but he's going to need to set Sunset down if he wants to actually be able to finish that leg generally, but he's got a pretty good bite on it. He's got a good angle. He's going belly down on that Achilles lock right now.
And this is the #1 reason why I never pursued this sport with any fervor, and that's the leg attacks, man. Not only are these vicious, but they're extremely dangerous to the joints, man. You can snap a joint quickly.
And we see he's got that knee in a funky position, but Sunset is doing a good job of turning that into a leg drag type position. In fact, he ends up past the guard after he's able to free the legs. Now we see him right away with the head control. He looks like he's digging for an underhook with his right arm.
A very long, lengthy Dax Sunset here. Those limbs are long for what do these guys weigh, 155?
Yeah, this is 155.
Yeah, he's got a Joe Lozon build about him.
He
right
does
there.
indeed, another high-level grappler. And he looks like he might be trying to set up an Ezekiel choke there for a second. Now he's going back to trying to attack that arm, maybe isolate a gift wrap and start to look towards the back. Oh, he goes to a chin strap type position here.
Carter Dunlap doing a good job creating a scramble. Now he's on a leg lock of his own.
Yep, he's back to a leg entanglement. We're in kind of a backside double outside position. He's looking towards a knee bar, but he moves it around to just a traditional inside Ashi. Now he's back in on that ankle lock again. He's got a lot of confidence in his mechanics there, and he doesn't look like he's got quite the breaking pressure to finish from there. Now he's at a slightly better position. You'd like to see him maybe posting up on that forehead, not have his chest down in the mat. But he does have a pretty decent bite on it, but Sunset's doing a good job of using his foot in the butt and pushing that leg to try to free his knee line. His knee line is free now, and he's able to completely escape.
And now for the rookie, for the casual viewers at home that are not used to the grappling, you can see here right away that the main objective of a grappler is to isolate a singular limb.
Correct.
And manipulate a shoulder, an elbow, an ankle, or a knee.
And we see Sunset's got a Darce choke here locked up. He might be pretty close to finishing this. We'll see. Swan's got to keep an eye on him, make sure he doesn't go out. But we got a pretty good angle on the elbow from Dunlap, which was able to keep that right carotid artery of his free. We see he's going back, making some adjustments, and he's going to probably try to roll and see if he can finish that Darce
And he's
again.
also the thicker built athlete, but you can see the length of the arms, the forearm length, and the bicep length there of Dax Sunset. He's built like the traditional grappler. Well, I think of a jiu-jitsu practitioner like a Nate Diaz type.
And that's what's affording him the opportunity to get into that position. But we see good defense there, escaping that Darce and ended up in the top position by Dunlap. But he's found himself in a triangle choke position here. Now this is a much more, this is a much tighter position than he was in before. We got a good angle there from Sunset, and he's able to get the tap.
Hey, I'll tell you what, to start the night, I'll check this out. I got chicken skin, brother. Yeah. That was awesome.
Exchanges of submission attempts back and forth. We had a couple good looks from Mr. Dunlap as well, but excellent finishing there from Dax Sunset out of the compound.
I'll tell you, Carter Dunlap did a good job because Dax Sunset was relentless with his attack. He was just looking from position to position, chain wrestling, chain grappling, we call it. Carter Dunlap stayed balled up, but made some offensive effort himself, and but found himself in that triangle, and that's not where you want to be.
And to be honest, I'm kind of glad that we got to finish there because we were having a tough match to judge because we had some really good deep submission attempts there from Carter Dunlap, but some good positional grappling up until the finish from Dax Sunset. So
absolutely,
I like it whenever people make my job as a judge easy.
You know what? And that's it. Don't leave it in the hands of the judge, man. Dax Sunset takes it by submission via triangle, and a very sharp triangle, not just your traditional triangle, pull the head down finish, but reached under, pulled the...
Yeah, a lot of guys are going to the scoop the leg finish because it does a good job of rotating that shoulder up into the carotid artery, which is really what you're looking for. And that's what he was missing on the Darce attempt. He was pretty close, but he was never able to get complete closure of the right carotid artery because Dunlap was doing a good job of rowing down with his lat, creating some space.
Well, needless to say, if I went to high school with Dax Sunset, I wouldn't be picking no fights with him.
Dax Sunset!
Good show of sportsmanship there by these two fine martial artists.
Then we're going to move on. We've got another belt. This is the second match between two high school guys, and I believe both of these guys are high school wrestlers. We're going to have Paul Cochran making his way out. I believe he's the younger brother of J.R. Cochran, who's fought for NLC on a couple of occasions. I'm interested to see how his brother does here in the grappling realm.
Well, I believe we had J.R. Cochran in a boxing event down somewhere in the southern part of the state. And don't let the physique fool you here with these cats, these Cochrans. they might not look all muscled and cut up and beefy and weight room strong, but these are two tough lads. So
Yeah.
I look for a highly competitive.
JR looks like he could pass for 25. I think he could probably buy booze without getting carded, and I think he's only 18 or 19 years
Yeah,
old
they've
now.
both got full beards going on.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. I don't know if they're drinking some different type of milk, or I don't know what the heck's going on, but
Whatever's in the water at their house, I want some of it.
Jeffrey Swain is going to be coming out of the red corner. And I'll tell you what, if they can come out and give us anything close to what we saw in that first bout, I think it's
Yeah, we had a good pace set in that first bout.
Paul Cochran to the cage.
good way to start the evening. And this is my first time. This is my very first time calling submission grappling. So again, hey, we're just adding to the resume here,
That's
Colin.
right. That's one thing I like about NLC and co-promotion here with Dawghouse is we get experience in the jiu-jitsu commentary, the kickboxing, the boxing, the MMA.
And, you know, Keith No is a risk taker. He's a chance taker. He's putting a new product out here. You know, he even approached me about how we could get wrestling going in a cage. And I think Sambo, some submission wrestling would work. Very similar to jiu-jitsu, I guess, or very similar to what we're seeing in here now, perhaps. And I thought maybe adding, if you have your 10-minute round and you have it as a toss-up, perhaps you have a 3-minute sprint.
A little sudden death.
A 2-minute or a 3-minute period, a sprint where these guys would come and bring, you know, maybe take a few more chances than they would otherwise. But if that first match was any signification of what's going to happen, these guys are coming out looking for finishes start, you know, from the opening bell.
And that's one of the things you'll see
Jeffrey Swain to the cage.
Jeffrey Swain making his way to the cage. One of the big differences you'll notice between wrestling, a lot of times guys can sustain a very high pace because it's 3-3-minute periods, right?
Right.
They can. There's a lot of hustle that you can have in that. When you got 10 minutes with no rest in between, you're gonna have to pace yourself. You'll see a lot of times, especially when you get into the higher belt, you'll see a lot of. It takes a long time to get good positions on somebody who's good, and you see a lot of people cooked.
Well, that fight or that grappling bout there, Colin, went to the ground quickly.
Yes.
Do any of these bouts ever take any significant time on their feet? Or
It depends. I suspect in this one we'll see a little more time on the feet since we've got two wrestlers. Obviously, Carter Dunlap was very confident in his leg locking skills. He was happy to pull guard and go right into that single leg X position and try to attack that ankle.
Grappling out of the Gribble roofing blue corner, making his debut. He comes from the Concrete Coliseum from Marmount, West Virginia. Paul Cochran. Across the cage and grappling out of the Cunningham concrete red corner. From the compound, from Fairmont, West Virginia, Jeffrey the Lone Wolf Swain.
And ladies and gentlemen, one caveat to the rules here. We've got two high school athletes, so we will be doing no twisting leg locks. So no heel hooks, straight ankle locks, and knee bars only for attacks below the waist. Kind of like Sambo rules, actually.
right, there you go.
And we see Cochran's got rocking the rash guard pulled up. He's got kind of a belly shirt going on.
I'll tell you what, and one thing about these Cochrans, they don't lack for confidence at all. I would call them borderline cocky. They're usually come out here and they're about that business. So
Heavy collar ties from Cochran earlier. We see a lot of head positioning.
yeah,
going
you
on.
can see the wrestler in these guys right here.
Cochran does a good job of finishing that single leg. He starts to look at an ankle lock on that leg from standing, and he's not able to convert. He goes back to a single leg on the other side, gets a nice lift and dump.
And I think we're going to see here what you were talking about earlier was that gas tank. These guys are coming out and expending a lot of energy for 1 minute, less than 1 minute in.
We got some hand fighting going on from the front head as we see Swain make his way back up to his feet, defending that guillotine front choke, but he's able to defend it, and we're back into the collar tie battle here. Little throw by attempt there from Swain, but he got a foot sweep for his troubles.
You can tell both of these young men have spent some time on a wrestling mat because they've got very good collar tie positions. And the offhand they're both fighting for good hand control down there underneath with the right hand of Cochran and the left hand of Swain you see down there. This looks like a 215-pound wrestling match.
Indeed it does.
Excited to see these guys get to the ground and see which one of them's more polished with their submission attempts.
And we saw that Cochran using that underhook to try to go into his single leg position. Swain was able to defend that. So we're back out here on the collar tie and hand fighting.
Yeah, he did very good there when Cochran went for the underhook and he reached over with the elbow, clamped down on that elbow. And these guys, you can tell, like you said from the beginning, most definitely more experience in the wrestling than the actual ground fighting. We're going to see.
A lot of good battling for the inside positions on that collar tie there. Cochran really physical. He's able to move the head around a lot.
He is, and he's got good head position right in the cheekbones of Jeffrey Swain, and that's not comfortable. You see, he's winning the head position battle there, and he's making it uncomfortable for Jeffrey Swain simply by putting his forehead in there like a weapon.
And we've seen Swain attempt a couple of throw-bys there from that outside position. He's clamping back down on that overhook again now as we see Cochran's able to get an underhook on the right side and get back to that single leg again. Found it a little bit less success with each successive single leg attempt, though.
Well, but I saw an opening for an inside trip in there. If he knows what an inside trip is, when Swain's, there's the big lift and dump. There's a takedown by Paul Cochran.
Very nice double leg from Cochran, as we see we settle into a kind of a half butterfly and half closed guard type position. Swain looks like he's moving back to an open guard, maybe trying to hip escape.
And you saw Paul Cochran kind of avoided one of the telltale signs of a wrestler, a mistake a wrestler can make on the takedown is getting that head stuck in the guillotine choke on the way down.
And we see Cochran falling back on a straight ankle lock, but he loses the position and he might end up on the bottom for his trouble. Good job backstepping by Swain. Swain's using that to build hip height, but he ends up with his back exposed. Oh, he does a good job taking Cochran over the top, defending the RNC, but a good job from Cochran right away.
Good hips on this Paul Cochran.
Yep, you can see he's not used to spending time.
Oh, he's got the rear naked locked in. He's under the chin.
He's very high, though, and we see Swain's got a good grip on his head. He's able to return him back flat to his back, and now this time he's able to settle into north-south for a second here. He's starting to attack that far side arm, but I think he needs to control Cochran for a period
of time. And
now
he's in a good position here because Paul Cochran's expended a lot of energy, and you can see him trying to create some space under there, but I was going to say opened himself up for an armbar, but Jeffrey Swain didn't jump on it.
He did. We saw Swain was trying to set up an Americana on the far side, but Cochran was able to stand back up.
The gas tank on Paul Cochran is impressive right now because he's been nonstop since he got in that cage.
And he was able to make another scramble to get up from that bad position, threatened to wrestle up, and was able to get, we saw an attempt at a drop Sayonagi. He might still be able to get it if he can send him all the way over the top.
Good attempt at the arm spin. Yep. We call that a arm spin or a Japanese whizzer.
Yep.
These guys are scrapping in here, Colin.
And I think we're starting to see Cochran might be starting to fatigue a bit because he's losing some of these takedown scrambles now. He's trying to force on the head there, but I think it's going to be difficult to roll somebody as heavy as Swain over from that position.
And now here's an opportunity for Jeffrey Swain to get back a little bit of that legal pain in there, maybe come back across that face with the forearm, but he's just content to try to isolate that arm, and now he's in trouble again.
Yep, we see Cochran. Yeah, Cochran did a good job of making some space. That was able to
crucifix position. If this was an MMA fight, Paul Cochran would be in trouble right now.
Yeah, we see Swain again going back to that. He's doing a lot of isolation of the wrist on that forearm. He's looking for key locks and kimuras, and now he's back on that key lock. But when he does that, he's letting a lot of space for Cochran to get back up to his knees into these wrestle-up positions.
And you see Paul Cochran doing a good job there, saving up and then small bursts.
Exactly.
Just to try to create enough space to get an arm through, and he's back to his feet, although he is caught in the front head position.
Yep, and he does a good job countering it. Now we're in kind of a double front head scramble. It'll be interesting to see who ends up in top on this position. Cochran appears to have a better position, but he's able to get back to his feet. Oh, and he just kind of throws Swain to the mat.
All right, this is going to come down to the gas tank, Colin. You saw Paul Cochran there kind of reaching for some deep breath with 4 minutes remaining in the bout.
Swain in on a guillotine, low wrist, but good job by Cochran to defend it.
And it looks like that energy expenditure early from Paul Cochran. A good sprawl that time from Jeffrey Swain and stops the shot.
And now we see Swain might be able to start to look on he's got an RNC. He doesn't
like a
have
bulldog choke. Looked like some kind of.
It was basically a bulldog choke from that position. He got the RNC from that kind of crucifix position, and he was able to tap Cochran.
Oh, he tapped out. I didn't see it.
So, can you help me, Wesley? Just tell me who won and what, how, so I can announce it.
Jeffrey Swain won by rear naked choke.
He tapped on time. I don't know what to do. He tapped when it was zero. It hit to zero and it was set. It was like exactly the same as that.
Who won?
I don't know if it got to 0. The time was definitely it was really close. It was super.
It's a 10-minute match, isn't it?
It's a 6-minute match. What?
It's on our rules in here as a 10. I told him 10 in the rules meeting.
Yeah, he put it down to 6. What do you want to do?
Are we go? If it's a 6-minute match, it's a 6-minute match. I thought it was 10, but if we're going to time, then Jeffrey Swain won.
Okay, good. All right.
So Jeffrey Swain won, unanimous decision, 1 of 1.
All right, a little bit of.
Unanimous decision. Jeffrey the Lone Wolf Swain.
So, ladies and gentlemen, apparently there was a bit of a miscommunication there. We were told that was a 10-minute match, but it was a 6-minute match. So we did go to the time limit, and just to give you guys a bit of insight into what was going into my brain in that decision, even though there was that crucifix RNC at the end, I favored Swain because Swain was attacking that Kimura and that Americana. He was able to settle into more dominant positions, even though he was taken down a few times.
I'm glad you said that because the other kid did tap.
Yeah, it was.
Did you see the tapping?
I did. I thought I saw one tap, but I also didn't. I didn't realize the
Hey,
time.
man, this is nonstop action over here, and we're just into the grappling part of the card here. And both of those young lads right there, Paul Cochran brought the offense early. Paul Cochran brought the heavier hands, the heavier collar ties. He actually has secured a takedown or two. But Jeffrey Swain did a good job weathering the storm and actually using Paul Cochran's aggressiveness and energy exertion against him to kind of settle into the flow.
And that's one of those things, like I was just talking about it before that match. I think if that had been broken up into 3 3-minute periods, I think Cochran might have beaten him, especially in just on the wrestling. He appeared to have the better wrestling. But he was fatiguing, and you saw each one of those successive single leg attempts, he was getting defended a little bit more, and then eventually found himself stuck under the bottom. We saw a couple of they were a bit hurried, but Americana and Kimura attempts there from Jeffrey Swain that were able to force him into bad positions.
I'll tell you what, I ain't starting no trouble with neither one of them because they both look like they can fight, and they can fight for a long time.
They both sure as hell would have beaten me up when I was in high school.
For sure. All right, it looks like we're going to have who's coming out first to some Leonard Skinner, Sweet Home Alabama.
I believe that should be Matt Hainsworth making his way into the cage. I got to talk with him a little bit. He's a seasoned competitor. He's a blue belt, training out of Dig City, BJJ. They're in Athens, Ohio.
Dig City, I like it. And some of these jiu-jitsu gyms have some really cool names. The Concrete Coliseum.
Yeah, they got a lot of times they get a little bit funkier than the boxing gyms usually have kind of a hard style of naming.
Yeah.
And Matt Hainsworth is a blue belt. He will be competing up a couple belt ranks here, but it's always, whenever you're in the no-gi realm, the difference between the belt ranks is really kind of minimal. A lot of times you're more worried about experience time on the mat as the determining factor. And we see making his way into the cage now, Stephen Marshall.
He must be a local guy. He's out of Switchback MMA, and I believe they're over here at the Dawghouse.
Yeah, that's my understanding, is they're a Parkersburg gym. I believe we're going to see a little bit of a weight advantage there.
All right, so now rules-wise, do these guys have to wear a rash guard, or can they go topless?
They can go shirtless here at NLC. We don't force the rash guard. Some organizations will force the rash guard, but here we don't really care that much.
I believe I'd go topless, man. Bring the sweat, bring the.
If I looked like you, I'd never wear a shirt.
I'm about back into shape, and usually last couple years were hard on me, but I don't wear a shirt in the summertime if I don't have to. Hey, Colin, I'm 226 days alcohol-free today, down 25 pounds by the grace of God.
Congratulations, sir. That's a great accomplishment.
And what a reward for me to get to sit here and call a new discipline with some submission wrestling / no-gi Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
And this one, folks, will be 10 minutes. I think we're getting it on the round clock now. That last match, because they were teenagers, I believe, is why they were scheduled for 6 minutes. They put it 10 minutes on our piece of paper, but
well, our first bout, that young man was 17 too, so they gave us 10 minutes on that. But he didn't need 10 minutes.
I was going to say, I think they might have run into the same thing.
Well, and if you're Paul Cochran out there, I know you're a little bit disappointed in that decision, but there's no shame in it. You brought it, young man. Can't wait to see him in there again.
Yeah, great performance. Obviously got a ton of potential ahead of him.
And now we're off with Matt Hainsworth and Stephen Marshall.
And Stephen Marshall's doing a good job of using that collar tie to pull in. I believe he's using it to work an overhook, but Hainsworth in on a single leg, and he's able to
So Stephen Marshall is in the camouflage top.
That's correct.
The tiger camo.
And we see Stephen Marshall working kind of a double overwrap position here. He's got a butterfly hook he's sliding in, but a good pass there from Hainsworth. Hainsworth advancing into side control for a second. He's put back in half guard relatively quickly. He's using a head wrap to try to keep some control there, but there's a good underhook, and then it looks to me like Marshall's trying to get maybe into a deep half type position, maybe get a scoop grip with that leg. So far, a good job by Mr. Hainsworth to slow that down. He's using that chin strap effectively to mitigate the underhook control that we see from Mr. Marshall. Marshall's now settled into that Adam Wodzinski style half guard where he's got the bottom leg clamping down on the calf and the top leg in as a butterfly hook. A lot of times you can launch a lot of sweeps and particularly leg entanglements. And the fact that he was looking towards a scoop grip earlier makes me think that he was probably looking towards leg entanglements, although he goes back to a closed guard.
And I'll tell you what, for a big guy under that, he's got a pretty active guard.
Yeah, he's moving a lot on the bottom. And we see he's now playing kind of an open style guard, although he's good job forcing back to the top half guard. A toe hold attempt here from Hainsworth. Loses a bit of control for that, but now he's coming up in on a knee cut. He's doing a good job of using his chest to stop the underhook get up. What Hainsworth is looking to do when he uses that underhook is oftentimes you can come up in on either a single leg or you can come into a turtle type position, a dog fight.
Well, and as active as his guard was initially, he's kind of relented to that little shrimp position, the half guard laying on the side, but now he's got an arm isolated.
Exactly.
And Matt Hainsworth is looking to improve his position.
Yep, Hainsworth doing a good job isolating that wrist, maybe setting up a Kimura, maybe he's just trying to control that wrist and get some ride time here, keep the bigger fellow on his back.
And a good job there by Stephen Marshall keeping that leg locked down. Tell the average fan what he's doing down there.
It's actually a position that's called the lockdown. Outside leg, inside out. There he kind of abandoned it there for a second. He's using it.
There he's out of it.
Yep, he went for something like a stop.
There's the tap.
Yep, and he gets tapped on the wrist lock on the far side.
That good offense there from Mr. Hainsworth.
Beautiful work by Hainsworth, and he's competing up a couple belt ranks there, and he's able to get that wrist lock on the far side.
Boy, and of all the only thing worse than a wrist lock is probably a can opener.
That's probably true. They are incredibly painful.
You know what? I used to do a little bit of training in jiu-jitsu and things of that nature. And if somebody got me in a can opener, I was ready to fight.
Matt Hainsworth wins by wrist lock.
Because I don't know if you guys know what a can opener is, but it's the most ridiculously simple submission. And the best way to get out of it is to not get into it. And it's painful and it's stupid.
It's a good way to open up the closed guard too. Even if you don't get the submission, a lot of times you'll get the guys.
Oh, absolutely! You pull somebody's head down in the can opener, they're going to let go of whatever they got.
And there are some people who don't really believe in the effectiveness of it as actual submission, but you've seen it used in competition many times. The one that comes to mind is Mark Kerr submitted Borisov Igor in Pride with that can opener position, and Borisov even opened up his legs to try to alleviate pressure. But I mean, Mark Kerr is
and the same
animal.
Just like amateur wrestling, everybody says the cowboy is a junior high move. You can't hit a head and arm headlock. Yes, you can. It works at the highest level
as long as you know how to get their head out of position.
Yep, if you set it up, it's effective. All right, here we go on to Logan Lettingham.
And Evan Pugh.
And Evan Pugh's debut.
Now, these guys are also younger white belts, but they will be going with full everything rules. We talked to them both in the rules meeting, made sure they were clear with all the twisting leg locks and everything, and they both agreed to it, so that's what we're going to have.
So let's talk a little bit about the belt structure. Every school is different. How does the belt structure work?
So in jiu-jitsu, every school is the same. You got white belt, blue belt, purple belt, brown belt, black belt. And it's kind of, the time frame is shortened a bit. It used to be usually around 10 years to get a black belt. Now it's kind of down around 7, 8 years, depending on how often you train. Both of these gentlemen are white belts. Usually around 1.5 years, 2 years, if you're a serious competitor, is when you'll start to move into blue belt. Yeah. I'm going into wrap.
All right, my partner, Colin, I don't know Colin's last name, Colin the jiu-jitsu guy, he is headed in to referee this bout. So it's going to be Macho Bob on the job over here, all by my lonesome. And that is Evan Pugh you're looking at right there. Evan Pugh, this is his debut fighting blue corner. Evan Pugh and blue. That's how I'm going to remember who is who. I'll coach it in real quick. All righty, I tried to recruit me a wingman for this grappling match, but he said he was busy, so if I don't see anybody else walking around, it's going to be me. And here comes Logan Lettingham. I can't hear the song, but there's definitely some heavy metal going over the speakers, and we're about to get going with bout number 4. And I am excited for this because up next in bout number 5, the local favorite, Matt Kendall Denning, will be coming in to take on Edward Petway. However, right now, your eyes are on Logan Lettingham. He's 3-3. He's taking on Evan Pugh. Evan Pugh out of the blue corner, and this is 155 pounds lightweight Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Camera guy 2, Pugh.
Third man in the ring. Third man in the ring is my wingman, Colin, and I am joined now by the bad guy, Zane Fry, baby. What's going on, Zane? Hey, do you got any, put that mic closer to your mouth there. Do you have any grappling background, or are you just a straight-up boxer?
I'm 1-1 grappling. A little bit closer with this thing.
There you go. Need more volume from you, Zane Fry. So, Zane, you're fighting tonight.
Yeah.
You're taking on Justin Taylor. I don't know Justin Taylor. What do you know about Justin Taylor?
I fought him last year, beat him by decision.
All right. All I know about Zane Fry is he'll fight anybody, anywhere. He always puts on a show. He's always best dressed. But right now, we've got some wrestling action going on in here, some grappling. Evan Pugh out of the blue corner. He's got on the lighter colored tan top, reaching out there with a little kung fu stance, and he's taking on Logan Lettingham, that's dressed in kind of the bronze copper color there with the black leggings. And these guys are coming in with some head and arm tie-ups up there. Both men standing up straight, not really looking for any leg attacks just yet, Zane Fry, but there's the body lock by Mr. Lettingham, and straight to the full mount.
Logan's
and Evan
a
Pugh.
grappler. I've seen he's got a lot of experience.
Okay, so you know Logan Lettingham here, and he is in a dominant position here. Now he's to the half guard. Evan Pugh slips over to the half guard and maintaining some good pressure on the posture of Logan Lettingham. And now back to the ankle lock.
If he holds it, he can.
Boy, these jiu-jitsu guys, Zane, they are quick as could be to jump down on those leg locks.
He's got it.
Oh,
You can't grab the fence.
I don't know if they can grab the
No, he
fence or
can't.
not. I
He
don't
just
think
used
they,
it to,
look at
yeah,
that.
put
Oh my
himself
gosh, look at
into
the
it.
knee.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Kid's cold.
What in the world kind of submission was that? He had his leg twisted back
Yeah,
and
and
almost
reversed into a rear naked choke.
Oh my goodness! I've never seen anything like that. Dude was tangled up at both ends, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The knee was contorted. The neck was contorted.
Yeah, this is a crazy sport. You know, it's not as exciting as some of the other combat sports. But
I know it's pretty exciting to
Yeah,
me
it's
because I love wrestling and I love MMA. I love the submission side of MMA. I like this because there's no points being scored. It's these guys are very aggressive and all going for submissions.
I like how if you'd have looked away for 2 seconds, you would have completely missed that transition.
For sure. You know, and same way with, we like seeing guys that go for submissions. We like seeing guys go for knockouts. Can we get a knockout tonight, Zane Fry?
Yeah, I'm going to do my best for you.
All right.
That's what I'm here for. I love Parkersburg, too. I'm glad to be back in Parkersburg.
You know what, Zane? I tell you, some people think you really are a bad guy, but that's not true, is it? That's
You
that's
can't
just
say that on here, man.
that's just part of the show, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll find out in a few.
I hear you. I hope you put someone to sleep tonight. Sorry to say that out there. Who are you fighting? Justin Taylor. I'm sorry, Justin Taylor.
No, he's a good guy. We'll have a beer.
I'm sure
either
he
way.
is, and I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic boxing match, man. And we love having you here in Parkersburg, Zane. And I try to tell all these people, just because you look at someone's record and it says 2-10-1, don't sleep on this guy. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I was down in the locker room watching the live stream. I heard you say you was up here alone, so
Oh,
here I
hey,
am.
hey, thanks for paying attention, man, because I needed a little bit of help up here. This is my first time doing the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or submission wrestling. And
I've got 2 grappling matches, and I'm 1-1.
okay, well, you look quite athletic. Did you wrestle growing up?
A little bit. I kind of, the dude I was supposed to box pulled out, and they were doing the grappling series, so I was like, all right.
So how old are you, Zane?
26.
26 years old. You've got 13 professional fights. What's your end state? Why do you do it? What keeps you coming back? Because boxing's not.
Well,
you can say you do it for fun, but it's not fun.
No, I retired in December. I didn't think I was going to come back. And then I don't know if you remember, but we lost Adam Moore, Jacob Ray. I've lost like 4 friends in the boxing community just since I retired in December.
Oh, wow. I hate to hear that.
So at this point, I'm really just doing it for the people that can't do it anymore, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, Zane.
Because, they kind of didn't get to leave on their own terms. They could still be fighting right now, but they don't have that opportunity. And I'm blessed with the opportunity to wake up every day and have my own gym and train. And
I saw another young man there on social media somewhere that just had a brain bleed. I don't know.
Folks, yeah.
Was that boxing related?
Yeah, sparring related. He's involved with some of the people here on the card. Trive.
Well, best wishes. Let's send best wishes and wish a quick recovery.
But that's who I do it for. Those people who
Well, you just gave me chicken skin, man. That's a noble cause, and we're glad to have you back, and we're glad you're here tonight. What's the difference between boxing in a ring with ropes and boxing in the cage?
Well, I like to, traditionally I like to move on the outside a lot, so using the ropes to bounce off and cutting a square corner is a lot easier to escape trouble. Here, you can't bounce off anything, and if you go backwards, you're in trouble.
Yeah. All right, here we go with blue corner, Edward Petway. Red corner, the hometown kid. Well, he's from Maine, but he's relocated, and he claims Parkersburg as home now, Matt Denning.
I think jiu-jitsu is probably Denning's best hat that he wears, too.
That is his best hat, and he's another one of those guys that just loves to fight, man, and I think he's going to fight until his days are over, and we'll be glad to have him in our ring anytime.
Maybe I'll get in there with him.
I'll tell you what, I think, I don't know what are you weighing these days?
54 to 65.
All right, hey, Matt Denning might be a good boxing opponent for you. I think that'd be a good fight.
And then Petway actually boxed my brother a couple months ago. He's more of a long traditional boxer, so I think this will be an interesting matchup.
All right.
He does have MMA experience.
Here we go, Edward Petway, black shorts.
The Cali King.
Matt Denning, white shorts. They call him the Ken doll. And submission grappling is his specialty.
Yeah.
Veteran of how many countless professional MMA fights.
Yeah, his last time doing jiu-jitsu here in the new Line Cage, I think he had an ankle lock.
And he comes out and takes the center quickly. And you
see how relaxed he is.
Going straight to hand position. And that's the thing about him in the boxing ring, too. He's very relaxed in there. He's never.
And in jiu-jitsu, if you tense up your muscles, it's easier to get control of the wrist and the arm. And you want to be fluid.
Double overs from Petway. Good body lock position by Denning. Now he's down to the single.
You see, Matt knew exactly what he wanted to do here. Petway's kind of feeling him out, but Matt's got a plan.
He falls down to the cradle position, bottom leg cradle position. Now Petway's to the half guard.
I don't like this position for Petway.
No, I wouldn't want to be underneath Matt Denning at any point in time.
Guillotine's not what I was expecting him to go for, but, whatever's there, take it. Looking for the single leg. Got it. Nice.
And that's in deep.
But, yeah. Sometimes you don't want to be the guy on top in a jiu-jitsu match.
Well, Petway's doing the right thing there, rotating towards Denning's head, but that's in deep.
He cranks that neck.
He's in trouble.
Be in trouble.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He's going to sleep. He's out.
Yeah.
And Edward Petway is sleeping.
Put his legs up.
Stiff.
Legs up.
He is stone cold. Matt Denning puts Edward Petway to sleep, and that is part of the game.
And it's not near as dangerous or as bad as getting knocked out.
No, shoot. We used to do that for fun in junior high when you take the 10 deep breaths and then your buddy pushes.
Yeah.
I mean, was it safe? No. Was this safe? No, but that's why people like it.
He'll remember what happened tomorrow.
Matt Denning by tap out. Matt Denning by choke out.
Was that Darce choke?
I don't know what the heck it was, but it was pretty, and it was lethal.
I think Darce choke.
That was
by choke out, Matt.
I don't know what to call it either.
Winner by strangulation.
Yeah, by strangulation, and that's why you don't want to get in a street fight with one of these guys that can just do that to you, and just like that, man, you're in bad shape. That was a hometown guy, Matt Denning. Let's see if we can get him over here. Hey, Denning! Let's see if we can get Matt Denning over here for a run over there and grab him for me, Zane Fry. see if we can get the Ken doll over here and get a little interview with him so he can tell us what the heck he did in there, because it was lethal, and Edward Petway found himself in trouble in a hurry. And here he comes. Let's get Matt Denning, the Ken doll, in here. The Ken doll, man, he's usually out doing wheelies on his motorcycle or boxing or doing MMA.
Bare knuckle boxing now.
Bare knuckle boxing. You still got all your teeth, though, so it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Matt, it's been a while since I've seen you, man. This is my first time calling submission grappling. This is your niche, bro.
Yeah, love it.
That was pretty. Tell me about it.
The kid's super athletic, and he fought at someone with a lot more experience than him. But gamer, didn't tap, just took his little nap and was like, huh.
Yeah, what'd he say when you woke him up out there?
He was like, what happened?
Oh, yeah.
we're like, you got put in a choke and you didn't tap. He was like, oh, it's done?
He's a good dude. My little brother fought him.
Hey, man.
He's a striker, too. So, to try to get better at his grappling, this is a place to do it. So,
Well, I'll tell you what, I was coming here, I didn't know what to expect with 5 submission BJJ fights on the card. That was some fast-paced action from start to finish, man. What's next for you? What are you going to do next?
I'm going to do a couple more boxing matches, and then we're going to retire me through the Bare Knuckle Boxing League. I got 3 more fights with them, and
all right. Well, listen, Matt, anybody want to shout out there? Shout out somebody. And
shout out to the Dawghouse gym, everyone that's fighting tonight, that's been training, competing this evening. Shout out to Mike Shepard for just had a newborn baby, still doing a show. It's hard. There's a lot that goes into this. We've all been here since last night and early this morning, so I'm excited.
Well, listen, man, Matt, this cage just brings a different aura to this arena right here. What's the difference between the rope? I was talking to Zane Fry about this a few minutes ago. The difference between fighting, whether it be boxing, whether it be MMA, what's the difference between the ropes and the cage?
This size cage, boxing in it, there's so much territory. If you're a mover that doesn't do well with the ropes and you like to move around, this is your atmosphere. If you're a pressure guy that likes to keep them against the outside, you got a lot of surface area of cage that you can pummel on someone on. And in boxing, you're allowed to use those ropes the same way you're allowed to use the cage when it's sanctioned like this. So if you like to keep someone just pressured against the cage the whole time, and it's great, but it's a lot of territory to cover.
And you ain't bouncing off them walls like you are the ropes.
Yeah.
You hit them and you're
stop.
stuck. Yeah.
Give y'all this sooner. All right.
Hey, I want to give a huge shout out to these grapplers that came in here and set the scene for what's coming up here later this evening with the MMA, the kickboxing, and the boxing. You guys brought something in here. I wasn't sure what I was going to see, but it was very exciting. It was fun to watch. We got to see finishes in every fight, I believe, except for one that went to the judge. But
and those are younger guys, too. That was the awesome match for a couple young studs that wrestle. There's big things that are going to happen now that Mike and Keith have worked together, and I've been doing MMA so long. We're going to be able to use this ring a lot more to have other events.
Before we step away for a short break in preparation for the main card to start here in just a little bit, I want to talk about one of my favorite fighters on the card tonight, Jordan Varney. What can we expect from Jordan Varney tonight?
He's bigger right now because he usually fights at 25. I put him through the ringer fighting Jake Ferry. That kid's a world-class wrestler. He's going to make it to the UFC, and Jordan dropped him twice. He's a very explosive striker. You don't want to be in kickboxing range with him because at 135 pounds, he hits like a mule. He's expecting a baby too. I think the younger guys that are growing up pretty quick right now that have been training, they push each other a lot. They hang out with each other a lot. They give each other a solid group of friends to be hanging out with, and they're all 20, 21 years old. Phenomenal team we have at the Dawghouse right now, and it's very exciting to see this.
Yep, and
fight.
let's not forget this card tonight is brought to you by New Line Cagefighting in conjunction and with Dawghouse Promotions and Mike Shepard. Matt Denning is a staple at the Dawghouse gym.
The biggest thing I wanted to talk about real quick before I go wrap some hands, this is a female-dominated card at the end. This is a main event, co-main event, where you have MMA, women's MMA, and women's boxing. And they're the headlining event. as a group, when everyone was talking about this card, we knew that Becca Robertson and Kirsten will always put on a fantastic fight, but no one's seen Tanya Hopkins train. Like, no one's seen her compete. I've seen this girl train, and this is a fight that we're the same weight class.
Well, we've seen
she is a rugged girl, and she can fight.
We've seen the pace she sets in the boxing ring, and we do know that she has a maniacal work ethic.
I see a video of her choking some girl unconscious the other day in a grappling match with a gi on. Girl just didn't tap, went right to sleep.
All right, well, listen. For myself, Macho Bob, for the Ken Doll, Matt Denning, thank you for joining me. Thank you for putting on an excellent performance out here. And that was nasty. It was a beautiful, beautiful submission. And thank you, bad guy Zane Fry. You're not that bad after all. Let's see a knockout tonight. And thank you for joining us.
I hope the other way. No disrespect, but I want my teammate to go out there and throw some hands.
Let's just hope
better man win. Leave it all in there. Put on a hell of a show. I know you guys will.
Let's have a great fight for Macho Bob and for
Macho.
New Line Cagefighting. I am going to step away momentarily. We will be back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Got about 10 minutes here before the first bout takes the cage. We're kicking off with Balin Luft and Connor Blessing. Balin's a local guy here, fights out of the Dawghouse. Both of these are gentlemen that I'm not too familiar with, but we got to have a lot of that today. A lot of guys with lighter records.
We do have several debut fights tonight, and Connor Blessing, not his debut, but he's had a few fights. He's had some time in the gym. Balin Luft has been in the gym with Mike Shepard over at Dawghouse Promotions for some time now. But before we get into the fight card, Connor, we were just in awe of this amazing list of sponsors I'm staring at right here.
They did a good job getting sponsors for this event, I tell you what.
That is a direct reflection of the reputation of Mike Shepard and Dawghouse Promotions.
Exactly.
In the Mid-Ohio Valley area. We have lots of supporters that help us put on these shows, and without them, this would not be possible. So I'm going to take a moment, and we're going to talk about some of these sponsors real quick. We got a few minutes to kill. Marion Tennant Pre-Owned Autos. He's been a stalwart when it comes to promoting Mike Shepard's shows. He's always willing. He's always a contributor. He's usually here. He's probably here in the crowd somewhere, and if he's not, he will be a little bit later. So if you want a quality used car, I believe they've got financing available on the spot. Marion Tennant Pre-Owned Autos. The reputation says it all, man. If you're a pre-owned lot and you've been around for 10, 15, 20 years, you're probably treating people right.
You take care of customers.
Cunningham Concrete. You need a porch, patio, I don't care what you need, footers poured for your new house, hit up Cunningham Concrete. Alltek Environmental and Construction Services, same thing. I don't know if they build houses. I don't know if they dig French drains. I don't know, but whatever service you need something built at your house, add it on, something that you just don't have the equipment to do, hit up Alltek, see if they can help you out. Another Route 95 auto repair. They're probably on Route 95 somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where. But if you need your car fixed, man, Route 95 auto repair might be the place for you. Hit them up, get a quote, whatever. Paps Auto and RV Sale. Paps, P-A-P with apostrophe S. And that's 304-863-3777. Auto and RV sales. If you're looking for a recreational vehicle, a travel trailer, whatever the heck you're looking for, hit them up, see if they can get another pre-owned auto. I've watched this guy grow. He's a newer guy on the block. Dishman, Craig Dishman. He's out on Route 14 as you leave Vienna and head towards Boaz to Williamstown. I watched him a couple years ago. It started with he had 2 or 3 cars sitting there and a little house. Now he's got 2 garages out there and about 50 cars. So, again, that's one of those things, reputation. If he's continually growing, he's probably a reputable dealer.
Taking care of people.
And he's going to you can't mistreat people and continue to grow. It just won't happen. Miller's Sudz and Sales, LLC. This is in Mount Zion, West Virginia. I'm not familiar with Miller's Sudz and Sales, but I'd say they probably got beer. Or, I don't know, I would imagine if that was my name, I would be selling beer, because when I think of Sudz I think of having myself a nice, cool, refreshing adult beverage, which I did willingly give up 226 days ago.
You enjoyed it for a long time, then, probably.
I did. I went professional. I am in the drinking hall of fame. I promise you that. Pro Trust Advisors. Again, I don't know what they do. I would think Pro Trust Advisors would be money management or something of that nature. But if you need some advice, Pro Trust might be able to help you out.
Yeah, financial advisors.
AWOL bail bonding. Back in my drinking days, I probably would have needed them at some point in time. Astorg Auto, they are the biggest in the area. Astorg Auto, they are the biggest, man. They've got Mercedes, they've got Chevrolet, they've got Ram, they've got it all. JW Potts Insurance, another stalwart, man. He sponsors every Mike Shepard show. And if you need an insurance quote, man, you're not happy with your current insurance agent, they're charging you too much, you can't get a hold of them when you want to, hit up JW, man. He's another one of those guys. He's been around forever, so he must be doing it right. All right, I asked you about this one, Drip, D-R-I-P.
It's a drip is a beard oil, so that's actually something you might be able to. I don't have enough really to take advantage of it, but you've got a nice set of facial hair there.
That's natural beard oil right there, bud.
But yeah,
anyhow,
if you need to clean your beard up.
Hey, Colin, if you need a house, if you need a roof on your house or your garage or your porch or anything, I would guess Gribble Roofing. Hit up Gribble Roofing. They're local here in the Mid-Ohio Valley. Hit them up. They'll square you away. Momentum Pipeline. That's also in Mount Zion, West Virginia. Now, when I think pipeline, I'm thinking of these guys from Local 798 and out there digging gas pipeline in. But I don't know. Maybe you need some pipeline laid at your house, plumbing. I don't know. Momentum Pipeline, I'd say they could do it for you. And last but certainly not least, Twisted Glass Smoke Shop. If you need something to smoke your tobacco or your
Maybe some other things,
or your medicinal herbs, and you need a pipe or you need, I don't know what the heck they got over there, but they I don't know, Twisted Glass, check them out, man. It says dispensary right there on the sign, so they might have a medication that works for you. All right, that was one heck of a long list of sponsors.
Yeah, like I said,
and Mike Shepard must be either a good guy or one hell of a salesman. That's all I got to know, because that was quite the list to go through.
Yeah, and that's something I'd like to say. Shepard and Keith know both of the promoters that are working this, right? This is a kind of a combination between Dawghouse and New Line Cagefighting. Both of those guys have done a lot for combat sports in West Virginia. I mean, obviously Mike is a legend of combat sports in West Virginia, probably one of, if not the greatest competitors that West Virginia's ever produced in combat sports. K1 kickboxer, just a legend.
Yeah.
Fought James Tennant. I mean, he's a legend in combat sports here in West Virginia.
You said it all when you said he fought lights out James Toney. He fought the man that knocked out Roy Jones Jr.
One of the greatest boxers of all time.
He fought Antonio Tarver. Mike Shepard is, not just a lifelong friend of mine. We've been buddies since single digits. He's a great guy. He loves the fight game. If you're a fighter in Parkersburg, Wood County area, anywhere within driving distance, and you're wondering if there's a gym where you can come learn to box, where you can learn to kickbox MMA, come to the Dawghouse, man. If you will invest the time, Mike Shepard will reinvest in you, and he'll turn you into the best fighter that you can be.
And I can say, we've seen the average level of combat sports in West Virginia has improved so much in the last 10 years or so, and it's thanks in no small part to these guys putting on shows consistently. You see, whenever you get better gyms, you get better quality fighters when you got promoters that take care of things. They promote things the right way. They want to make good, fair matches. They don't make squash matches. They're not bringing people in to get their guys over. Everybody's treated fairly. They're trying to put on good competitive matches, and the thing that we're marketing is fighting, not all the other hocus pocus that we see some of the other promoters in the area. This is I really have a deep debt of gratitude to both of those guys. In fact, I mean, I got to kickbox for Keith a few times, but my second, or maybe even was supposed to be my debut fight, was going to be on one of Mike's cards. The other guy ended up failing his blood work, so I got pulled out a week before the fight. But they gave guys like me an opportunity when I was younger, right? Without promoters, there would be no place for people to fight, and if without places for people to fight, there wouldn't be a place for us to test our skills.
Speaking of blood work, let's take a little bit of time and recognize those people. The West Virginia State Athletic Commission that make sure that these promotions adhere to the rules and the standards that protect the fighters. That's number one, first, and most important is the protection of these fighters. And as we saw in the jiu-jitsu matches here earlier, when we had, I can't remember his name there, that Matt Denning put to sleep. He's up there doing the kicking chicken. That's a scary situation. The man's unconscious. It's a dangerous game in here. It's a dangerous sport. We got to keep the playing field level. Make sure the fighters are evenly matched, and because this is not a game. People die in the ring, and
they have some of the best referees around too. Especially Matt Jones is going to be in the ring tonight. He's a good friend of mine that I've gotten to know just from being around these events. They have guys who are good. Their job is fighter safety, and if they're bad at their jobs, it's really a problem. And West Virginia really has developed a good reputation, especially in the last 10 years or so, of having some of the best referees around. And the judging is pretty quality here as well.
Talk us through the qualifications that a fighter's got to meet as far as getting blood work done, the things they got to do to prove that they are healthy and fit to come in here.
So you have to have a general physical, not dissimilar to like a classical sports physical that you might have if you're a kid playing sports in high school. You have to have a general physical, and they have a form. You go and download it, you fill it out, you take it to a physician, they'll sign it, fill it out. Okay. Check your resting heart rate, check your blood pressure, check if you're generally healthy, memory problems, that kind of stuff. And then on top of that, we have instituted blood tests, which, like I said, I almost fought a guy who failed his blood test. They check you for hepatitis A and B. You have to go get the antigen test, and then you also have to get an HIV test. It comes back negative to be able to fight in the state. So they do a good job protecting fighters, because I would have fought that guy. I don't know what he had.
Right.
Especially when those are the only things you can fail for. I'm glad that they caught that, and I didn't fight that guy.
Absolutely. Now, and as I sit here and flip through this fight card, Colin, there are some names on here that we recognize. Of course, we see Sheldon Starcher on here. He's a local veteran. He's got a 3-6 record. He's coming in taking on the crypt keeper, Bobby Johnson, 43-year-old Army vet. I believe we were in Iraq about the same time together, me and Bobby Johnson.
Yep, Bobby, I know both of those guys well. I've gotten to watch and commentate a bunch of Sheldon's fights. I've gotten to watch him and his brother both grow and improve from they're from Spencer, West Virginia, which there's not a lot of martial artists from Spencer, West Virginia, and they're doing quite a bit for their hometown. And then he'll be fighting Bobby, Bobby's a new Line Cagefighting vet. I believe all of Bobby's fights have been a new Line. I think he's 3-0 in MMA, something like maybe 5-1 in kickboxing, something like this. He's got a very experienced record, so that'll be a good fight.
Well, there may not be many martial artists in Spencer, West Virginia, but I'll tell you who did come from Spencer, West Virginia, and that's the very first West Virginia high school state 4-time wrestling champion, and that's Matt Ashley,
yep, that's
who
correct.
was longtime wrestling coach at Work County High School, and he coached none other than Mike Shepard.
Oh, there we go. We tie it all back together.
Okay. We got Jay Payne here beside me asking me questions.
How you doing? Coach Q told me to tell you that Anthony's going to be on I'll worry about that. I'll worry about that. He's telling me a couple days.
Yeah. Brad Cooper, always trying to run stuff around here. I don't know who he thinks is in charge, but Macho Bob's got the wheel of this vehicle right now. So
you're going to come kick me out.
No, I don't think that's going to. But anyhow, back to what we were talking about. How many fight cards do we get to do as the cameras are going around the crowd here, seeing this crowd's starting to grow, but fight show does not start till 6, so I look for it to fill up a little more here as we go. Not many fight shows have a female main event.
And a good one, too. These are both experienced boxers. I mean, Kirsten has been really coming up, and she's made a lot of improvements. I think these two ladies fought each other 2 years ago.
Kirsten's only loss, only blemish on the record is to the Queen of Sting, Becca Robinson, who is making a little bit of a name for herself on social media.
She is. She's very active on social media, and she's done a good job of it. She's actually usually one of my co-pilots here in the New Line commentating booth, so she's been commentating with us for a while, so I'm happy to finally get to see her fight in New Line.
Yeah, she's charismatic, she's confident, and she's very knowledgeable of the sport. And not only is she good on camera, but I think she's pretty good with her hands.
Yes, and she's obviously a good coach. Her and her husband, BJ Robinson, run Thrive Tribe Boxing out there in Lexington. I've gotten to commentate a bunch of their fighters, and I tell you what, I've never seen one dud come out of their gym. Always technical, always good footwork, always good timing, good defense. The kind of hallmarks that you look for a good boxing gym. They're not brawlers. They're very technical. They're very skilled. So I'm looking forward to that fight.
I'll tell you one thing about BJ. He's got muscles that most people don't have. That dude, his muscles have muscles.
It scared me when he looks at me.
Yeah, he is absolutely shredded. Let's see the co-main event. The co-main event is going to be the hometown favorite, Tanya Hard Hands Hopkins. She is, she's been a boxer. And if you know anything about Tanya's boxing credentials, it's a relentless pace. Very little defense and all offense. Her defense is offense. She throws a lot of punches. She's been training very hard at jiu-jitsu. Her significant other, Jeremy Pratt, he's an MMA fighter, lifelong wrestler, wrestling coach, jiu-jitsu practitioner, and a fine MMA fighter in his own right. So I'm excited to see Tanya Hopkins bring the hands combined with the ground game,
the small gloves,
and put them on the small gloves, and see if all those boxing fights and that boxing pedigree can help her to get this, to dictate where this fight takes place and keep it where she wants it to be.
I'm very excited for that one as well.
I
was excited to see that was an MMA fight. When I first saw the fight at first, I assumed it was a boxing match.
And welcome out to the Parkersburg Fieldhouse, where a Dawghouse Promotions and New Line Cagefighting presents Fieldhouse Cage Fights 3. Please stand as able for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh yeah, we get to hear it twice.
Again.
All right, Colin, you know what that means.
It's
time to play ball.
Alltek, Environmental and Construction Services, JW Potts Insurance, Cunningham Concrete, Gribble Roofing, Momentum Pipeline, Pro Trust Advisors, Miller's Sudz and Sales, Marion Tennant Pre-Owned Auto, Paps Auto and RV Sales, Astorg Auto, AWOL Bell Bonding, Route 95 Auto Repair, West Virginia Polo Club, home of the After Fight Party, Dishman Pre-Owned Autos, Twisted Glass Smoke Shop, and Drip Beard Oil.
And that's none other than Danny Ray. He's one of the best.
This event is being sanctioned by the West Virginia State Athletic Commission, Commissioner Leon Ramsey, Chief Commissioner, Commissioner J.P. Stevens at ringside, Chief Deputy Commissioner Laura Stevens at ringside overseeing this event, and the officials tonight. Referees Matt Jones and Tony Sigmund. Judges Nathan Jones, Rob Faust, Doug Robinson. Timekeeper Jessica Davis, Scorekeeper Tara Byers, Inspectors James Wiseman, Mike Webb, Eric Davis, Stephen Drennan. The West Virginia State Athletic Commission wants me to announce that for the safety of all fighters, there is no using flash photography or shining the lights from a cell phone. This is for the safety of the fighters. Thank you so much.
Danny Ray did a good job tearing through that sponsor list.
He went through it way faster than I did, didn't he?
You gave him a good sale.
Ladies and gentlemen, who wants to see a fight?
I do, Danny. I do. Look at the intensity on his face.
DJ, bring him out.
Hey, man.
He's the best dressed man in the house, too.
Listen, don't sleep on Danny Ray. He might be 60 years old, but I'm telling you, that lad is put together. He is strong. He's tough. He's smart. He's all the things. Look at that hair. He's good looking.
I saw those cauliflower ears, too. I don't want him grabbing a hold of me.
He's got a PhD. He plays music, plays guitar. He was a state champion wrestler, college football player. Man, Danny Ray's he's the total package.
He does it all. All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Here
we got
comes
Connor Blessing making his way into the blue corner.
And these young fighters that come out here and do this, you got to love when they come out dressed sharp, they look sharp, they expect to perform well. Connor Blessing, a very charismatic young man, wants to come out here, not just come out and fight and win a fight, but likes to put on a show.
Well, and he told us before the fight that he's got some kind of unsanctioned experience, maybe some street beefs type stuff, or beating people up in a parking lot somewhere.
Well, I'll tell you this, man, I don't take anything away from the street beef scene, because
we've seen some really good guys come out of there.
There are some good quality fighters that come out of there.
Scarface is a good guy from what I understand too. I've gotten to actually meet him at a few of the events. He shows up corner people in Morgantown.
I just met him we did a show for the Craycrafts here recently. Daniel Craycraft and Trayvon Craycraft. And got to meet him, and you're absolutely right. A straight shooter, straightforward guy, and just because it's a backyard promotion doesn't make it less of a promotion. He still brings quality fighters to the events that I've seen.
And he gives them a safe place to do it. Right? Maybe not the same as an athletic commission, but people are watching and know what they're doing.
Right. It's well officiated, and they don't let anybody take any punishment that's over the top.
All right, and making his way into the red corner, we've got Mr. Balin Luft.
And this is Balin's, it looks like he's got a 1-0 record on here. I've seen Balin over at the Dawghouse gym training a little bit, and he's come a long way in the short time that he's been there, so I'm excited. I've seen him hit the bags. I've seen him hit the mitts. I'm excited to see what he does in here when the target's throwing punches back.
It looks like he's going to have a little bit of a height advantage here.
Most certainly a height advantage in the red corner for Balin Luft. He'll be dressed in white trunks. They're trimmed in black. He's got the samurai-looking ponytail pulled up high in the back of his head. Connor Blessing out of the blue corner has on kind of a multicolored green and blue shorts. He has on black boots, and of course he'll be wearing the blue gloves. And Balin Luft is one of the few fighters you'll see walk out here that is a blank canvas, no tattoos.
Zero tattoos.
Many of these fighters are just gluttons for punishment, and they'll be tatted out head to toe.
I was always one of the only guys on the card that didn't have any tattoos when I fought.
Oh, you have no tattoos?
I don't have any.
And I have some.
I never wanted to take the time off of training that it takes for it to heal.
I wanted to be cool.
You're cooler than me. It'll work.
Of super middleweight boxing action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble riffing blue corner from Leon, West Virginia, Connor Blessing.
And you see these guys, Colin, they just come in here younger and younger and younger,
And fighting out of the Cunningham concrete red corner, he's fighting out of Dawghouse Gym from Marion, Ohio, Balin Luft.
Yeah, these guys have youth on their side, Colin.
And we've seen a lot of these younger guys with smaller numbers of fights in their records, but they're training at good gyms, and it's not like the old days where guys would come out tough man style and just kind of look unpolished, right? We've seen a lot of these amateur fighters are starting to really put it together.
Here we go. This is super middleweight, 161 to 168 pounds, 3 by 2 minute rounds. We are underway. And like you said, these guys come out, and see who can establish a jab early. You see some happy feet there from Balin Luft. That's never a good sign, and he's in the southpaw stance, sticking the jab, but the head's backwards, and Connor Blessing is on the attack.
Yeah, Connor Blessing using a lot of those forward blitzes with punches. He landed a few, but it doesn't look like he's hurt Mr. Luft yet. But
I think I see a little difference in comfort level in being in harm's way, in being in firing range and having punches thrown at you. I'm not sure that Balin Luft is super comfortable in there once the punches start coming.
Yeah, we see he's trying to play
out
off
of the blue corner.
Yeah, he's trying to play off of his back foot and land that southpaw jab. He's landed it a few times. He hasn't been able to get the respect yet, though, of Connor Blessing, who's just kind of walking forward and throwing hard shots.
Yep, and being very effective because the left hand of Balin Luft down around the belt line and that right hand of Connor Blessing has found its target multiple times so far.
So far, Connor Blessing has done a good job of controlling the outside space with that lead foot, too. There's usually a battle for lead foot dominance here between Orthodox and Southpaw.
And I'll tell you what is benefiting Balin Luft right now is this ginormous cage.
Yeah, that's one of the Keith No has the best cage that I have ever fought in. I've fought in a lot of places, and this is a big, well-made cage. It has good surface on the bottom. It's not slippery. Everybody's got traction, and you got plenty of room to work, so it favors fighters with good footwork. A lot different than a boxing ring. A lot less corners to cut somebody off and trap them in.
Well, and in this instance, it's giving Balin Luft plenty of space to maneuver backwards when Connor Blessing moves forward. And Connor Blessing, in my opinion here, in a dominant first round.
Yeah, he certainly landed more punches and he's got a lot more forward pressure, although we see Balin starting to find a little bit of comfort and landing a few of those shots now.
And I was about to compliment Connor Blessing on his patience, where as you see Balin Luft going backwards, it would be very easy for Connor Blessing to overextend himself, maybe throw some punches when he's not in the best punching posture, get yourself extended and clipped and hurt, and then that could change the fight. So I got 10-9 Connor Blessing in that first round.
I would agree. I think it'd be hard to score it any other way.
The big cage is most certainly beneficial to Balin Luft right now as the only offense thus far, aside from a few counter punches there from Balin Luft. I thought Connor Blessing was more assertive and he dictated the pace of the first round.
You see Matt Denning there in the corner of Balin Luft giving him some instructions, probably telling him to plant his feet a little bit more and stay in the pocket, I think, as we saw him turning the hips over, throwing some hooks in his coaching there.
Yeah, and that's something you'll see in these young fighters. It's easy to have the good footwork and the head movement and all that when you're hitting mitts, when you're hitting a bag. But when the punches start flying back at your dome, those feet can get a little happy, and he got clipped with a right hand right there.
He did. He came forward a little bit. That's the first time we've really seen him come forward, which I wonder if that's something the corner was calling for.
Yeah.
And he's kind of going back with his chin straight up in the air and his posture very high. I think he needs to address that.
And I think it's pretty clear what Connor Blessing's corner told him, and that was to get this man to the cage and try to predict kind of which way he's going to slide to get out of there and then catch him trying to make his escape.
And I think in a ring we would have seen him trapped in a corner and some damage. There's a nice right hand from Connor Blessing and another, and I think we might be able to get a knockdown here. The referee put his hands on him, but I'm not sure if he's going to call that a slip or a knockdown. I think he probably should have called that a knockdown there in the corner. Yep, he is going to call it a knockdown.
I was going to say if it was not a knockdown, my man would have jumped up real quick. Yeah. But I think he needed the break just as
So now we see Connor kind of trying to lure him out. He's making Balin Luft take some forward steps towards him. Oh, and he catches him again with the big right hand. Puts Balin Luft against the corner, who takes a knee. So we're going to have a second knockdown here. See if he's able to answer the count.
I don't think so. And if he does, I don't foresee this one making it past this round because his reaction to getting hit is just not what it should be. He
looks like he's got his senses to him, but he's reacting poorly to that forward pressure and landing those hard shots as Connor Blessing.
Yep, the feet, once contact's made, once Connor Blessing makes contact, those feet in the left corner. How did he stand up to that right hand? And there we go. That's going to be the third knockdown. No three knockdown rule, I assume.
No three knockdown rule here in the amateurs.
All right.
Referee's going to let him come out for some more.
And that's the end of I thought they were going to engage there after the clock had expired, but that's going to be 10-7.
Yeah, I would say that's at least a 10-7 round.
That's 10-7 round, Connor Blessing. And again, that's the thing, you know, the old comment, the old quote about everyone's got a plan till they get punched in the face. I don't know who said it first. I don't know where it came from, but it is ever so true, and it's very evident this evening where you've got Balin Luft, looks like he's got all the skills, and like I said, I've seen him in the gym hitting the bags. And, of course, it's early in his career, but there's a definitive advantage for Connor Blessing as far as comfortability and ring, what's the word I'm trying to think
Ring
of?
generalship.
Ring generalship,
Yep.
yeah.
And we see Luft is taking a lot of steps backwards. And once you take more than 2 movements backwards defensively, oftentimes you're kind of off your balance. You gotta plant your feet at some point and start to counter or clinch. I would like to see him when he's getting overwhelmed here, maybe start to engage in the clinch a little bit instead of just kind of moving backwards.
But let's give some credit to Connor Blessing for, boy, that right hand just missed. He caught the forearm there across the neck a little bit.
Yep, he's landed that right hook / right overhand several times hard. There he went to the body with it. We see him bullying Luft against the cage.
Yeah, and I think that's the game plan that's going to pay off here for Connor. When Balin Luft throws punches, his chin is flailing straight up in the air. Now he's drawing heavy breaths, mouth open, and that leaves your chin vulnerable. That on-off switch is just right there waiting for Connor Blessing to touch it with that right hand.
And Luft's chewing on his mouthpiece as well here, usually a sign of fatigue.
Fatigue and nerves, I think. Again, that's probably something that's playing into the equation here is Balin Luft's nerves.
He is doing a slightly better job standing his ground this round, though, and firing back with some counter shots.
Well, he most certainly took Connor Blessing's best shot and got up from it, so I don't think that he's so much worried. He's not worried about being hurt now. He's just getting...
And we saw that time when he got hit, he reacted better. He stepped in instead of going backwards. So seeing a bit of an adjustment here. Left hand landed there for Mr. Luft. His first significant shot of the fight.
And, maybe that's what he needed was to get in there, get hit a little bit, feel Connor's power, feel the punch to the face, and then grow. And like I said, this is only his second time in the ring. He's a 1-0 amateur record, so...
And we see Mr. Blessing starting to slow down a bit, which there he lands another big overhand right there. Oh, and a good job planting his feet, though, and a nice right hand actually landed there from Mr. Luft on his way backwards there.
Yep, and he was motioning with the come on there with the gloves and little stuck the tongue out there, little gamesmanship.
And I'll be honest, I think Mr. Balin Luft might be winning this round as the referee kind of puts himself in harm's way a little bit there.
Hey, whether he won the round or not, he got better.
He did. That's the kind of experience you need as a young amateur fighter.
He stood in there with a fighter. I'm not going to say he's a better fighter. He was a better fighter tonight, perhaps a little more experience. But he put good pressure on Balin Luft. Balin Luft was on the canvas. He got back up. He answered the bell. And he was most certainly better in the third round than he was in the first.
Yeah. So that's what you want to see from as a coach, right? You want to see somebody who can take those shots and he doesn't give up. And in fact, he did a better job standing his ground in that third round than he did in the second. So good adjustments from him, but an excellent performance by Mr. Connor Blessing, who I believe is on his way to an easy unanimous decision.
And I think you can tell that's the first time he's probably fought inside a cage where being in a four-corner ring would have benefited him substantially.
Yeah, you saw a lot of times whenever he was able to get him kind of back to the cage, but Mr. Luft was able to circle out to the side because of all those angles.
All right, the ring announcer should be hitting us with a decision here anytime. Who's the referee in here? He looks like he knows where the weight room is in there. That guy's jacked.
Yeah, he does. You look at the veins on his forearms.
His veins have veins. Holy Bozzoli. It looks like he's all strapped up down here around the ankles with his pants. He's ready to go Steven Seagal on somebody in there. Look at him. Jeez Louise. Feel like we're on the scene of an action movie and the bad guys are about to come in the arena and this referee's going to take them all out.
He certainly has that look there.
Unanimous decision winner from the blue corner, Connor Blessing.
All right, Connor Blessing with the first winner of the very first boxing bout of the night. He used the entire cage, I'll tell you.
He certainly did. We've got a lot of boxing matches on this card, I think in no small part because we're in Mike Shepard's hometown.
We are in Mike Shepard's backyard. And Balin Luft did a good job, weathered the storm.
He learned a lot about himself in that fight, right? As an amateur fighter, you learn a lot about yourself in these kind of tough fights.
He did. I've seen more.
He had several opportunities there when he was dropped where nobody would have followed.
Ladies and gentlemen, who wants to see a fight?
I do, Danny. I do.
He's getting the crowd involved.
DJ, bring him out.
Hey, Danny's always enthusiastic, charismatic. He has fun doing what he does, and understandably so. Here we got Eric Workman, the Sandman,
coming out to enter Sandman.
Some Metallica fighting out of Oak Hill, West Virginia, the Legacy Boxing Club. You've got a little knowledge on Eric Workman.
Yeah, I've gotten to see him fight a few times. He's got big power in his hands, good forward pressure. I'm really looking forward to. I'm not familiar with his opponent, so I'm
I
curious.
see the Gravedigger right there behind. That's Trey Ferris right there with the beard on.
Exactly.
He is a locally known,
very skilled amateur fighter. I've gotten to see him fight at New Line as well.
Knockout artist. He's got big power, big time power, fine fighter. And here comes Eric Workman, the Sandman. He's 26 years old. He's 5'11", and this will be fought in the heavyweight division. That is 201 plus pounds, 3 2-minute rounds. Dressed in all black. He's got on Trey's black and gold boots.
And the referee in charge of this one is Mr. Matt Jones, who I'm a little bit more familiar with than the other gentlemen.
Yep, we know Matt Jones. He's not quite as ripped and perhaps not quite as intense.
He's a fellow military vet as well.
Yep, Matt. I know Nathan Jones a little better than I know Matt, but Matt has joined me in an indoor golf league over at my buddy's place, Four-Play Golf, over on the south side of Parkersburg. And Matt and I are regular partners there on Monday evenings.
And Matt consistently improves, right? He's always trying to learn more. Any fight where he thinks he might have made a mistake, he goes back, he studies the tape. He's developing into one of, if not the best referees we have here in West Virginia.
Well, and the same with Nathan, his brother, as a judge. These guys take their role very seriously. They're polished at it, and I think it's naturally ingrained in them, especially Nathan. I played baseball with him. He was a fine baseball player. They're just naturally competitive human beings, and they want to be the best at whatever they're doing.
I like that. I can see it in the way Matt referees. And we've got Mr. Jesse Fuller making his way into the red corner. He's fighting out of Hocking Hills, Ohio.
Don't tell Matt I said this, but his
Bout number 2
could use some work.
Is 3 scheduled rounds of heavyweight boxing action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, from Oak Hill, West Virginia, Eric the Sandman Workman. Across the cage and fighting out of the Cunningham concrete red corner, making his debut from Hocking Hills, Ohio, Jesse the Jet Fuller.
All right. We don't know a lot about either one of these lads. Workman's got a little bit of experience here, coming in with a 2-1 amateur record. But I know that if he's rolling around with Trey Ferris down there in Oak Hill, he's probably a pretty tough lad. Probably look for some power punches coming out of the blue corner over here, Eric Workman.
Mr. Denning joins us here in the commentary booth as well.
And Jesse Fuller.
This Sam's Gym, they always have a bunch of guys that are super good.
Oh, Jesse's out of Sam's Gym.
Yep.
Okay, well, he's rolling around with Lucas Wright over there, lights out Lucas Wright.
And you know how stout of an athlete Lucas is in general. And then you look at this guy with the tattoos and the muscles. He's probably training with Lucas all the time.
And comes out southpaw with the very sweet red, white, and blue boots on. A nice crisp left hook to start things off.
He keeps his hands a little low for traditional boxing. And that kid's capitalizing on it.
Yeah, Workman's forward, big, heavy hooks.
But you see how his hands high, right on his cheekbones. He's boxing more traditional stance.
It looks like a machine gun. He's got a machine gun on his left shoulder. This Jesse Fuller, the Jet, he's got to be a infantry veteran or something.
There's that cross. I was going to say, he lands that cross. That's lights out.
Yeah, he's landed that 1-1-2 a few times.
They can't walk into those ones. Ooh, good left hook.
Good 4. You don't usually see a good 4 from southpaws.
Very relaxed in there, Jesse Fuller, considering the fact that he's been hit with a couple big bombs.
He's kept his hands significantly higher. He starts getting into the firefight and drops his hands, though.
Yep, and this is that southpaw orthodox battle here, battling for that foot position and maintain that center line. Who's gonna keep their power punch lined up and land it down the middle?
And I think we might see some blood coming out of the nose of Mr. Workman. I can't quite tell from this angle, but see him breathing through the mouth.
Hey, both guys really.
Boy,
left hook.
he goes in for the kill.
Oh, man, that was a solid leaping, lunging left by the big southpaw, Jesse, the Jet Fuller.
Now, we might be seeing a break in the action there because of the shot to the back of the head while he was leaned over. I think that might be what we're seeing.
I don't know if he went all the way down. I'm kind of blocked by a pillar here.
He didn't. I think the referee maybe could have called that as that the
he got the
cage was
finish.
what was hanging him up.
AWOL body, Rock 95.
Yeah,
Auto
the
Repair,
amateurs don't really
West Virginia
understand.
Polo
Just take a
Club,
knee.
home of the after
Take
fight
the
party.
point loss on the
Dishman,
scorecard,
pre-owned
but
autos,
you can recover.
Twisted
You don't
Glass
get stopped with
Smoke
the TKO.
Shop,
That's
and
something that I've
Drip.
noticed in my
Beard
few
Wall.
kickboxing fights, like coming from an MMA and BJJ gym. Like I never even considered that, and then afterwards I was like, yeah, you know what? That's probably a smart idea. I better start telling
Boy,
you guys
I
that.
tell you what, Jesse
That was
Fuller,
a stiff left
that
hand.
left hand right there,
A rocket.
Mr. Workman's jaw is going to be sore tomorrow.
He was looking right down the barrel of the gun when that landed too, and he ate that on the chin. I mean, it wasn't easy. He was definitely rocked from it, but
Yeah, and I think that we would have seen a knockdown there. The cage was really the only thing that kept him up.
the reason I came over to commentate this fight is because I don't really know these kids very well, but you can tell by looking at them that you get them sharpened up, get them training, they're gonna become something pretty soon.
Oh, absolutely, and they're running with the right guys. You're running with Lucas Wright up there at Sam's Gym in Gloucester, or you're running
Referee
with Trey
Matt
Ferris
Jones
down
stopped
in
the
Oak Hill.
fight at 125 of the
Trey's come
first
up
round
to,
by
the Dawghouse a
TKO.
couple
Winner
times.
from the red corner, Jesse the Jet
Those boys get after it. You can tell there's a good
Fuller.
camaraderie for their gym, and like it keeps those boys united, and they hang out a lot together.
I know I say it a lot that, certain fighters will fight anybody, anywhere, parking lot, garage.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. Trey Ferris is that guy. You just hit him up, shoot him a text, let him know where to be, and
We had him fight at an NLC event, I believe, down in Logan, West Virginia, and he did a really good job.
he's he digs graves, for goodness sake. That's what he does for a job.
Nothing will make your hand stronger than digging it with a shovel.
So I do a little stand-up comedy now, and I was talking about one of my first jobs when I first got into fighting. I was working for the funeral home, and that was one of the weirdest jobs.
Gentlemen,
To dig the graves up. I'm
who wants to see a
fight? But I lived right in the funeral parlor. It was a cool gig. I had,
DJ, bring 'em out.
I had an apartment for free. I got a car for free. I had a day job and a night job delivering bodies.
Got some serious issues, Benning.
That's a good one. That's a good punchline
I
set.
didn't go to college. I took what jobs I could get. I delivered pizzas for years.
Hey, Matt, since you're here, or do you got to go corner? Are you cornering Esther?
I am not. She trains with us at the gym, but she's got her own homies at corner, and they work together. I love that. George Brown, he helps all the females at our gym. His wife's a very active trainer, and she trains with the girls a lot. So he's the go-to boxing corner for the females because he's a very skilled professional fighter.
Hey, there's
so.
Casey Riddle. This is Casey, the kid Riddle. She's 33 years old, fighting out of St. Albans, West Virginia. Another one of those names I love, the Concrete Coliseum. She comes in at 4-0. She's 5'9", and this bout will be contested at less than 168 pounds.
Tough as nails, these two girls. This is a very female-dominated card because of the main and co-main event.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
And this boxing match right here at the beginning of the card is a staple of how this fight's going to go for female
I know
fights.
Esther Hardy Sims' family, her father and her brothers. They are the most docile, unaggressive,
That's
smart,
her.
intelligent, educated humans. I would never imagine someone from that family would be fighting in a cage in front of me right now.
You see those shoes on the bottom of the screen she's got on? As soon as that second lace is tied up when she's in the gym, she turns into a completely different person. She's in there with Tanya working the bags, doing their bag work, getting their sparring in, doing their kickboxing. She's kickboxing with all the girls that come in from other gyms. And she works a regular hard day job and comes in and trains. I'm extremely excited to watch her put her skills to work against a 4-0 athlete on the other side.
Bout number 3, is 3 scheduled rounds of super middleweight boxing action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner. She's undefeated, former Tough Man champion, fighting out of the Concrete Coliseum from St. Albans, West Virginia, Casey the Kid Riddle. Across the cage and fighting out of the Cunningham Concrete red corner. She also is a former Tough Man champion, fighting out of the Dawghouse gym from Parkersburg, West Virginia, Esther Hardy Sims.
Here at New Line and Dawghouse, we've got a male ring girl.
Yes, we love that. The girls deserve that. I'm going to be very quiet during this fight. I don't really like commentating when it's someone that so I'll keep my opinion to myself.
Listen, we've got a matchup of 2 tough woman champions right here. Casey Riddle in the colorful multicolored shorts, Esther Hardy Sims in the black trunks and the red top.
And we definitely see a bit of a tough man pace here as they both kind of take the center of the ring. We see some good head movement from Esther, though.
You know, a lot of times in these ladies' fights, the best defense is more offense.
Yeah, who gets hit less? The one
That's kind of interesting
head.
to me because we see a 4-0 record from Casey, but I think that's probably all tough man. So we're actually probably looking at a very even record if both of these ladies have one tough man. Nice right hand landed from Esther, but she's eaten some shots. There's a nice hard right hook from Cassie.
I believe that this is how that fight came about, was they're both women that couldn't compete in the Tough Man because they're previous Tough Man champions. So they were like, we want to still compete. We got to get a boxing match going, and they had it right in town, so they're here.
Well, and what we're seeing here is 2 young ladies that are maintaining some sort of presence about themselves as far as conditioning goes and not emptying the gas tank in the first round.
We saw 3 good straight punches there landed from Esther.
It's as if they're taking turns with their combinations. One lady will throw a combo, and then the other will fire back with a combo.
And we see Cassie or Casey is a little bit more hesitant to throw now that she's tasted some of the power of Esther.
You can see the skill level from these girls is why they condone them fighting more often in the Tough Man after becoming champions. Because
and again, the big fighting surface. There's a lot of room.
So much room.
Yeah, this is not the Tough Man ring.
No, but they're both calm, collected. They've taken some big shots. Esther had landed a few really stiff shots, and I think it kind of woke her up a little bit on the other side. Like, hey, I got to fire back.
That was a nice right hand landed by Esther.
You can tell they've both been in there because they're breathing properly.
Yeah. And nothing's really affecting, like, when they get it, when they get hit with a decent shot, they're absorbing it well.
And they're staying where they are too. They're not moving backwards. I think maybe we're getting the male ring girls in the female fights.
They got their shirts off this time.
He's got the chain on. And
better watch out. You might see some $1 bills flying out of the stands.
They would have fitted up there in Johnstown, wouldn't they, Matt?
That was a good event.
We rolled into Johnstown, Colin, for Matt Denning's fight show, and right across the street in the city park, they had a Pride Festival going on.
Yeah, just for me.
Oh,
so
my
like,
God.
Matt Denning, this is
He's
for
coming
you.
to town, yeah.
The first thing I saw when I rolled into town was a 6-foot clown on stilts. No kidding. I was like, what in the heck is going on?
That's a very tough round to score. I'll be honest, I don't know who I would give the advantage. I think slightly cleaner shots landed by Esther, but it depends on if the judges, I think there was a slightly higher volume landed from blue corner, so that's a very difficult
This is why I
round to score.
commentate and I don't judge.
I agree, Colin. I didn't judge that first one. It was just fun to watch. All right, round number 2.
Esther doesn't look fatigued.
Esther Hardy Sims takes the center.
Keeping her head off center line's an advantage for her. She's a little bit shorter, so she's got to get reached at to get punched.
And again, with this big fighting surface, it's very important to bring that back foot with you.
You got to keep your feet underneath you the whole time.
If you've got to pursue someone for 10 more feet backwards across the ring,
that was a really slick uppercut right there. That body uppercut from Riddle.
Now, the one thing I would say is it's very difficult to exchange straight punches with somebody who's significantly taller than you. This is one of the few cases where you might tell Esther to start to loop her punches a little bit more around the triceps and shoulders of taller.
Riddle has good reach, but she doesn't have any pop. I think she's fatigued in this round. She's lost her sting, and Sims is just landing some big at the end right there.
And Esther Sims doing a fine job of.
And some complaining there from Riddle, but that was a clean. I think she landed that before the referee got there.
I think
she
it was more her body moved into it.
She's not getting the momentum. She's done. Esther Sims, I was just getting ready to say she was doing a fine job changing levels. 1 to the head, 2 to the body. It might have been the 2 to the body that put a little shot on the solar plexus down there.
She landed some good body shots in round 1 as well.
The body shots definitely, I think, was caught up to her, but that stiff right hand, right across the meek.
I think we saw a big factor in that fight was the better head movement of Esther.
And relentless pressure.
Good showing for the hometown gym.
Yeah,
Marion, Tennant, Pre-Owned Auto, Paps Auto, and RV Sales.
that we're in.
Yeah, I like to see that too.
It's necessary. I'm super fortunate that I was able to move to West Virginia and meet. Like, I met Macho before I really started coming to the fights, and he's like, "Hey, there's this guy," and I started training at the gym, and the first event that I ever went to was that winter show at the Cell School, and you had that pink cowboy hat on that Trace had put on your head.
Well, Colin, you know as well as I do, when you're around the fight game and you're talking about it out in public, you meet a lot of people that say they're fighters. I've done this. I've
At 117 by TKO with the winner from the red corner, Esther Hardy Sims.
search button on the Ken doll, Matt Denning, and he is a legend in the New England fight scene.
Yeah, I actually did the exact same thing. I was talking with Elijah, and he was like, look out for this Denning guy when you were going into one of the New Line events. And I was like, yeah, Elijah says good things about a lot of people. Let's look this up. I was like, okay, that guy's very legitimate.
How many fights now, Matt?
That the bare knuckle boxing was my 40th professional fight.
Wow.
And we're signed up for Matt Denning to retire at number 50. I got 10 more in me, I think. We said the end of the year, but I think I'm going to have to dip into a little bit of next year to finish off my career. I'm going to finish in bare knuckle MMA. That would be my final one, no matter how it goes. Hang them up.
Fight! DJ, bring him out.
Of breaking my hands with like the first or second punch is a little bit daunting to me. I'll be honest, I would like I would be more likely to compete if nobody was wrapping their hands.
Hey, who cares about your hands, your teeth, for goodness sake?
The craziest thing is how you wear a wrist wrap, but all of us fighters say it should go, like, leave our knuckle open, but let it come all the way up to the top so we don't break our metatarsals in our hand. So they're changing the rules. The coolest thing is it's legal in Ohio now, and Matt Denning will be bringing bare knuckle MMA and bare knuckle boxing to the Mid-Ohio Valley for everyone to see, with the help of Mike Shepard and Keith Bell.
Hey, guess who New Line Cage Fighting's bringing for you to see right now? The Diamond, Dalton Huffstetler. Find your reputation as a pugilist, as a boxer. Now he's going to try his hands at this is his debut at kickboxing.
Yeah. He's a shorter guy, but he moves forward. He uses a lot of head movement, defensive pressure.
The guys that are within an hour driving distance of the gym that reach out and talk to us, fight things, there's a few that I like to keep up with and make sure they're on the right path and doing the right things in the sport, because I don't want to see them make some of the mistakes I made. And the one thing that I'm biggest on him with is you keep shrinking, you keep getting in better shape, you keep training, you're going to fall into a weight class where you're going to really be dialed in and your body's going to be pristine. He's fighting people a little bit bigger than he should right now, but because of it, he's getting a lot of experience. He's getting a lot of looks at guys that are bigger than him.
And you're talking about Dalton.
And
the thing is,
and
with
he's
these,
got super good skill.
well, when you look at the guy, you know, most people, you look at their physicality, you look at their physique, you look at their build. You cannot underestimate this man.
No, he's super slick boxer.
And we see Evan Sinclair making his way in, representing the compound there in Fairmont, West Virginia, Fred Frederick's gym.
After this fight, I'll be stepping away. I will be working with Stone Dixon. He trains significantly at our gym. One of the younger kids, I say kids, young men.
Everybody's a kid to us, yeah.
That trains that I think has a lot of potential. It's hard when you got a family and a day job and stuff like real life.
Bout number 4 is 3 scheduled rounds of lightweight kickboxing action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, making his debut, fighting out of Apex Combat Sports from Beckley, West Virginia, Dalton Diamond Hofstadler. Across the cage, in the Cunningham concrete red corner, also making his kickboxing debut, fighting out of the compound. He is from Fairmont by way of Beckley, West Virginia, Evan Sinclair.
Showdown right here. These boys are dialed in on each other.
Yep, and we see the extremes of the lightweight division in height here, right? We see Sinclair's a tall, long gentleman, and Hofstadler's a short, stocky guy who uses inside game a lot.
Dalton's going to be a force to be reckoned with when he gets right into his weight class, especially if he decides to do MMA. But he's got slick boxing. He likes to be in there, move. He's a floater. He's real quick on his feet.
Oh, we see Sinclair hurt him with a
he got clipped right there.
Front kick to the body and then a...
Oh, wait, but see, he's a gamer. See, that big head kick is not fun for him.
Yeah.
But he's always in there to fight. He bites down on his mouthpiece, and he's still back in there. Ooh, big teep kick.
And that's what hurt him out of the gate, Matt, was a teep kick got him first right there in the center of that belly button. And I think Dalton Hofstadler's been woken up here early, weathered the early storm from Evan Sinclair.
And you look how he moves, though. He's off the center line. He gets off to the right. I don't like it when he moves to the left because that's a bad head kick to walk into. But
yeah, and Evan Sinclair striking a very diverse attack here.
And he's even mixing that teep kick up to the head. He's throwing that kind of front kick, toes back up underneath of the chin a few times. He hasn't really landed.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, and there's a right to the ear, and Hofstadler is down. That one was right behind the ear.
He's doing a really good job of setting that right hand up behind the front
Evan
kick.
Sinclair is a sniper.
Matt Jones doesn't like what he sees on the get up.
You try to beat the count on a certain time. Sometimes you got to be up at 8 and ready to go. If the ref don't like seeing you stand up directly at 9.
Tonight's show is being brought to you by Astorg Auto, AWOL Bail Bonding, Route 95 Auto Repair, West Virginia Polo Club, home of the After Fight Party, Dishman Pre-Owned Autos, Twisted Glass Smoke Shop, and Drip Beard Oil. You are a gentleman and a scholar. This fight was stopped in the first round at 110. TKO. Winner from the red corner, Evan Sinclair.
Forward pressure is not always the best strategy.
No,
against the
because
guy
they
who's
walk
trying
right
to
into the littler guy's range and they get clipped. Especially Dalton, that's what he does. He gets his head off the center line and he throws a big overhand bomb. And if that thing lands, it's good night. We've seen it so many times with the kid, and it's It's what he looks for.
Yeah, and the big thing that it was the effective use of the front kick as he was coming forward, I think.
Oh, he's going to feel that.
All right,
kick
tell us a
more.
little bit about Stone Dixon before you take off, Matt.
He's an MMA fighter. I see he does the wrestling, he does the jiu-jitsu, the kickboxing, the boxing. But I think he's just trying to take the advantage of doing the kickboxing and the wrestling matches.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so
who wants to see a fight? DJ, bring him out.
He's been doing an MMA fight compared to doing a kickboxing or boxing match. So he's got corners and stuff. I just don't want to be behind a microphone when I'm like giving orders and being loud. It's still my buddy. I still want to root and cheer for him. I got some other things I got to do working for the event, so I'll be back. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Mr. Matt Denning, ladies and gentlemen.
Matt Denning, one of my favorites.
And we see Mr. David Pomeroy making his way, cornered by his, I believe his brother, I would assume, Bryce Pomeroy. They certainly look like brothers. They have the same last name. But he's got J.R. Coffin in his corner and the rest of the Concrete Coliseum. Eli Atkins there as well, Lucas Schaefer. And we see veteran cutman there, Eric Swan, applying the Vaseline.
Big Eli Atkins, the wild man back there in the back, black shirt. Eli Atkins, he is a wild man.
He's a scary man to watch fight.
Yeah, he's a scrappy lad. All right, I anticipate this being a good one. David Pomeroy coming in with a nice fight camp behind him there, fighting out of the Concrete Coliseum. Earnshaw, West Virginia native. He's 5'11", 72-inch reach. And here comes his opponent, Hands Stone Dixon. And he fights out of Sam's Gym as well. You see Jordan Barney. What's this lad's name here?
Unfortunately, I am not familiar with that gentleman, but he looks like somebody who knows how to fight.
I know the name, and it's just slipping right up. It's just evading me, but that's Jordan Barney there behind him. And this Sam's Gym, they bring some legit competitors. There's Anthony Lester has joined us on the mic. How you guys? Anthony, what's the Sam's Gym guy over here with the T-shirt on? Just stepped in the cage right there.
So what is he?
What's his name? Do you know his
I
name?
cannot remember right now. I'm sorry.
It's just slipping my mind as well.
I know Sam's Gym is a very well accomplished gym. I know that for sure.
And there you see, best dressed of the evening thus far. That's Hands Stone Dixon.
With got beautiful pink Fairtex Muay Thai shorts on.
And this is going to be lightweight MMA.
Bout number 5 represents 3 scheduled rounds of lightweight MMA action. Introducing first out of the blue, Gribble Roofing blue corner, making his debut, fighting out of the Concrete Coliseum from Earnshaw, West Virginia, David Day Pomeroy.
You can see J.R. Cochran there giving him an earful back there. Giving Day some instruction.
Red corner, also making his debut. He's from Lowell, Ohio. Stone Hands Dixon.
Big pop from the local crowd for Mr. Dixon.
Boy, and I tell you, for 2 guys in here making their MMA debut in the new Line Cage right here in Parkersburg, you got to wonder about the nerves. You got to wonder about the adrenaline dump because it is go time. Dixon in the red corner, Pomeroy in the blue. Use the word corner loosely here.
Yeah, I know.
Eight-sided
It's different.
cage.
It's. Oh wow.
David Pomeroy caught the body kick. Now he goes to the cradle, to the front headlock. He held that leg up there and landed some bomb right hands.
He did, and Pomeroy did a good job of countering with his leg caught. But
now he's got the standing guillotine, and it is in.
Yeah, that seems pretty deep from my angle.
It's a low risk, though. He's doing a good job fighting the hands right now. I don't think he's in any danger of going to sleep. And we see him switching to a cow catcher here. I think he's going to try to
his hand's slipping out. There we go.
And Stone Dixon finds himself in a tough spot.
He went for a judo throw, but he lost position. He gave his back.
Doing a really good job, Stone, staying calm here, realizing that just because you're in a bad position.
That was a really good job of getting Pomeroy off his back and in front of him square again.
Some good body shots there from Stone Dixon.
He can't take you. You're too tough.
Some really good body shots.
This is some good fighting for two debut fighters.
Yeah, for sure. I would definitely use that cage a bit more for Blue. Put that pressure up on him.
You couldn't convince me these guys are debuts.
No, not at all.
Hard body shots there from Stone.
Keep the pressure.
And Pomeroy relentless, staying on that underhook. There's a shot to the bag. That one was right on the top on the tip of the cup.
Yeah.
Referee didn't see it, or it didn't say anything.
He kind of pulled off on it a little bit. He didn't really.
Yeah.
I think he caught it before.
Good job using the underhook.
Good hand control, good limb control there.
Yeah, we see Pomeroy using looking for an inside trip there on that underhook side, but not getting quite deep enough with it.
And boy, that is a technical battle going on.
That first round.
And David Pomeroy secures a big first round with a high amplitude slam. That shook our table.
Indeed it did.
He's going to use that cage to his advantage to get that leverage and get him up there.
Wow, man. Sorry to step on you there. Two debut fighters, man. What do you think?
They're really impressive.
You know, they both knew what to do in the hand fight.
Yep.
They both knew what to do on the inside pummeling, the over-unders and the underhooks.
Yep.
They both landed some good punches to the body. And David Pomeroy secures the first round with a big double leg takedown and a slam.
Yeah, I think so.
We saw him catch that kick early on, and there was kind of a gunslinger match there where they were both landing hard shots while they had the leg caught at first.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. I actually have knocked somebody out while they had my foot caught like that, but it's very difficult. You have to win that. You have to. And you have to move quickly, right? If you hang out there for too long, it favors the guy who's caught the leg.
And I think the leg shin guard that helped him. He was holding on to that. He couldn't get his leg out.
Well, to your point too, it's like you don't have that anchor for that leverage to get the punch or that power off. So
it changes the punching mechanics completely. You have to punch almost like you're grounded, where it's like shoulder whip and not hips.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, nice
that was good.
From Stone hands.
Oh, and another good body. He didn't catch that one. Now he's got it racked up. Oh my! That could not feel good.
He was going for triangle. Yeah, he was looking for like a cradle position, but he's almost put himself into a triangle position.
Yeah.
If Stone can get the hip angle, but he uses the cradle to pass to a shin pin here.
That was a seriously impressive takedown. He caught the kick and shelved it up on his shoulder.
Pomeroy seems a little bit green in the grappling. He kind of went back into the closed guard there when he had a decent passing position.
But if you know how to work that,
back
it
into
can
the
be a
triangle
safe position.
See a trap triangle position. He might pick him up and try to slam him out of this.
Yeah. If he focuses too much on punching there, he could put himself in a compromising situation here.
And he is. I think the shin guards are preventing the triangle from going in.
And the big height advantage. Pomeroy was doing a good job of keeping his posture up. He's starting to drop now, though.
Yeah.
Switching off towards the arm lock, but he had a bad angle for it. You see Pomeroy start to take the back. He's hunting the choke a little early. He needs hooks. He needs some secure control here, but we see him do a good job 2-on-1 from Stone hands. Although he's almost put himself in a twister position. I don't think Mr. Pomeroy knows the twister, luckily for him.
That turtle position can be very helpful to your performance as well.
As this gentleman behind me is yelling, if Mr. Stone can get his hips high, he'll be able to dump him off the top. But good job using that single leg ride right now for Mr. Pomeroy. So he continues to kind of hunt that choke. He's got a good chest to back connection. He doesn't have both hooks, though. He does have that one top hook very stretched out. If I were him with 10 seconds left, I'd be throwing punches here instead of looking to secure that choke because he's going to run out of time, I do believe. So he goes back. Yeah, he's in a good position for the choke, but just not enough time.
Wow, David Pomeroy, impressive early.
And we saw Dixon was doing really good work at the beginning of that round. I believe he had hurt him with that punch and with the body kick, but the kick got caught again, and he was able to dump him, put him on his back. He wasn't able to really pass and secure a great position, but he was able to do good work on top, even though he was in that trap triangle.
If I'm Stone Dixon's corner, I'm saying box, don't kick.
Yeah, I was going to say his kicks seem very effective. Well, not effective. They seem they come with power, but they always get him in trouble.
Leg kick,
like, so.
low leg kick. Let's see some low leg kicks. Quick kick in the body. It's been ineffective. It's gotten you taken down twice.
Yep.
Not just taken down, but taken down with authority.
Yeah, for sure.
He does not look hurt. You see the young man in the corner.
He looks hungry more than even tired.
Does.
Yeah, he looks ready.
And if I'm Sam's Gym over there in the corner, I'm saying Stone. No kicks above the knee.
No.
Mr. Pomeroy looks a little bit fatigued here. This might be an interesting third round, ladies and gentlemen.
A lot of people don't think, but some of that grappling sometimes can take it out of it.
It's exhausting, especially big takedowns like that, high amplitude takedowns.
Here we go, touch of gloves. And we're off, third and final round. Big right hand over the top, misses from Dixon, glanced off the dome.
Pomeroy coming forward with that push kick.
Well, clearly he didn't get the no kicking above the waist sign.
I say Pomeroy's reaction time was slowed quite a bit. He's not reacting as fast.
Oh, and that right hand was on the button.
Yeah, switch. He took a step forward with his back foot and landed the right hand.
Now Stone Dixon's finding his flow, but he needs to get busy with just over a minute left.
Yeah, he needs pressure here. His opponent is more tired than him. He needs forward pressure.
Dixon needs a finish to win this fight.
Yep.
Oh, a very well shot to the double leg from Mr. Pomeroy. He's in a arm-in, low-risk guillotine. It looks like it's not in any jeopardy, though.
Yeah. That was a very veteran move for a debut fighter, David Pomeroy.
Very well-timed double leg. I don't know if he works that or if he just got lucky, but that was very well done. He steps into the mount position. He's pinning the wrist there. He looks for an underhook. Looks like he might have double underhooks. He does.
Mount here.
Great lines and double unders. Oh, a good Upa reversal there.
Yep.
But he might be right into an arm lock.
Oh!
Palmer right onto that side. And he finishes the arm bar. Beautiful work by Mr. David Pomeroy as he hits that. That's that wonderful. That's that same transition that you saw Nogueira hit against toe top, right? Against the bridging mount escape when they are bridging and they extend their arms and you go to the belly down and then to the side Jujigatami arm bar.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted. And
Today's show's been brought to you by Alltek Environmental and Construction Services, JW Potts Insurance, Cunningham Concrete, Gribble Roofing, Momentum Pipeline, Pro Trust Advisors, Miller's Sudz and Sales, Marion Tennant, Pre-Owned Auto, Paps Auto and RV Sales. Just gotta come over here. Sorry. You're protecting your camera in case I fall.
And then came that double leg.
Yeah, that was beautifully timed because he changed the momentum of that fight because it was all going towards Mr. Dixon until that in the third round. Not in the whole fight, but in the third round specifically.
Wow, very impressive performance by both of these young fighters, David Day Pomeroy.
And a slick armbar finish. That's not an easy finish.
No, not when you're in there.
Sequence to go through.
You're already sweaty. You're in there lathered up real good, and he sunk that in, boy. And once he got it sealed up.
What a great fight. Make some noise for these combat athletes. The fight was stopped in the third round. Tap out due to armbar. Winner from the blue corner, David Pomeroy.
Impressive stuff from David Pomeroy against a skilled opponent from a good gym.
Yep, that was a good fight.
Yeah, I feel like this was a different clash of styles. Dixon was the striker, Pomeroy was the grappler. So.
Yeah, and he did a good job. He made a few interesting decisions early on that made me think maybe whenever he went back into closed guard when he was in that kind of shin pin cradle, looked like he was going to pass and he elected to go back into closed guard, but obviously he knows what he's doing because that was a slick sequence at the end.
Yeah,
for sure.
Both of those young guys have a future.
Oh, 100%.
They have a future. That was an excellent fight. Looked like very seasoned competitors in there, despite both showing 0-0 on the record.
Yeah.
Both fighters got better for sure.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from debut fighters as a coach.
All right, fight number 11 coming up, guys. Cruiserweight boxing, 196 to 210 pounds, 3 2-minute rounds. Out of the blue corner, Nicholas Lyons, the new breed outlaw, Mount Sterling, Kentucky. He's taking on Tyler Aarons, 31, out of Marion, Ohio.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's where I recognize
who wants to see a fight?
He's been around the Dawghouse for quite a while, I believe.
DJ, bring him out.
All right. Here they come. It's going to be blue corner first. Nicholas Lyons, the new breed outlaw. He fights out of the Downtown Athletic Club. He's 1-0. He's 5'9".
And we've seen Nicholas Lyons compete in MMA, boxing, and kickboxing here at NLC. He's grown tremendously as a fighter, and he's moved up a few weight classes since he debuted with us. We see him now in the heavyweight division here. Actually, excuse me, this is Cruiserweight, 196 to 210. But the first time we saw him, I believe, was at 170. He fought one of my fighters in Bridgeport. And he's improved tremendously since then, and we saw him win a tough, I believe that was a kickboxing match that he won recently in Lexington, maybe it was Madison, one of the recent NLC events we commentated. He's grown in confidence a lot. This is a guy who likes fighting. I mean, he's been around. He had a couple tough first couple fights because he wasn't really with a gym. He's one of those guys who had to kind of learn that he needed to train before he fought. But now we see him. He's training. He's got Cole Givens in his corner there. He's also got Mr. David Hobson in his corner, who we'll see fighting later on tonight, who's an owner of a big KO at NLC.
I'll actually be in his corner.
This will be an interesting matchup because he's going to be significantly shorter than Mr. Aarons. This is a very tightly matched fight. I'm not sure exactly who I would favor in this, to be honest.
I'm excited to see this lad back here behind him in the pink gloves. I want to see him fight.
He's got some serious tree trunk
legs.
I
don't know his background, but I went over there and talked to him, and I said, "Are you a wrestler?" He said, "Yes." He's a college wrestler at West Virginia University Tech. And I am excited to see what he brings to the table because I've not seen quads like that in a while. He said he squats 550.
That sounds.
Oh yeah, he does. He's tough. I was sparring with him a little bit, although my takedowns aren't as much. I'm more of a jiu-jitsu guy, so we don't really do a lot of takedowns where I train at. So his takedowns are phenomenal. So we've worked a lot with his striking too.
Where do you train at?
I train at FMA in Beckley.
Oh, okay.
And then I do at my boxing gym. We do George Euler teaches too sometimes when I do it with him.
George is a tremendous jiu-jitsu coach. He's been around for a long time. Another West Virginia legend.
Yeah, I do George Euler, and then Jason Wilcox does it at FMA.
And we see Tyrone Kinchin there in the corner of Mr. Aarons. I believe they were all pretty close guys. They all trained at Dawghouse at one time. I'm not sure if Tyrone's still there at the Dawghouse or not. But all right, we're losing Macho Bob here for a minute. So we see veteran cutman there applying the grease to Mr. Tyler Aarons as he makes his way in. I like the outfit that Tyrone Kinchin has on.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot.
I can't tell where his shirt begins and his pants end.
It's just a onesie. I'm scared.
It's a jumper.
Yeah, jumper.
Now we're going to see a big height differential here as Tyler Aarons is quite a bit taller. Nicholas Lyons is somebody that has carried power. He actually seems to have gained power as he's gone up weight classes, which is not something usually you see.
Okay.
We've seen him get a couple of stoppages. He had a tough out in Lexington last year against the son of the promoter, Keith No. And
Round number 6 represents 3 scheduled rounds of kickboxing action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, fighting out of the Downtown Athletic Club from Mount Sterling, Kentucky, Nicholas New Breed Outlaw Lyons. Across the cage and out of the Cunningham concrete red corner, he is an undefeated MMA fighter making his kickboxing debut. Fighting out of the Dawghouse gym from Marion, Ohio, Tyler Aarons.
All right. It is time for a fight. Gentlemen,
I'm excited to see Mr. Aarons. This is the first real kind of competitive match that I've gotten to see him in. We saw him kind of put somebody away pretty early here last time that I was here in Parkersburg. But interested to see this matchup play out.
All right, touch of gloves. Both men come out orthodox. Both start with a front kick.
Aaron's starting with that push kick. I think that one drifted a little bit low, but I think that's what he's going to try to use to keep Mr. Lyons away from him. Nicholas Lyons is going to be looking to get inside and land big overhand rights. That's kind of been his trademark shot. But he's landed some nice leg kicks in his previous kickboxing fight as well. There's that overhand right. And Aaron's just out of the way of it so far.
Well, and I see an advantage here early for Tyler Aarons in the length, and you see when Nicholas Lyons is trying to reach the chin of Tyler Aarons, he's really reaching high up into the air and kind of leaning back almost when he throws.
Yeah,
and I don't know if that's...
Yeah, when Lyons does that and he when he goes straight back, he almost puts his head at the end of the punch, which is the maximum power.
Yeah.
So
right. And both guys coming out here very measured early. Tyler Aarons holding the center of the octagon, or the cage, I should say.
Oh, there we see Lyons, I think, maybe found a home for that right hand. I didn't have a great angle of it, but it looked to me like that one he actually found the range on.
And it appears to me that Tyler's just trying to measure, trying to catch Nicholas Lyons lunging in. And Nicholas is doing a good job of not starting with the same strike each time.
Yeah.
He'll start with a kick, he'll start with a punch.
There's a big right hand over the top from Nicholas Lyons. Oh, and another. He's doing a good job. He's finding home for some of those punches. He's got Tyler Aarons standing straight up and down at the end of those exchanges.
And Tyler seems awful comfortable in there with the hands down around the waist and moving them, you know, the way he's moving them there. And Nicholas Lyons using some feints high, some feints low, and having some early success.
He hasn't really earned the respect yet of Nicholas Lyons. Nicholas just kind of walking through his fire and throwing hard shots.
Yeah.
As a taller guy, you have to get the respect at the end of that jab, at the end of that front kick, and he wasn't able to do that.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to give that round 10-9 to Mr. Nicholas Lyons.
I think I will too.
I believe so. They didn't set the world on fire, but Nicholas Lyons stayed busy.
Yep.
He was changing levels. He was going to the head. He was going to the body. Tyler Aarons was more in kind of a feeling out mode.
Yeah.
Kind of a little more measured. Maybe seeing what kind of speed Nicholas Lyons had to offer and see what he was going to throw at him. I look for a little more output from Mr. Aarons in the second round.
Yeah, you don't, especially as a tall fighter, you know, you're told you have an advantage going in. You don't want to rely solely on that. Sometimes you get caught off guard, and then the Lyons comes in with the looping right, or gets on the inside somehow, and then before you know it, it's too late.
I made a joke earlier. I think that might actually be a one-piece outfit that Mr. Tyrone Kitchen's wearing.
You think it might be a one-piece?
It might be. But one thing, Tyler Aarons kind of went away from that push kick that he was using to keep Nicholas Lyons off of him early on, and it didn't seem to fare well for him. Whenever he's throwing roundhouse kicks or round kicks of any kind, Nicholas Lyons is using that as the opportunity to come in.
Nicholas Lyons over here throwing his arms in the air, trying to get this crowd pumped up.
Yeah, he's got some confidence coming into the second round.
There's
that front kick again.
Both of these guys with some nice fight trunks on in there. The tiger on the side of Lion. That's funny. He's got a tiger on the Lions, and Aarons has the skulls and
looks like axes. Oh, nice
axes, some kind of chains and a cross.
That lift hook by Lyons is landing a lot. If that was Aarons, I would keep my right hand up a little bit more, because even if it doesn't hurt, that's points being scored. So,
and it's also what he's using to set up the big overhand right as well. He's landed it behind that left hook several times. There's that left hook again. And the big overhand right.
As we progress in this fight, the difference to me has been the feints out of the blue corner. The fakes and the feints are what's setting up his success.
I think if Lyons didn't telegraph that so much, or bring it from, around town, as I call it, he could probably hit that right hand a little bit more.
A little bit of posturing and gamesmanship there from Nicholas Lyons.
He turned his hips and then threw that side kick.
Not lacking for confidence, is he, Anthony Lester?
No, not at all.
There's a couple nice jabs from Aarons. That's what we need to see more of from him, I do believe, here on the outside.
There was a short hook that landed, but Nicholas Lyons answers back with a combo of his own.
And Lyons actually landed like kind of a back fist in that exchange.
I know, I saw that.
Oh, and there's another big shot. We're seeing a power differential from the smaller gentleman, actually.
Well, he's really reaching for some deep breaths now is Lyons.
He is. You see Aaron starting to feel that, I believe. He's starting to take some more steps forward, trying to close that distance and take advantage of that. He's got a nice snappy jab. He's hasn't really found the range of it yet, though. Lyons is kind of right on the end of it.
Well, and we've seen it in a few fights already tonight. One of the fighters utilizing this vast expanse of real estate out there.
Lyons landed another big left hook and another big right hand. I think that was enough to secure that round for him, in my opinion. That was a closer round than the first round, I think, but I still think I would slightly lean towards Mr. Nicholas Lyons there in the blue corner. I wonder what kind of advice you're giving Tyler Aarons if you're Tyron Pinchon.
I'm saying you got to open up, man. You got to throw some punches. You got to throw some strikes. He's been effective when he throws. He's just not. He's throwing one punch at a time.
Yep.
Nicholas Lyons has been a little more effective landing punches, but he's winning basically on volume.
Yeah. I do wonder how this third round will go, though. Lyons has been throwing a lot, but of course, all that power and all those punches makes you tired.
Yep, and all that hooting and hollering between rounds. You got to conserve that energy.
Yeah, I don't like doing that before my fight. I like people that can do it, but I can't do it.
Yeah, I always wanted to like wake up from a nap and go in. You know
that's me. Yeah.
Something's coming into us from the commission, but we'll let Macho Bob handle that. So we get ready to start this third round.
They said the final bout of the evening, the main event, Becca Robinson and Kirsten Maccabee will be 3 2-minute rounds.
Yeah, I think there was some discussion about it maybe being 4. That's a nice caught kick and another right hand landed from Mr. Lyons. They're talking to each other in there.
Yeah, they've been doing that a couple times each round.
And boy, I can see Nicholas Lyons really reaching for some deep breaths. You got to wonder at what point is Tyler Aarons just going to empty his gas tank and try to win the fight.
Yeah.
I wonder if he realizes that he's behind 2 rounds. I think he's, there's some nice shots. One was kind of to the back of the head, but he turned into it.
Yeah.
Aarons is doing a better job of getting his shoulder out in front of that overhand right now. There's that push kick. That would really pay some dividends now that Lyons is starting to fatigue. If he could stab him in the solar plexus with that push kick.
However, he's going to need at least a knockdown to secure a draw. He needs a finish to win, in my opinion.
I think if Aarons could throw that jab more, just do it more. I think he could really hurt. I don't know about hurt. You don't know about people's toughness, but that could be really effective. Going forward.
Especially now that Lyons is fatigued. Lyons has been throwing a lot of that rear leg kick to the rear leg. It's a very awkward angle that he's taking it at, and it's caught Aaron off guard. There's that left hook lands again for Lyons. That right hand just too low for Tyler Aarons here in this. Nice
a little body shot.
Yep, and zero urgency out of the red corner to pursue any type of finish. This is going to be a walk for Nicholas Lyons. 10-second knock.
They kind of exchanged left hooks there. Big right hand landed for Nicholas Lyons.
He tried to. Who does that in the UFC? Max Holloway.
Max Holloway, yeah.
Not quite Max Holloway-ish.
No,
it was pretty good.
I think people need to stop doing that. I've seen enough.
Yeah.
Well, if you're going to do it, you got to do it right.
Astorg Auto and my friends over here at AWOL Bail Bonding. You never know when you might need bailed out of jail. Route 95 Auto Repair, West Virginia Polo Club, home of the after party. Try the ribs. Dishman Pre-Owned Auto, Twisted Glass Smoke Shop, and Drip Beard Oil.
I've been wrong before.
Yeah, judges.
You never know what's going on in their heads.
Judges do some weird things.
Sometimes that's the problem of leaving it to the judges. You know? And it's not always the judge's fault. Sometimes you see something in the moment and you think, this is it. And then you watch a replay and you might see, I did that wrong.
Especially if you're at a specific angle of the cage where you missed a couple of big moments. Like
I've judged many fights wrong. Some things I think that look like inflict punishment or inflict damage. Probably did not.
Yeah.
You know, it could be the angle you see it, or
The judges have rendered a unanimous decision by winner from the blue corner, Nicholas Lyons.
They're very, very, very happy, and he gets his record out to 2-0 in Cruiserweight Kickboxing. Now we will move on to light heavyweight MMA. This will be Destin Like, 22 years old, out of Oak Hill, West Virginia, and he's taking on Dallas Lazier. He's the Laser. He's 29. He's out of Athens, Ohio. Both men fighting in their debut fight this evening.
Mr. Laser is 5'7" in the light heavyweight division. That's a little bit on the shorter side for a light heavyweight, so that'll be interesting.
Taking on Destin Like, who's 6'1".
Yeah.
So
See some Oak Hill?
Oak Hill, West
I may
Virginia.
know him. I went to school at Oak Hills.
I do, Danny. I do.
DJ, bring him out.
Hey, and as we bring these fighters out, we're generally here on the air.
Fight is actually going to be 3 rounds. It was approved for 4, and then they changed their man this week.
All right, we just got an update from the man,
About that earlier.
the main man, Keith. No, what was Keith informing us of over here?
Same thing the commission lady told you a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
The main
okay.
event's 3 rounds.
Okay. And
The commission kind of went back and forth on whether they were going to approve it for 4 or 3, but
well, and now that Danny Ray asked who wants to see a fight, and we all want to see the fights, we want to thank some of our sponsors for helping us put on these fights. We've got Marion Tennant Pre-Owned Autos, Cunningham Concrete, Alltek Environmental and Construction Services, Route 95 Auto Repair, Paps Auto and RV Sales, Dishman Pre-Owned Autos, Miller's Sudz and Sales LLC, Mount Zion, West Virginia, Pro Trust Advisors, AWOL Bail Bonding, Astorg Auto, JW Potts Insurance, Drip Beard Oil, Gribble Roofing, Momentum Pipeline, Mount Zion, West Virginia, and last but not least, if you need something to pack your medicine in and set it on fire, Twisted Glass Smoke Shop.
I believe Mr. Aarons is.
Yeah,
I believe Mr. Aarons is not super happy with that decision, but maybe if he goes back and watches it, he'll.
Yeah,
feel
sometimes you got to do some good self-reflection. You always get mad at the end of your fight. You think you didn't do good enough. Even if you win, you think you didn't do good enough, and you look back and you're like, I did better than I thought I did, you know.
Well, and like I said, he didn't lose the fight because he's the inferior fighter.
Right.
He lost the fight because there was no offense, there was no output.
Yeah.
Nicholas Lyons stayed busy the entire 3 rounds. He won it on sheer volume.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, here we go. Fight number 12. Man, they've been barn burners so far.
Yeah, we're tearing through this card. I'm going to get home by 1 o'clock in the morning. I like it.
Yeah. Now, how many fights are there?
20, I believe.
Oh, wow.
21.
21. Count the jiu-jitsu and stuff.
So, what's 21 minus 5?
That's 16.
There you go, 16 fights.
You got to look to the jiu-jitsu guys for math.
Yeah.
The wrestlers always got to look to the jiu-jitsu guys for math. I got to get a small dig in at wrestling. Just a little one.
Bout number 7 represents 3 scheduled rounds of light heavyweight MMA action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, making his debut from Oak Hill, West Virginia, Destin Like. Across the cage and fighting out of the Cunningham Concrete red corner, also making his debut, fighting out of Athens Bando Kickboxing. He is from Athens, Ohio, Dallas, the Laser Lazier.
Looks more than 5'7" to me. I feel like that was a lie.
And he looks a little bit bigger than 200 pounds, too. But
He's a stout gentleman.
he's got a good-looking ponytail in there, does Dallas Lazier. And he's taking on Destin Like out of Oak Hill. I don't know what they got in the water down there around Oak Hill, Fayetteville area. But
It didn't help me out any, I have to tell you that.
well, there's some tough dudes from down that way.
Yeah.
Zane Jones, Trey Ferris.
Yep, I know Zay Jones. I sparred with him a little bit, a couple times, and trade fairs actually.
Good long punches so far from Mr.
And let's not forget, when I say Oak Hill, I'll never leave out Sean Lockery. I think pound for pound, one of the best this state's seen in a long, long time.
Destin Lake throwing some hard shots, but he gets caught in the body lock and a nice outside trip. That's that Kosoto Gake. He's able to get back to his feet, though, and strip the grip and turn around.
All right, here we go. We've got ourselves a fight. Dallas Lazier in the black trunks and Destin Lake in the white compression shorts.
Destin Lake landed a nice right hand there. Oh, he ate a big right hand, though, and right into that same body lock. This time he's able to break the grip, though, before he gets taken down. It's turning into quite a scrap, ladies and gentlemen.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Dallas Lazier with that right hand straight down the middle. Destin Lake ate it twice.
He's got some power on that right.
Destin Lake growing in confidence here as the fight progresses. What we're seeing here, boys, is the 4-ounce factor. Those small gloves can slide by and not land when a boxing glove would normally land.
And Lazier's using kind of like almost like a cross guard Philly shell type thing on the inside, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, it said Lazier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed. And that's one thing we were talking about earlier, how judges might see something.
There's a well-timed shot.
Like may hit on the glove there, on the hand, but it looks like he's hitting in the face, but that little bit of protection is helping him.
That was a well-timed takedown and straight to the side mount for Dallas Lazier, but Destin Lake's hands were looking really good. He was getting comfortable there, and Dallas Lazier level changed and hit the blast double for the takedown.
Now, we're not seeing Destin Lake do what you would like him to see as a coach from side control bottom, but he is holding on and he's keeping himself from absorbing a lot of damage in this last 10 seconds.
That's going to be a first-round W there for Dallas Lazier, secured with the takedown. Landed, had good effective punches early in the round. Destin Lake kind of found his rhythm and started landing. He had Dallas Lazier at the end of his punches, and then came the double leg takedown.
We saw good long straight right hands from Mr. Lake, or however you say that name, Lake, I'll say. And Lazier did land that one big overhand, so we had some good punching exchanges between both of the guys. We saw two nice takedowns. Mr. Destin has some pretty decent grappling acumen as well, though, because whenever he got taken down and kind of gave his back, he stood up and stripped the grips and turned and hip heisted very quickly, like he knew what he was doing. So, got two skilled gentlemen here.
What'd you think of that, fellas? Oh, you didn't see the monitor. We had a young man over here. I would call him young. He looked a little bit younger than me, showing off some dancing skills.
This will be an interesting second round to see. Neither one of these gentlemen look particularly fatigued yet.
No. Man, they moved a good bit that round, so that's impressive.
I do wish that we had 3-minute rounds.
I want to see Destin.
Yeah.
I want to see Destin's birth certificate. He looks older than 22. That dude looks like he has 2 kids in junior high.
Commission just told us intermission after about 10, but I don't know if that's from the fight card or from the jiu-jitsu card.
That must be from the fight card, because in total we're on about 12.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And Destin Lake, he is zeroed in on his opponent, Dallas Lazier. Good front kick there from the rear foot.
Oh, and a left hook lands there from Mr. Lazier. And Destin reaches for a headlock from far away. He's starting to look like he might be fatiguing a bit. Nice shot, but a beautiful sprawl. I think we're seeing a wrestling advantage for Mr. Lazier. That's a heavy sprawl.
Yep, gas tank could be dwindling from Destin. That's usually what happens when the gas tank dwindles a little low. You dive in on a bad shot and then drain your gas tank a little bit more.
Oh, a nice leg kick and a right hook from Lazier. He's even blocking kicks with that.
I know, another good fight here from two guys that listed as debut fighters.
Yeah, another thing with Lazier, you was talking about earlier, the little cross guard or Philly shell thing. As a boxer, I like doing that, but I think it can even be effective in MMA. You can see people like Daniel Cormier using that in UFC. They'll use that sometimes. Or
Yoel Romero, same thing.
Yeah, especially like for knees or for anything. It's very effective.
Oh, nice leg kick from Lazier.
In this round, a little bit better round for Destin Lake, but Dallas Lazier still doing some good stuff here.
Destin's visibly fatiguing now, though. See him taking steps backwards, but there's only 18 seconds left in the round, so.
Oh, a little jab as he stepped out there.
And I think we might be looking at a Destin second round here. Lands another nice right hand. It's a very competitive second round. I don't know who I would give that to be honest.
I'd like to know both of these guys' athletic backgrounds because Destin Lake is a big strapping lad, but it doesn't appear he's got much wrestling pedigree. It appears to me maybe a football player or something. He's got big muscular legs, and Dallas Lazier has shown a little bit more affinity for wrestling with the better takedowns.
Yeah, there's a few really well-timed shots in the first round, and that sprawl was beautiful there in the second round. That's a very close second round. I have no idea how I would score
that was a very tough second round to score, and just for the sake of keeping things even and level and fair, let's give Destin Lake a 10-9 round, and the third round is going to decide it here for Dallas Lazier and Destin Lake. I can't. What do you say? Oh, I don't know. He's again.
I think he's asking if it's on. He's asking if his camera's on, I think.
Lots of people coming over here to the commentary booth for advice on things. We don't know anything.
I was going to say, they're asking me questions I do not have the answer to.
I don't know.
And when the music playing don't help either.
Yeah, those little speakers over there put out some serious sound.
When you walk by them, it's like a wall of just sound.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. The third and final, and what will prove to be the decisive round in this fight.
Destin missed with a big right hand, although he seemed to have landed that one. He ate a left hook earlier in the round from Lazier. He's really coming at Lazier. Oh, and we saw Lazier reach for a double leg there and fail.
Little mouse under the left eye of Dallas Lazier. So some of those,
good body work and short left hook from Dallas Lazier.
And Dallas wearing some damage on his face there. So some of these punches from those baby blue gloves of Destin Lake are finding their target.
This fight's really up for grabs in this third and final round. I'd like to see Lazier push forward and see if maybe he can time another one of those double legs or something with 1 minute and 7 seconds here remaining in the third and final round. He lands a nice jab. Now he lands another one with some good head movement as well.
You know, I'm happy to see Lazier, too, coming from a boxing background. For me, you know, a lot of times coaches will sometimes say as a shorter fighter, abandon the jab. But he's doing great with the jab, and you just have to do a level change when you jab, as you jab.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's doing a level change with some head movement.
Yep.
And he's earned the respect of Destin, who's now keeping that right hand up a little bit closer to his chin, or was momentarily at least.
Man, this is another tough round to judge.
Oh, that was
straight to the tip of the cup.
It was a low knee there with 45 seconds remaining in this round.
Looked like a knee / shin, maybe low kick straight to the gonads. See a good mouse there under the eye of Dallas Lazier. I think both guys could probably use this break. Unfortunately for Destin Lake, probably not as
not the way he would have wanted it.
Yeah, not the way he wanted to get a break. All right, 40-second sprint here to the finish. Let's see who wants this. See the spotlights shine bright on these two gladiators.
And I believe this fight is very much up for grabs going into this last 30 seconds of combat.
Most certainly. This last 30 seconds will leave a lasting impression on the judges. There's a good right from Lazier.
Good right and a good left behind it from Lazier.
I think I saw Light do the Starvin Marvin thing just now.
Yeah, he did. Throwing heat with that right hand.
I tell you guys, I don't want to have to judge that fight, but
that's rough. That's a rough.
I would lean 29-28 towards Dallas Lazier.
29-28 Lazier, I agree.
Alltek Environmental Construction Services, JW Potts Insurance, Cunningham Concrete, Gribble Roofing, Momentum Pipeline, Pro Trust Advisors, Miller Sudz and Sales, Marion Tennant Pre-Owned Auto, and PAPS Auto and RV Sales.
All right, another great fight there in bout number 12.
I'm interested to see how the judges score this contest.
I'm excited to see too. See if I scored it right. And I was very, very.
We'll see if they scored it right.
I was very gratuitous. To give the second round to Destin White.
I'd say the first one was definitely Lazier.
100%, absolutely.
The other 2 rounds were a little bit up in the air.
Yep.
It could really depend on where you were sitting.
And Destin landed some hard straight right hands in both that second and third round.
I like Dallas's hair better.
Yeah, well, there you go.
He's certainly got more of it.
I like the ponytail look.
I think he's got better tattoos too. Plus, he's got like his calves are bursting out of his shin pads.
I did notice that.
I always appreciate that as something like
the elastic in those shin guards are ruined. They're ruined.
I always had to wear like a size of shin pad that didn't actually fit my shins because it needed to accommodate my fat calves.
The judges have rendered a split decision. With winner going to the blue corner, Destin
But I don't think there's a wrong way to judge that one.
The second and third rounds were close. I would have leaned the other direction, but that's certainly not something I would call a robbery.
No.
I would be grumpy about that if I was Mr. Lazier, but.
And sometimes with MMA, that's definitely harder. Like boxing, there's few errors that you see, as a judge.
Posture.
But,
Fix your posture. We're on camera.
Oh, well, there we go.
At what? No. They were pretty proud of their runner-up status, though. No, they had 4 state champions.
Make sure you visit the concession stand. It's ran by the PHS wrestling team. They had 4 state wrestling champions this year. Give it up for PHS Wrestling.
That you see a wrestling team have 4 individual state champions and not win the team title.
Yeah.
And that's a testament to the strength and the growth of University High School up in the northern panhandle, or northern part of the state, I should say. Not quite to the panhandle, but
ladies and gentlemen, who wants to see a fight? DJ, bring him out.
UHS is in Morgantown.
Okay.
Okay.
Touchdown City, USA, and they are the 2-time defending state champions. And that state championship rarely leaves Wood County. It's usually right here at Parkersburg High School or across town at the Superior High School, Parkersburg South High School, where I was a 1995 state champion and part of one of the best teams in state history with 11 wrestlers, 11 of 13 weight classes in the finals.
Oh, wow.
We were dominant. We won it on Thursday. It was over by the end of the day Friday. We could have set the finals out and still won it. But anyhow, my Al Bundy moment is over.
Keep going.
Let me take my hand out of my pants.
I'll take some pride in the fact that somebody from Morgantown won it this year, even though I've never wrestled in Morgantown.
All right, here comes a new guy on the scene, Sammy Davis. Sammy Davis just took on Lucas Wright and held his own.
He gave a good showing of it.
I was there. He's got a new fan in me. I talked to him after the match and everything. And he's a great guy, but a great fighter as well. And I'm his new biggest fan, I think.
Hey, and he's coming in here to take on Stevie Allen, the wild man out of Zanesville, Ohio. This dude boasts a 10-1 record. He's 32 years old, 6'3" with a 78-inch reach. This has the potential to be the fight of the night.
Yeah.
And you can see Sammy in there despite not having a vast experience, a record of experience. He's very calm, he's cool and collected and ready to fight in there.
Yep.
And he didn't shy away from Lucas Wright, so I don't see him shying away from Stevie Allen.
That's what I was going to say. You go against somebody like Lucas Wright, you can probably go against anybody.
These are both taller gentlemen, I believe 6'2" and 6'3", if I remember correctly from the paper.
I'm excited to see Stevie Allen go here. He's built like a fighter.
I was going to say, he certainly looks the part. He's got the shoulders, he's got the tights.
Well, and 32-year-old man, he's got that grown man strength. So
it really is a big difference.
Both of these guys, tough man champions. I'm going to call this now. I'm going to predict that fight of the night's going down right here.
Yeah, certainly a candidate. It's always interesting to see the tough man guys coming into these longer rounds, even though 2-minute rounds are still not very long, but it is a world of difference in how you have to pace yourself. Not just in conditioning, but how much volume you have to throw.
Yeah, I talked about it before. Shedding that, I'm trying to think of the word here, getting out of that.
Bout number 8 represents 3 scheduled rounds of cruiserweight boxing action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, has a record of 5-2, fighting out of the Concrete Coliseum from Clendenin, West Virginia, Sammy the Sniper Davis. And across the cage, out of the Cunningham Concrete red corner, he has a record of 10-1, fighting out of Schimmel Fitness. He's from Zanesville, Ohio, Stevie Wildman Allen. Doing great.
You can limit them to just throwing with their rear hand, but in boxing, it's a different beast. Oh, that's a nice jab.
Yeah, it was very good.
Slow start here for Sammy. Usually a quicker starter, usually a faster starter, but maybe learning and growing as a boxer.
We see a lot of that rear straight to the body from the red corner.
Boy, Sammy really likes to load up on the right hand, though. He's got big power in the right hand, and you can see him sitting on it a la Dan Henderson a lot. He holds that thing right there cocked, ready to fly.
Oh, and there's that left hand to the body again. He's really finding a home for that straight
right under the
body,
sternum. It got
which
him.
is a ballsy punch to throw against somebody who's throwing big overhand rights from an unorthodox position, but he's found a home for it so far. There it is again. That's obviously a big part of his game plan here, is to slow the sniper down with that body shot.
Oh, big right hand! Damn it. Here it was.
He was for 1 second. I missed it.
Oh, my goodness. He sat right on it. He held it down there in the holster. Stevie Allen got out of position, and he ate that big right hand, and it knocked his feet right off the ground.
There's an immediate mouse under the eye from that right hand.
There it is again on the break.
Sammy Davis is still very composed.
Wow, and you can see him just sit down and cock that thing from back in right field. That secures a 10-8 first round for Sammy Davis.
And if you're Stevie Allen, you're pretty frustrated with that ending of the round because he was doing quite well up until that point.
And had Stevie Allen's feet been planted, maybe that punch doesn't knock him down. But Sammy caught him with his feet crossed up, off balance a little bit, and Stevie Allen found the canvas.
And that's the thing that's unfortunate. Sometimes it's not always the power of the punch, it's how you're balanced.
Yeah.
It's just you're off balance.
Yeah, you get caught in a tough spot. His head was way out in front of his feet, and he got hit, and he went down. But the way he popped right up immediately afterwards, he didn't even appear to be rocked. Yeah. Although it did produce a pretty good mouse under the left eye there that we could see right away.
As you know, in every sport, it's all about balance. You lose your balance, you lose. I mean, pretty much, you lose your center of gravity, you lose.
This will be an interesting fight because I think so far we've seen Stevie Allen has been able to, at the very least, hold his own, as to say the least. But that big knockdown, a 3-round fight, that's a big thing.
I was seriously trying to sit here and think of a sport where having bad balance was beneficial.
Now you can
it doesn't matter as much in jiu-jitsu because you can just fall down and play off your back.
Yeah, true. Well, sometimes you can use your off balance to against somebody, but it's still using your balance.
Both gentlemen landed big punches there. We see a little bit more aggression out of Allen. I think he knows he needs to get a knockdown back. He's playing a little bit less conservatively than he was in the first round. He lands a big punch of his own.
I'd like to see Sammy Davis maybe throw some more straight shots. I think he can get him a lot more if he threw straighter shots.
And I thought the same thing when he was fighting Lucas Wright, but he's good with the looping shots.
That's true. Some people just are. You wonder how they can get him, how they can connect him so easily.
Well, the key is really, and you don't usually like to see the big head movements, but Sammy Davis has good head movement.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the key to making looping shots work. Really, is using footwork and head movement to get close enough to land.
Good sportsmanship there by Sammy Davis. He
you can't help it at first. You got that killer instinct. You want to go in for it.
And
Sammy, excuse me, Stevie Allen should have made sure the referee was in there before he started looking for his mouthpiece.
Yeah, just instinctual, just instinct. And I think Stevie Allen is going to resort to the Sammy Davis school of boxing and start throwing some wild roundhouse shots of his own.
I think we might see this devolve into more of a tough man fight.
And Sammy Davis is not afraid of that.
There, he's trying to chase that big left hand. You see.
And again, that is this ginormous boxing surface we have in front of us.
It's very hard to pin somebody down in this cage. Oh, we saw a big shot landed there.
I think they're both getting pretty fatigued now.
A couple good straight shots from Stevie Allen, and that forced the clinch from Sammy Davis.
I think he actually hurt him with that one straight punch, but wasn't able to capitalize on it because the clinch happened immediately.
Allen seems to be following him more, not trying to cut him off as much, and that could be where he's tired or just not thinking enough.
He seemed to change his approach at the beginning of that second round, trying to get that knockdown back too. I think that's part of it. Because I mean, a knockdown in a 3-round fight is a big deal. It's very difficult to make that ground back.
How did you score that round, Mr. Collin?
I would have given that one. I would have personally given that to Stevie Allen, very narrowly, but very narrowly. But I did give it to Stevie Allen.
And Stevie Allen chooses to stand in the corner, as does Sammy Davis. Anthony Lester, are you a stander or a sitter?
I sit. I know a lot of people like to stand now because they say it weakens your legs and stuff, but I've always sit, so.
I always put one leg up like Captain Morgan because my back hurts and it makes my back feel better.
I never thought about that.
So I always put my foot up on the stool.
Right. I do not like water in the corner. I don't know why. I've only done 3-round fights, but if you give me water, I'm like trying to get it down. So
if I do, it has to be in the second half of the break.
Yeah. What are you laughing about? What are you thinking about over there?
I wish the camera would have been on you.
Come on out of the gutter, Bob.
Yeah.
No. I am a straight shooter.
Oh, big left hand landed there from Stevie Allen.
We're missing the fight over here.
Behave, Macho Bob.
Stevie Allen hurt him with a big left hand. Let's see if he can capitalize on it. We see him biting down on the mouthpiece and coming forward, though, is Sammy Davis.
And that's one thing about old Stevie Allen. He's nice as could be. Not Stevie Allen, I'm sorry, Sammy Davis. He's nice as could be outside the ring.
Yeah.
But, boy, when he gets in there, he's got some grit and some ill intentions.
I think even if he's hurt, he wouldn't back up for safety. I think he would have rather go inside and try to just fight you if he gets hurt.
Yep.
I will say, though, I was speaking with his dad in his last fight. I think it was his dad. And he has a pretty big handicap. His glasses are about this thick. So no excuses there. Can't use that as an excuse.
Yeah, when you get the eyes swelled up, it affects you less.
Yeah.
He landed a big right hand there, but Stevie Allen landed some punches on the way in as well.
All right, looks like the gas tank in the Allen corner may be dwindling a little bit.
That was a nice uppercut, just barely missed by Mr. Allen.
And Sammy Davis has so much improvement to make in his footwork in order to utilize that power effectively, because he's got big time punching power. It's just that his footwork is.
There you go, level change. That's how you get away from those straight punches. You can't just lean straight back.
You know that one hurt him because he went in for the bear hug right there.
You saw the expression on his face change after that straight left hand. Stevie Allen moving with a sense of urgency.
Yep, and I think the 10-8 first round is going to be enough, but could be a draw.
I was going to say,
could be
I would personally score that as a 28-28 draw, but
yeah.
Tonight's show's being brought to you by Alltek Environmental
I'm going to
Construction
guess that the
Services, JW Potts Insurance, Cunningham Concrete, Gribble Roofing, Momentum Pipeline, Pro Trust Advisors, Miller's Sudz and Sales, Marion Tennant Pre-Owned Auto, and Paps Auto and RV Sales.
Sammy, another one of these fighters with an affinity for tattoos. Some nice artwork there down the right arm, the whole chest, left leg, left calf covered down there.
Yeah.
Either he knows somebody or he's got one heck of a monetary investment in all of that artwork.
That's what I was going to say.
Well, what do you think, Macho Bob? Fight of the night still? So far?
It was a good one. It was a good one. It was a good one. I didn't get the fireworks I expected. We did get a knockdown.
Yeah, that's true.
We didn't get all the fireworks I expected, but a fight. I'm hoping that there's going to be one better than that down the road.
Yeah.
Take nothing.
The judges have rendered a unanimous decision. Going to the winner out of the blue corner, Sammy Davis.
Do enough to win that second round on the judges' scorecards and take home a unanimous decision.
And I'll tell you what, I don't know what the future holds for Stevie Allen, but I look for big things out of Sammy Davis. I don't see this kid slowing down, man. He'll fight every weekend if they'll let him. All right, good victory there by Sammy Davis, the sniper.
And Stevie Allen has a great build for fighting. He needs to tighten up his defense and his footwork just a bit, but he's certainly got a bright future ahead of him too if he stays on the right path.
Yeah, most certainly. And you know, I used to think 30 years old was ancient, but now being 49 years old, I look at 32 and I'm like, Stevie Allen's still a kid.
Who wants to see a fight? DJ, bring him out.
What about this next guy? We're going to see Eric Oden, the Warrior of God.
He
had a big knockout in his last showing down in Point Pleasant. Now he's making a foray into kickboxing.
Really?
And I seen him in here earlier. He's got some flexibility in the legs. He can. Hey, Stevie Allen, great effort, brother. And Stevie Allen comes over to the booth to give us a little fist bump. That was a great fight, and Stevie will be back. We will see more of him.
And we see Nick Secreto coming out of the compound again. The compound's done pretty well tonight so far.
You know, that's one thing I've loved about getting into this fight game and doing the commentary, to get to meet these fighters and become friends with people that, you know, we share the same enthusiasm for the same sport in different ways. Of course, I can't get in there and fight anymore, but I love to watch these guys grow, and I love to watch them learn and get better. And every time you see them, I wouldn't call them a different person, but they're a different fighter.
They are a different person too. I mean, you get to see people evolve as people, for the better and the worse sometimes if you watch them fight long enough.
Yep.
All right, there he is, Nick Secreto.
Hey, if you want much, I'm sure we can work something out. Me and you go in there 1 minute rounds, you know, maybe.
I don't know, man. I'd leave out of there with massive head trauma, I'd say.
I doubt it.
Can I wear a helmet?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Football helmet?
All right. And if Eric Oden is anything, he is big.
Yes.
And he's one of those guys that he would be a really good football offensive lineman because he's got very nifty feet, he's got good footwork, and he's got big time power in his hands.
Yeah. You don't notice how big he is until you're right below him and he's on the ropes leaning on him. Oh, my God.
And again, another one of those guys, just nice as could be outside of the ring. Well, except when he's wearing the badge and carrying the Glock on his hip, I'm sure he could be.
You wouldn't want to give him back talk.
Yeah, you can't always be a nice guy when you're doing that job. So, big hugs for the camp. Eli, the Wild Man Adkins, over there with his man. we're about to get underway.
Now, what's the weight difference here? Is there a big weight difference?
I don't know, but it appears to be that Nick Secreto has cut some weight to get to where he's at.
Yep.
He's 6'2". Eric Oden's 6'2". This is 211 pounds plus.
Okay.
And Eric Oden's closer to 300 than he is 200.
Wow.
I am not sure about Nick Secreto over here. If I were to guess, he strikes me as about a 220, 25 pound man.
Probably.
I would have guessed, yeah.
So going to be a big size advantage for, at least weight advantage for Eric Oden. Always very gracious competitor, always class act, represents the sport, his camp, and himself well. This is going to be a good one.
Bout number 9 represents 3 scheduled rounds of heavyweight kickboxing action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, making his debut, fighting out of the compound from Fairmont, West Virginia, Nick Secreto!
The crowd for Fairmont, too.
Across the cage. Introducing out of the Cunningham concrete red corner, he was a tough man champ. He's making his kickboxing debut, fighting out of the concrete Coliseum from Bloomer, West Virginia, Eric, Warrior of God, Oden.
4A fight. This is kickboxing. These are heavyweights. 3 2-minute rounds. Eric Oden, the Warrior of God. He is on the right of your screen. He is dressed in red. Nick Secreto, he is on the left of your screen. He is dressed in black. And we are off.
Good movement so far from Mr. Secreto.
Comes out with some feints and some head movement.
Landed a nice right hand there as well.
And he's switching stances back and forth. Southpaw to orthodox. Eric Oden comes out orthodox. I like what I'm seeing here from Nick Secreto. He's off to a fast start.
That activity can serve you well against a heavier fighter sometimes too.
Yep.
You don't want to get too close, let that weight serve them the advantage. You want it to be a disadvantage for people.
Well, we're going to see how the stance switches become a factor in this fight, whether it benefits Nick Secreto and he can confuse Eric Oden, or if Eric Oden can time one of those stance switches, catch those feet crossed up, and put Nick Secreto on the canvas.
Yep. Sometimes it can confuse you too. You know, if you're stance switching a lot, in a split second you switch, and then everything changes in a way.
Well, and you see the little pirouette there, the spin move from Secreto, some fancy stuff here, and Eric Oden being very measured and trying to calculate and determine and try to catch Nick Secreto in a precarious spot here.
Secreto's doing some good work with the leg kicks. Oden's been able to check a lot of them, but he's also ate a lot of them. Secreto also is doing a good job of one of the things that I really like about guys who switch stances a lot, which is they kind of have a free defensive movement. They can always take 1/2 step back and be in a stance, and that throws you off as an offensive pressure fighter. There's a nice left hook right cross.
And so far,
big body kick from Oden. Oden throwing some heat. Big right hand again from Secreto. He's not afraid to exchange.
No, he's not, and they finished that round right there with a flurry, and that was a very even round. I say 10-9 Secreto.
I would agree.
Another thing too about the stance switching is sometimes you don't always have to initiate the stance switch. You can let your opponent essentially change for you. If they take the outside position, they try to get out there, all you have to do is do a half turn and you're switching.
Right, especially like there's a lot of that diagonal footwork to get off to the other side that just doesn't serve you as well against a switch fighter.
And this pace, the pace that Nick Secreto put up there in the first round, Pretty impressive for a man of this size.
Very.
He's very light on his feet. He was very fluid in his switching of stances, and I think that did slow Eric Oden down a little bit.
Yep. If you don't train for that, it throws you completely off. Trust me. I've sparred plenty of fighters that just switch it up on you mid-fight or mid-spar session, and you're like, what? You don't know what to do.
All right, let's see what kind of. Let's see how Eric Oden adjusts here and see if he can get some offense going against Nick Secreto.
We saw Eli Atkins calling for a right uppercut from Oden. Although he might have been meaning a left one since he's orthodox.
Well, and Eric Oden has now gone southpaw.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's a nice leg kick.
And the thing is with Nick Secreto, with the fluid movements and the stance switches, his hands are very low. His hands down around the belt line, and here comes some big punches out of the red corner.
Secreto putting it on the big man there on the cage. I don't know if any of those landed super cleanly, but
it looked good.
Yeah, certainly looked good to me. It looked good to the judges as well.
Very impressive stuff from Nick Secreto. This guy's got some dexterity and some balance.
For sure.
Spin kick, spinning back kick.
Oh, and a big right hand landed against the cage for Secreto.
I will say, even after being in those altercations, Oden's still very, very stone-faced.
Yep.
Very composed.
Yeah, definitely not in a hurry, definitely not flustered.
Nope.
Oh, he looks like a big man who knows that one punch can change the dynamic of the fight.
And again, this big dance floor out there. There's so much room to move around. And Eric Oden, I think, is most of his fights, if not all of his fights, have taken place in a four-corner ring.
We're going to call that a slip.
That was a big
they're calling it a knockdown. It did happen on a punch. So.
That was a textbook example of off balance. It probably didn't hurt Oden at all, but he was off balance, had the foot up in the air, leaning back, the punch, he had nothing to catch himself. No anchor.
And now that is going to secure a 10-8 round for Nick Secreto.
Oh, and he lands a Superman punch. Oh, and a big left hook. Good. Big body work at the end of the round from Nick Secreto.
That
After the knockdown.
Very close to a 10-7 round.
Yep, putting an exclamation point on it, yeah. Tell you what, he's doing a good job of trapping Oden against the cage and trying to time those head kicks. So far, he hasn't found a home for any of them, but it's a very good strategy.
Yeah. And again, you just gotta give a lot of credit to Nick Secreto over here, coming in against a much larger man, and just showing no regard, no fear for contact, spinning, switching stances, throwing from all angles, high kicks, low kicks, left kicks, right kicks. Good performance so far from Nick Secreto. Eric Oden kind of feeling his way around here in his kickboxing debut.
We see Chris Smith calling for a little bit of urgency from Oden, I believe. Oden's got a jovial appearance there in the corner, though. He's still very much is in this fight.
Well, we know in his heavyweight fights, especially with Oden, one punch can change it all.
All right, here we go. Round number 3 is underway.
All right, Eric, come on.
Good. Starts it off with a good left jab or a left looping left hook, 2 of them there.
There was a left hook landed from Eric. That's the strongest punch we've seen from him in the last bit of action. Oh, and a nice right hand
good
for Secreto.
Yep, Eric Oden felt that when he acknowledged that. He said, yep, that one tasted bad.
Every time Eric Oden is switching stances, he's eating hard leg kicks on that lead leg. He's obviously not just used to checking kicks from that stance.
And Nick Secreto can really just cruise on home if he chooses to do so.
But he has to keep moving. He cannot stand there with Oden.
He is definitely on the back pedal, and I don't know if that's where you want to be.
Those guys landed hard shots there. To be honest, I'm amazed at how Secreto's not getting hurt when he's
he's not at all.
Yeah. He's obviously a durable guy. He's doing his neck exercises.
Yeah.
Well, you can see, in spite of the physique, he is a big man. It looks like he might have carried around another 100 pounds at some point in his life.
Yeah.
He's got big arms, big legs, and boy, he's got good footwork and dexterity.
No knees in the clinch from the big guys.
Definitely ambidextrous is Mr. Secreto.
That was a nice jab to the body and switches stances afterwards. Smooth work from Secreto. I really like what I'm seeing from him. He lands another big right hand. Odin's kind of bullying him around a bit here, but it's a touch on the back of the head. But
you can't help that sometimes. Inside fighting, it happens.
Yeah, it happens.
Ooh.
Wow, Nick Secreto.
He's not coasting this round either.
No, he's not. He is not coasting to victory.
Oh, he lands a big left hook and a right hand and another big right hand.
Oh, both.
Man. What a spectacular. Now that might be fight of the night.
I like that.
Good work from Nick Secreto.
I think Secreto took a unanimous decision, but that fight, that was a good fight.
Spectacular work from both
Astorg Auto. AWOL bail bonding. My friends over here at AWOL.
Good.
Route 95 Auto Repair, West Virginia Polo Club. Try the
down at the
ribs.
beginning of the show when we.
And it's home of the after fight party. Dishman Pre-Owned Autos, Twisted Glass Smoke Shop. And guys, over here is Drip Beard Oil. Now these guys have merchandise. I've heard nothing but great things about your business. So make sure you come over there and visit Drip Beard Oil. They sponsor a lot of fighters. And just go say hi to them. Buy a t-shirt.
Dakota Odell out of Summersville, West Virginia, another one of these southern West Virginia fighters.
Yep. The judges have rendered a unanimous decision. Winner from the blue corner, Nick Secreto.
Well, Anthony Lester, I don't think it's a secret anymore. Mr. Secreto is a prospect.
Yes, 100%. He has proved himself here tonight.
I bet Mike Shepard liked watching that one, being a kickball. Look at Mike's over here eyeballing him down. He's like, maybe we can get him up to the Dawghouse and teach that young man, turn him into a kickboxer, because that was an impressive performance for a debut kickboxing
and to
fight.
do that well against somebody like Odin.
Yeah, Eric Odin. It may be his debut kickboxing, but he's a very strong
Number 10,
pugilist.
there is going to be a short intermission. Make sure you go support PHS Wrestling and go to the concession stand. If you don't want to buy anything, donate money to the program. And then get dissolved too.
They are. Parkersburg High School is perennially one of the best.
That was a number one, Macho.
You cost me money, Colin. What did I do? I bet Anthony if you were going 1 or 2 and you're up in your back awful quick.
It's the water bottles.
Yeah.
All right, one more fight before intermission. We're going to have Dakota Odell, the fearless hustler, 21 years old, out of Summersville, West Virginia. 0-0, he's 5'9", 70-inch reach. But first, we're going to see David Farmer make his way to the ring.
I think it's the other way. I think it's blue corner coming in.
Oh, that is Odell. I'm looking at the chest tattoo, and I was like, oh, he doesn't have a tattoo. David Farmer would have had a busy night since his picture was taken if he was going to get covered up like that. This is Dakota Odell, 21 years old, Summersville, West Virginia, 5'9", 70-inch reach, and this is his debut fight.
We're back to MMA, 170.
Welterweight MMA. Who's your number one welterweight of all time?
George. It's got to be George.
GSP. It's tough to argue with that one. I always loved Matt Hughes because I was a wrestler. But you're probably right. George St. Pierre's a tough one too.
George just stuck around a little bit longer, and I think the quality of opponents is just a little bit higher. Matt had a spectacular career himself, but
was George St. Pierre on PEDs? Yes or no?
Probably.
100%.
Probably, yeah.
Hey, like Nate Diaz says, they're all on it.
Yeah.
The biggest thing with George is he's got that HGH kind of gut.
Yeah.
Which I wonder, I'm more inclined to say that he was probably on growth hormone or maybe even some insulin type stuff than actual just straight up anabolics.
Okay.
And it's also kind of odd to me that John Danaher has coached like 3 really famous MMA fighters, and they've all had stomach issues.
Yeah.
Gordon, Matt Serra, Chris Weidman has it as well, and George.
Yeah.
Well,
I love John. I've got nothing bad to say about John. He's the smartest man in the world.
Well, David Farmer walking out here, he certainly passes the eye test. This guy, he's been in the weight room a day or two, I would guess.
Oh, yeah.
Either that or he's got world-class genetics. I don't know, but he is pretty ripped up, and he's coming in here.
He looks big for a welterweight.
He does.
Like he cut some weight.
He does look big. He's got big hands. He's got some big thighs. He's got the abdominals, but he's got a 0-0 record, so we don't know what kind of fighter he is just yet, but we're about to find out. He's coming out. Who was the guy that was in his gym earlier?
From Athens Bondo. I was just about to ask that.
Dallas Lazier.
Oh, okay.
And Dallas was the one that had the nice level change blast doubles to secure the fight for him. So expect some more of the same here from David Farmer.
Well, he looks taller and thicker than his opponent. I would guess that he knows how to cut weight.
Yeah.
That's a big thing in the amateurs. You see a lot of guys that don't know how to cut weight or maybe don't even know that you can cut weight. They certainly don't have the right coaches to teach them.
You know how I cut weight? Don't eat.
Yeah, that's the easiest
Bout
way.
number 10 represents 3 scheduled rounds of welterweight MMA action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, making his debut from Summersville, West Virginia, Dakota Fearless Hunter Odell. And across the cage, out of the Cunningham concrete red corner, also making his debut, fighting out of Athens Bando Kickboxing Club from Athens, Ohio, David Farmhouse Farmer.
All right, Odell, blue corner. See him there on the left of your screen. Third man in the ring, Matt Jones. Into your screen from the right comes David Farmer. Touch of gloves and we're off.
Nice leg kicks from Odell. Answered back by Farmer.
Big lunging movements from Dakota Odell. He's changed stances a couple times, switched stances. Both men orthodox now.
A little bit more of an upright posture from Mr. Farmer. Seems a little more measured in his approach. Oh, that nice check left hook, yeah.
David Farmer proving to be slightly more reserved early on. And there's a good body kick.
Man, there's that left hook again.
Farmer definitely seems to be well versed in kicks.
Yeah, we see he's using that that underhook well to bully him around against the cage. Circles back out and takes the center of the cage. Both exchange some calf kick action.
Yeah, both guys letting the leg kicks fly.
I like that nice little tight left hook that Farmer's lands a nice leg kick.
Hate to beat a dead horse, but again, debut fighters.
Oh, that's that right leg kick, left hook. Beautiful combination.
That left hook landed flush.
Oh, and a big right hand and a left hook behind it. Odell's tough, man. He's eating some hard shots here. There's another left hook and another right hand. Odell's hurt against the cage. His legs are hurt and he's hurt upstairs.
If he can stay a bit more composed, I think he'd do okay. His legs might be a little too hurt now, though.
Yeah. He's chopping back, though.
Yeah.
Former looked at his hand after he threw that left hook there. I wonder if he might have injured his hand.
I think Odell's bleeding now, right?
Yeah, it looks like a cut over the right eye.
I think those two big left hooks from David Farmer might have secured the first round there for him.
He's landed several variations of the left hook too, right? He landed that as an attack, as a leading attack, and he's also used that check hook going backwards.
I think we're seeing a very similar fight to the Lazier-like fight where Dakota Odell's the wild puncher, the reacher, and the scrapper, where David Farmer, much like his teammate Dallas Lazier, more measured and composed. So we'll see how this one plays out as it goes on. I got it 10-9 Farmer first round.
Yeah, for sure. Now this is both their debut, right?
Absolutely, and it's unbelievable that I keep saying, I know I'm being redundant, but all these debut fighters are coming in here. They've spent their time in the gym getting prepared.
We see Eric Swan working on that cut. Getting the bleeding stop for him.
And that's an art in itself, isn't it?
It is.
Being a good cut man is.
I think the doctor's checking him out.
Get out of there.
You never want the doctors involved.
Yeah, get out of there.
You can see him after.
Well, he just wanted to get in there so his wife could see he's actually at the field house at the fights.
Yeah,
he's earning his paycheck.
We'll make an appearance real quick.
All right.
Odell looks frustrated. I don't know if that is going to play well for him or not. We'll see.
Well, knowing the doctors like to say things like, "Well, if that gets any worse, I'm going to have to call it." And
I can't say too much. He complimented my shirt earlier, so I can't say.
Hey, sometimes a cut opening up on a fighter will open him up, open his offense up. But we'll see how it goes. Again, you hate to get cut in your debut fight, but that's the nature of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, a nice right hand landed from Odell, though.
What's the old adage? It's a wild animal, or a wounded animal is the most dangerous animal.
That's it. Yep. Back him into a corner and trap him and prepare to fight.
Yep.
Because you're locked in a cage. There's nowhere to go. David Farmer's eyes. He is locked in on his opponent.
There he chops at that leg again. I don't know how many more Odell can take. There's another one. Both of those count when he was heavy on that leg,
I don't think I could take two of those.
Yeah, he's wearing them pretty good tonight.
Oh, big right hand.
And Matt Jones is in there for the stoppage. This one is over. David Farmer.
Beautiful work from Farmer. That was a picture-perfect straight right hand down the pipe, and we had the perfect angle to see it.
Hey, and sportsmanship there. That's just absolute warriors right there. And Dakota Odell, you could tell he was stunned.
Astorg Auto, my friends at AWOL Bail Bonding, Route 95 Auto Repair, West Virginia Polo Club, home of the after-fight party. Try the ribs. Dishman Pre-Owned Auto, Twisted Glass Smoke Shop, and Drip Beard Oil. Go check out their merchandise. Go say hi to those guys. They're right over here. Hey, what's the physician at ringside's name?
He was like, man, good punch, right after. So,
and he did a good job staying moving on the ground afterwards. He did his best, but he was just in a spot where he wasn't able.
That was all instinct kicking at me,
Yeah, and David Farmer, man, another prospect.
Yeah, he's one to watch in this welterweight division. Hopefully we'll get to see him around NLC and Dawghouse more.
I'll tell you what, good on Keith No for going out, and Mike Shepard, and going out and farming these guys and finding these young men. You know, farmhouse is an appropriate name for him. David Farmer.
And how well have these fights been matched so far? We haven't seen a single mismatch on this entire card. Not one.
It's the
The referee stopped the fight at 1:14 of the second round with winner from the red corner, David Farmer.
Yeah, Keith does a great job of matching even the debut guys, and really fair matches.
Hey, men, we've had 5 grappling bouts, and we've had 10 mixed martial arts, kickboxing, and boxing fights. It's time for an intermission. Let's take what are we taking, a 10-minute break?
Usually about 5-10 minutes. So usually they say 5 and it's actually 10. But
let's take a couple-minute break. We're going to go get some H2O, some high-quality H2O in us, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Coming up next, we're going to have Michael Hobson, the man from Man, in the red corner against Bryce Pomeroy. 2 big boys with big power. I'm looking forward to that fight. We got the two big heavyweights coming up.
Oh, great! You guys got me. I was over here using my what's the word I'm trying to think of? My physical therapy skills, checking out some injuries over here. All right, we're getting ready for the finale. We're going to finish off this fight card. We've had 5 jiu-jitsu fights, jiu-jitsu matches. They were all awesome.
Yeah, only one went to the cards, and it was a good match.
We've had 10 fights, boxing, MMA, and kickboxing. Now we're getting into meat of the card. Up first is going to be super heavyweight MMA. This is 266 plus pounds.
These are big boys.
Yeah, Bryce Pomeroy, white boy Pomeroy. Bryce, his younger brother fought earlier. They're out of the Concrete Coliseum.
He's the one. His brother's the one who got that nice armbar finish.
Yes, he did, and he'll be taking on Michael Hobson, the man from Man. He's from Man, West Virginia, tiny town in West Virginia. He's coached by one of our commentator friends, Brad Cooper. That fight will be followed up by a guy that a lot of people don't like. He goes by the bad guy, Zane Fry. He's a 2-10-1 professional boxer, which you look at that record and you think, man, this guy's no good. But
Zane takes tough fights, and he takes tough fights on short notice, and he fights injured. I mean, his last fight, his shoulder dislocated multiple times. He kept trying to put it back in. He was mad when the doctor finally stopped it. I mean, Zane is a fighter.
He's one of my favorites, and I always give him a little bit of grief because I know that he plays up the bad boy thing, but he's not a bad guy.
No, I've always wondered why people call him that, because he's always been super likable to me.
And then
who wants to see a fight? These guys over here do. DJ, bring them out.
Main event. And, of course, Sheldon Starcher, Bobby Johnson.
Those are spectacular fights. All 3 of those last 3 fights are great fights.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, Mike Shepard and Keith No did a good job.
This is a spectacular card.
Putting together a well-balanced card.
Yeah, well-balanced card, well-matched. Everything's done very well professionally here. I like that.
And I'm telling you, I'm overwhelmed, and I've said it time and time again, these debut fighters coming in here prepared has just impressed the heck out of me.
It's a completely different world in West Virginia combat sports than it was 10 years ago.
All right, this looks like Michael Hobson.
That's Pomeroy.
Is it? Dang, they both look alike in the picture.
They do look pretty alike. He's got the white boy on his shirt.
All right, I didn't see.
And if you were going to pick it, he's big and white, and he is a boy. So you couldn't pick a more descriptive name.
See J.R. Cochran there. I can't wait to see J.R. fight again. J.R. is one of those guys that when I first met him, I thought, man, he's so nice. He's so reserved. He doesn't strike you as a fighter, and then he got in the ring and he was just a vicious savage.
Yeah, and I was super impressed with him in his debut fight. I mean, he was 18 years old. He was still in high school when he had his debut MMA fight, which I commentated.
Look at that beard he's got on him back there.
He's got a better beard than I can go now.
And Bryce Pomeroy coming out to one of my favorites, the Toby Keith Classic.
Yeah.
Pretty sure this song came out when me and Bobby Johnson were over in the sandbox.
Yeah, it did. That was definitely a post 9/11 tune.
Hey, I am a USA to the bone guy. I bleed red, white, and blue. I love the American flag. I love America. I love the United States, the Army, our military service, first responders, all of them. I'm behind all of them. If you put your life on the line to take care of me, provide my freedoms, take care of my family, all those around me, kudos to you. And I love this guy's fight shorts there we just seen in the ring, the red, white, and blue. All right, now we're going to get to see Michael Hobson.
These are two big boys. These are both big, strong, athletic guys for super heavy.
All right, here's the guy with the quads. He's from Quad City, West Virginia. Look at the legs on this dude. And he is a college wrestler, Michael Hobson, at West Virginia University Tech, or West Virginia Technical University. I don't know how to say it properly, but looks like this guy's probably their heavyweight. And I'm excited to see him get in here and do some MMA with big Bryce Pomeroy. We know Bryce Pomeroy is going to be about it because his brother had a big win earlier via submission and looked very polished for a 0-0 fighter.
And we've seen Hobson in boxing before in the new Line Cage. So I'm excited to see him in something that, you know, where he gets to apply that wrestling skill as well.
Oh, and Bryce Pomeroy is a high school wrestling coach.
So we got two big, strong wrestlers.
Now what that tells me, when you get two wrestlers in here, we're going to see who's trained their hands more.
And they both throw some heat with their hands. We've seen Hobson get a big knockout.
Hey, these are big men. Again, this is 266
and again, look at the back here on this 19-year-old kid. What the hell?
Louise, I know it, man.
One day I'll hit puberty and look like that, man.
I don't know what the heck they got going on.
Bout number 11 represents 3 scheduled rounds of super heavyweight MMA action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, making his debut, fighting out of the Concrete Coliseum from Hernshaw, West Virginia, Bryce White Boy Pomeroy. Across the cage and out of the Cunningham Concrete red corner, also making his debut, fighting out of the Apex Combat Sports from Man, West Virginia, it's Michael, the man from Man, Hobson.
All right, here we go, Colin.
These are some big, strong gentlemen.
Yeah, we are in Parkersburg, West Virginia. This is the home of wrestling in the state of West Virginia. And now we've got two wrestlers in here, a college wrestler and a high school wrestling coach at Riverside. One of my favorite wrestlers this year was Bumpy Johnson from Riverside. Autistic young man, an absolute tank, built like a house. Inside leg kick, Hobson.
Yeah, we've seen Hobson switch stances already. Going back and forth between Southpaw and Orthodox. There he uses that punch to enter into a double, and he goes for a back arch, but he gets stuck on the bottom.
Oh, that was not a great move there.
Yeah, but he went for that big belly to belly.
I think he ducked in, he level changed and shot in on a big double. Yeah. Went for the lift. I think he felt how heavy that man was. Bailed on that, went for the lateral drop, and finds himself stuck under a bus.
Now, if Pomeroy can get some space here to throw some punches, he can really do some real damage, although he might be looking to smother him with his chest right here. He's not really looking to posture up, it doesn't seem like. He seems very cool, calm, and collected. He knows he's got a lot of time. He's still got 50 seconds to work.
And this is a tough spot for Michael Hobson because it's one thing for me or you to be on the bottom of someone in full mount, but that's a 300-pound man on top
of him. That's a big gentleman on top of him, starting to set up maybe some key locks.
Getting a little taste of all that belly hair and all that.
He's using a lot of vicious cross faces here, too.
He has just the forearm across the face is an uncomfortable predicament here. And there's a little burst he needed, but not enough.
Yep, he's trying to get off of his back, trying to oop out him out.
The only hope he's really got here is to belly down and try to tripod, because This is just a terrible spot.
There we saw Pomeroy briefly posture up, but he seems more content to stay in this kind of skydive mount position with his hips heavy. And look at that, his knees aren't even on the mat. He's making Hobson carry every ounce of his weight.
Yep, and that was a lot of work down there for Michael Hobson. He was not breathing freely underneath there.
Yeah, and that's just a big tactical error. A lot of times you see guys really commit to that kind of back arch lateral drop type of position.
And against a guy that's not a high school wrestling coach, that might work.
Yeah. You really have to make sure that you've got the posture going forward and you have an underhook to turn, or you're going to end up stuck on the bottom like that. We've seen that a lot in MMA. Saw that in Don Fry Takayama, one of the most famous fights of all time.
Michael Hobson there getting some instructions from the main man, Brad Cooper. He'll be joining us over here in the booth after this fight. Brad Cooper will be.
Both of these guys have the red, white, and blue on their trunks.
And both of these guys have quality corners, giving them some good instruction in here. So let's see how this second round changes now that Michael Hobson's back on his feet.
And I think Bryce has felt that wrestling of Hobson, and I don't think he's afraid of it anymore if he was to begin with, because he defended that double leg pretty well, and then he ended up on top in the takedown attempt. So.
And Bryce Pomeroy, very square, standing very square. Surely he doesn't try the lateral drop again.
Using that overhook very well to get back to an underhook of his own. Good pummeling from these guys.
And this is heavyweight wrestling right here. This is Daniel Cormier's niche right here, the dirty fight on the inside.
Pomeroy doing a good job of getting double unders. You see Hobson trying to use the double overs. He's trying to look towards a headlock throw, but he's going to end up giving this back. Now he's got good Greco control. He's going for an inside trip.
The length of those arms, Bryce Pomeroy's arm length around a big bodied Michael Hobson. To be able to lock your hands there, he's got a hold of the cage here. The referee can't see it. Fingers. Yeah, he did a good job there hiding it from the referee. And yeah, he was doing a good job hiding it from the referee. I didn't think it was my job to tell him. I'm a rat. Hey, we're trying to keep it fair. There's a big right hand from Hobson. And some big faces from Bryce Pomeroy.
Oh, there's that inside trip again. Pomeroy defends the inside trip, though. He comes back out again. He goes for that same back arch without the connections that he needed. He ends up on the bottom with 10 seconds left. That probably cost him the round. I mean, that was a very tightly contested round before that, but he finds himself on the bottom again.
To the dressing room. Lindsey Hines to the dressing room.
Is just too schooled at wrestling, and he's just too doggone tall to be trying to hit a lateral drop.
And you've got to get some real forward pressure and momentum into that.
Right.
And you've got to get hip-to-hip
And
connection.
the forward momentum is there with Bryce Pomeroy pressuring into Michael Hobson, but still, it's not set up properly.
Yeah.
There's no.
And you've got to have a good enough underhook that you can turn him in the rotation, right?
A definitive pressure change, so.
That's one of the things, and I don't know how you feel about this. Obviously, you're more schooled in wrestling than I am, but I have noticed that Greco guys are much better in the clinch exchanges in MMA. They're much better at knowing how to manipulate people's posture with those upper body tosses.
Well, because that's what Daniel Cormier did. Greco-Roman wrestling negates the leg attacks. You can't attack the legs.
Yep.
So you learn to fight above the waist. And you're absolutely right. Greco-Roman wrestling is a great base for MMA fighters.
Chael and Randy Couture, you saw them take down, you saw Randy Couture take down Kevin Randleman, who was a 3-time NCAA champion, right?
And we've got one of the best Greco-Roman wrestlers in the world from right here in Parkersburg named Braxton Amos. He'll be a senior at Wisconsin this upcoming year, and he's an Olympic hopeful next rotation at Greco-Roman.
Good job digging into the double unders again.
And there,
that time he kind of tried to force that rotation with double overs, but he ends up underneath of Bryce Pomeroy again, and Pomeroy getting into that crucifix position. He's in half guard, but I don't think that
Yeah, that's the worst spot you can be in, I think, for Michael Hobson here. Half guard crucifix type. Looking for an Americana.
I think he's going to get it.
Key lock, hammer lock, whatever you want to call that.
I can't tell. Yeah, he's got the grip. He needs to pack it down and take it down below the shoulder. I think now he's got a pretty good angle. He needs to drag that hand a little bit lower, though. He's still
that can't feel good on his shoulder.
And all he needs to do is drag that knuckle down along the mat a little bit more in line with the shoulder, but he loses it. But now he ends up in a good, solid position to launch some strikes from. Oh, and he advances back to the mount.
Well, that shoulder's going to be sore in the morning. Mr. Hobson's going to have a sore wing.
Starting to work towards the back now. I think Hobson's maybe. Oh, he's flattened out underneath of him. That's a terrible place to be flattened underneath of.
And he's slapping him.
He's doing a good job. I actually prefer the slaps from there because it's easy to break your hands from there, and you can do a lot of damage with the palm strikes from there. I really like when guys do that. Rory McDonald used to do that in the UFC. And he's just riding him like a rented mule.
Yep, this one is. This one's all over except the shouting, and that's going to be a stoppage victory for the white boy, Bryce Pomeroy, out of Hernshaw, West Virginia. That's 2-0 for the Pomeroy brothers tonight.
He definitely showcased his wrestling tonight.
He certainly did, and you got to question Michael Hobson's decision-making, going for the lateral throw multiple times and ended up flat on your back.
Brought to you by Astorg Auto. My friends over here at AWOL Bail Bonding, Route 95 Auto Repair, West Virginia Polo Club, home of the after-fight party. Dishman Pre-Owned Auto, Twisted Glass Smoke Shop, and Drip Beard Oil. Come over here, these guys have some merchandise. They support the local fight scene.
Fry, man, I love watching him fight. He's always exciting. I believe this is a rematch. I think he owns a victory over Justin Taylor.
He does.
Fry defeated Taylor by majority decision in their first meeting, June 2025.
In charge, stop the fight in round 3 at 150. Winner from the blue corner, Bryce White Boy Pomeroy.
And we will shortly get started with our first professional boxing bout of the evening. And it's going to be Justin Taylor, the Grim Reaper, fighting out of VO2 Fitness in Newark, Ohio. He comes in at 0-5. One of those losses, too, none other than the bad guy, Zane Fry, who comes in at 2-10-1. But don't let that record deceive you. This guy will fight anyone.
These are both skilled fighters. Like I said, these are guys who take tough fights. They take fights on short notice. Like, these are the kind of guys who occasionally end up with bad records, that don't match their skill set.
Well, and I can't wait to see what Zane Fry comes out wearing. He's always
Ladies and gentlemen, who wants to see a fight? DJ, bring him out.
Brad, this is very odd for me to be in a third seat tonight, so I have to take first seat for just a second. Brad Cooper, Colin Caprini, and Macho Bob here at Cage Side.
There we go.
There we go. That feels better.
Hey, Brad. It was weird to see you over there coaching an MMA guy.
It's something that it's not happened in a long time because it's been so boxing centric, and we did some MMA stuff years ago, and now starting to get back into it. Michael Hobson, let me tell you, he is a collegiate wrestler at WVU Tech, still very early in his progression. You can see the ground games there, but it's mostly a top ground game and a side ground game from the wrestling background. Has to build that. We've got George Euler as our jiu-jitsu instructor, along with Addison Frame at Apex. That's going to build as time goes on. What impressed me the most, he didn't panic.
No.
He got out of position. He didn't panic. He was very well prepared. And the biggest hand strikes, stand-up strikes of the fight, he landed. There weren't a lot of them, but he landed with his hands and did pretty well. Landed a couple left hands from his back.
I got one question.
Sure.
Did you teach him that lateral drop?
I did not teach him that lateral drop.
That was not the right way to do it. He found himself flat on his back under a bus 3 times.
Well, we had a game plan in mind, and he didn't execute some of the things we wanted to do. But I can tell you this, I didn't teach him the lateral drop. You obviously know what the correct form is. I think we may need to bring Macho Bob in for a consult at some point at Apex Combat Sports.
Don't tell him I said that, because I'm pretty sure he could lateral drop me at will.
Hey Macho, I don't know how to tell you this. This is being televised. He's going to go back and watch it. I think he knows.
Hey, Michael, I don't want none of that, brother.
290 pounds. I mean, just brute force strength. There's a lot of room in his progression. A lot of time. He's 19 years old.
Hey, well, he can crack too, right? We saw him have that brutal knockout in his first boxing match.
He did, and he fought in the Huntington Tough Man. Had a little bit of an ankle injury. That's something that kind of slowed us up tonight. He's been battling an ankle injury too. But he landed a huge one-punch knockout, and then in that fight, and then a combination knockout in the Huntington Tough Man a little earlier.
No wonder his ankles are hurt carrying around all them quads.
Is that not unbelievable? You know, I'm very tall and lanky and lean, and I've known how to use that over the years. The big size 15s, it's kind of hard to knock me off balance, but my goodness, the brute force strength. But now we got a lot of big fights coming up here, including someone, Macho, you know is always so entertaining with Zane Fry.
He's coming out in a bulletproof vest. He's wearing a bulletproof, or is that a shank vest that they wear in the prison, that the guards wear so they don't get shanked? I don't know, but the bad guy is dressed the part tonight. That looks like he's wearing a plate carrier, a SWAT team plate carrier.
And he's got Chase Boyd, who fought recently for New Line and also fought recently for Real Fight Promotion up there in Morgantown.
Hey, Brad, you'll know. Who was the guy cornering the guys from Gloucester? The Sam's Gym.
I've got to tell you, I was in the back warming some guys up. I didn't get a chance to look over there and see.
I wanted to give him a shout out, and for some reason his name is just slipping my mind.
Well, we did get to see Lucas Wright tonight, who we saw at the Craycraft pay-per-view a few weeks ago, and it's always fun to see him in action as well.
How about Sammy Davis with a big W?
Sammy looked very good.
Number 12 represents 4 scheduled rounds of professional middleweight boxing action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, fighting out of VO2 Fitness and Dawghouse Gym. He's from New Ark, Ohio, Justin the Grim Reaper Taylor.
A few years ago, there was a lot more of him back then. He's lost so much weight.
Across the cage and fighting out of the Cunningham concrete red corner. He is out of ZFT training from Columbus, Ohio. Zane, the bad guy,
How many times do you say that whenever you watch any type of combat sports? That kind of heart, that kind of desire, and no quit, it's something you truly cannot
No, that's
teach.
a man who loves fighting. Yeah, I mean, as a coach, it's exactly what you want to see out of people. You can add other stuff to that, but if you don't have that base, you don't have a professional fighter.
And it's true in any sport. You have to have that desire to say, no matter what happens, I will not relent.
All right, here we go. Take it, Brad.
So a classic lefty-righty matchup here, and obviously you're going to see the battle for the lead foot position, and that's something Taylor's going to have to do. He gave up that front position a lot of times in that first fight.
Zane's really good at his head movement on the inside there. Just slips right underneath of that straight punch. Nice double jab.
It's always so different to see boxing in a cage because you don't have the traditional ropes, corners, the boundaries, those pressure angles. There's a lot of room to go. Right in the left hand, miss there for Taylor.
Yeah, there's quite an expanse of real estate out there for a defensive fighter to move around and use his feet.
When you have a righty-lefty matchup here, obviously there's a lot of focus on that front foot, but because those lead hands are matched up, the jabs neutralize each other sometimes. So it's really a battle of who can land their straight right hand or straight left hand as a lead shot, use it like a jab, and be more effective with it. Because the punch lanes change. Just because your lead foot isn't on the outside doesn't mean you're ineffective. It's just your delivery angles change and the lanes change to be able to throw punches. So who can be more effective in that exchange?
And we saw Zane's going to the body with the right hand too, which I like. He landed a nice hard straight right hand to the body a few moments ago.
You want to see Zane start to throw that lead right hand, like I just said, but follow up with a real wide left hook around the lead right hand. There's a good right hand to the body. He can come back upstairs with the left hook, but Taylor can neutralize a lot of things if he sticks to that double jab and commits on it and makes Zane back up.
Oh, there he goes to the body with the left hook.
There's the short lead right hand for Zane Fry. That's the punch we were talking about.
And he landed a left hook on the end of that combination as well, up over the shoulder. Oh, he's going hard to the liver. He's doing good work, even against the same-sided stance.
Colin, Macho, one thing that stands out to me is that this doesn't feel like a round 1. It does feel like a round 5, like it's a continuation of their first 4-round bout.
Yeah, these guys are very evenly matched, and again, it's one of these things where you look at the record and you look at a 0-5 and a 2-10-1, and you're like, but hey, 2 schooled pugilists in here, 2 boxers.
Another right hand to the body there. Then he comes back up with the right hand to the head.
The right hand upstairs hurt him, I believe. I believe Justin Taylor felt that one.
If Zane can continue to throw that right hand to the body, the left hook to the head off of that will be there. But that's the mistake he can't make. He can't lunge in with those body shots because you give away so much position and you can get caught on the return when you try to come back into balance.
And I wonder how confident Zane feels in that right shoulder. Oh, he lands a nice right hand.
There's that left hand from Taylor. He's needed that. That's his best punch so far.
Well, he's usually got it all KT taped up, and he's got no tape on tonight, so obviously he feels better now than he has in the past.
Yeah, I believe he got some stem cell injections to try to address some of those injuries that he has.
One technical aspect that's not working well for Taylor. You can see even when they're in a stationary position, much less when he's backing up. It's a good short left hand or a right hand at the belt. When he starts to slide away, he starts to tip back and bend at the waist away from Zane. That puts his weight over his back leg. He starts to tip, and even if he does try to throw anything, there won't be anything on it, and he'll have to come back to center before he can deliver anything or move, and that's going to be something they're going to have to correct in the corner before this next round.
And it makes subsequent defensive movements much more difficult when you get caught.
Well, you're frozen. You're absolutely frozen when that happens. No matter what you do, and this is for anyone that's watching tonight that likes to compete, no matter what it is that you're doing, when you throw a punch, number 1, throw it like it may not land. Because you want to stay on balance, so even if it doesn't land, you're in position to either come back with another punch or make some type of movement. Number 2, don't overcommit on them. Don't let your elbow go out past your knee and start to lunge. That compromises balance. There are a lot of different styles, Colin. There's a lot of different things that you're going to do in these sports. Left-handed, right-handed, boxer, puncher, slugger, no matter what it is. The 3 things you cannot ever compromise: balance, distance, and timing. And that's true with MMA, it's true with boxing, kickboxing, name jiu-jitsu, name the combat sport. Those 3 things are always going to come into play.
And I wonder what kind of adjustments they were making in the corner of Taylor there.
It seems to me like he's about a half a step away from being really effective, but there's just so much room to account for in a cage.
I think he's going to have to tire Zane out a little bit if he's going to be able to start to do work inside. I think this is what he needs, more forward pressure.
Already Zane getting that lead right hand dialed in again.
Different feel here in the 4-round pro fight, different pace.
He tried to come up with that left hook off that right hand to the body, Macho.
There's the Zane Fry we know and love so well. Playing to the crowd, smiling, a little bit of gamesmanship.
Zane's using the parry of the lead hand very well to neutralize the jab of Taylor.
Well, again, that's a tactic that these guys use when it's orthodox southpaw, is to slap that jab down and then throw over top of it.
Well, I know we're still just early on here in this second round, but really the fight has been dictated by one thing. It's a half a step. It's about a 6 or 8 inch difference when they're in that phone booth, in that position where Zane Fry can land right at the end of his punches and Taylor just can't reach him and Zane slides away. It's literally the story of a half a step.
That exchange on the up against the cage was the best punches I've seen Taylor land, I do believe. I'm not sure if either of them landed cleanly, but he was putting punches over the guard of Zane Fry.
He's got to find a way to get Zane Fry to a boundary. He's got to get him up against that cage. He's got to get him moving backwards, but getting him to go where he wants to go. Macho, in military terms, he's got to start to serpentine a little bit. Cut him on some angles and get him to go where he wants him to go.
That's much, much harder to do in this big cage, though.
It sure is. One thing that will help is if he will trap that front foot of Zane Fry, that'll dictate at least a little bit of where he can go. And then whenever Zane starts to escape, it's cornerback versus wide receiver. Beat him to that spot.
Oh, there's some good work on the inside by Taylor. He landed a jab a moment before that too, when Zane briefly went to the high guard from his classic Philly shell.
When he gets inside, he's going to have to work body head. But Colin, there was another example of that. He started to tip back whenever he was moving back, and that cost him another step just to get his balance.
I think Zane Fry's winning this fight just strictly on footwork.
Good right hand to the body again. If he comes back with the left hook to the head immediately off of it without any hesitation, that punch will be there. It'll be a right hand to the body, left hook to the head, right hand to the head, and that could really do some damage.
Zane's really doing a good job with that lead left hook to the body too, which you don't normally see southpaw versus orthodox. Usually you see those getting caught on the elbow, but he's sneaking them just underneath of it. I think because the threat of his hooks to the head are keeping the elbow up of Taylor.
That's part of it, and also his foot placement is allowing him to be a little more accurate with that and get it to go exactly where he wants it to go instead of trying to force it in.
Headbutt, clash of heads. No harm, no foul.
Taylor is going to have to get to the body. Good right hand there from Zane Fry. Again, it was that lead shot right down the middle. But he's going to have to get to the body of Zane Fry and slow those feet down. 2 rounds in the books, gentlemen. And that's a pretty clear, so far, 2018 for Zane Fry.
Well, you want Macho Bob's opinion. I want to see these guys start throwing with some ill intentions. I want to see one of these fighters attempt to hurt the other fighter. I've not seen that yet. More of a kind of feeling out process, point fight going on in here.
I think we saw Zane starting to turn it up a little bit there at the end of the second round. I think he's starting to feel like he's finding a home, and he's maybe putting some fatigue in Taylor.
I'd like to see him step on the gas here and see if he can secure a finish.
Well, I think he's going to do that because he stepped it up from round 2 more than he did in round 1. I think we're going to see that start to escalate. The one thing he can't do is he can't get reckless at all. And the biggest reason is that's the only chance Taylor has if the fight continues in this manner, is to give up something cheap. If the fight continues this way, Zane can fight 8 rounds like this if he needs to. Taylor's going to have to get a little risky. He's going to have to start taking some chances and closing that gap, maybe in ways he doesn't necessarily want to. Take 1 or 2 to give 1 or 2, but he's got to make those 1 or 2 count once he takes that extra half step and gets middle in his range.
And we're seeing a lot of like that professional pacing of Zane Fry kind of building up into these 3rd and 4th rounds, I think, especially coming off of that long layoff. It's not even really that long of a layoff, but a long layoff of training when he had that shoulder injury.
Well, Macho, I think back to Fieldhouse Fight Night 8 that we did here last year when Zane Fry fought the 6th rounder with Daniel Craycraft. Daniel Craycraft in his late 40s, he's pushing 50, but what changed that fight, Macho, was Daniel sped him up, and that's something Taylor's just not able to do. Every time he tries to go faster, Zane slows him down.
Yeah, Daniel Craycraft's a different animal. Different breed of.
There's the cross up, and there's that extra little half step. That punch was missing in the first 2 rounds. Taylor landed it there, but Zane took it well.
And he threw it right as Zane was going to the body with that left hook as well.
The way to beat speed is with timing, and the way to beat timing is with speed. Whose is going to be superior? We know who's got the speed advantage, so Taylor's going to have to time it.
And he did time him up there and planted one right on Zane Fry's kisser, and he shook it off and laughed it off, but I'm sure he felt it.
Zane reached a little too much with that right hand to the body. Taylor's got an overhand left over the top of it if he can see it coming, but he's got to be on balance when he starts to reach.
Zane's doing really
tried it right there.
Right hand to the body.
One thing that's gone away in this round, even though Taylor's been effective, his jab has really gone away in this round. He's not throwing it at all. He's looking for that 1 or 2 big power shots. See, right there, he just waded in on Zane with no resistance, and Zane saw him coming.
Zane's really controlling the footwork battle as well. Nice jab from Zane Fry. Just barely connected on the end of it, but there's that left hook to the body again.
Right there is where Taylor is going to have to get him in an exchange. He's going to have to get him in a crossfire and then follow that up with a hook. Notice for the first time he threw the left hand and Zane picked it with the glove, rolled with it. He's going to have to come back with the right hook behind it because now it's just 1 shot at a time. I mean, this has to feel like you're boxing on a basketball court.
Yeah, it's a big cage. It's a galaxy of space. See a nice left hook to the body again from Zane Fry, just fell short.
Well, and in a boxing ring, you get used to kind of like running a route as a receiver in football. Okay, I've got 4 or 5 steps before I get here or there. And what you're expecting just isn't there whenever you think it's going to be there, whenever you do boxing inside of a cage like this.
Plus, it's so much harder to corner somebody like Zane Fry, right, who's got good circling footwork out of the edges. It's very difficult to
Nice left hand to the body. That's the best body shot Taylor's landed so far. And I'll tell you one thing that really throws you off whenever you box inside of a cage is just the footing and the surface and how much more absorbent it is. Right, here's where Taylor's got to work. He's got to trap him and not let him escape. He can't go on that line quite like that so sharp. He's got to go right down by him.
Taylor landed his best punches of the fight, I believe, in that combination.
He's got to keep him trapped right there. That's a big point going into this 4th round.
That might well have been enough to win Justin Taylor that 3rd round.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about the cage, Brad. You don't have a corner to cut that angle and keep him in that corner. It's kind of almost a flat surface, so there's just a lot of room for them to escape and evade your pursuit.
There is, especially from the waist up, so that's why you've got to get that front foot in a spot between their legs so you can maintain a little bit of leverage. Maybe you can get a little lower and force them up into that cage where, as ropes, you've got the big space and you can kind of fit through them and slide down a little bit. Here, there's a little bit more resistance, so you can kind of lean up against them a little bit more and trap them, but you can't go too far in because then you can't work on the inside.
Zane Fry in control of this one. I've got him up 3-0. Justin Taylor did have a better 3rd round there. A gratuitous judge might award a round to Justin Taylor, but I'm just not buying it.
Yeah, his offense was still minimal. He landed 3 or 4 solid shots. It was definitely his best round of the fight.
One thing we can say is without a doubt that's his best round of the fight, and he has some momentum going into the last frame, but he's going to have to turn up the offense and just go for it here in the last frame, and he's doing it right there with a right hook and a left hand, and he's going for broke with that left hand right now.
He's landed 2 left hands already in this round.
Zane's starting to get under it a little bit or pick it a little bit, so he's going to have to start aiming at the chin, maybe a little bit at the chest, and let Zane come down into it.
And Zane Fry, boy, he is using every inch of this new Line Cagefighting cage.
I've got to put a pedometer on him. I wonder how many miles he's gone.
A bunch, and that's got to be frustrating for Justin Taylor, who has been stalking for the last 2 rounds.
But right there was the story of the fight. He started to follow Zane. He wasn't just stalking, he was following him, and Zane was ahead of him. But when he gets that foot on the outside and gets to his spot, he was effective like he was at the end of the last round.
He landed a decent right hook over the shoulder of Zane Fry there, too, it looked like.
Right here, you've just got to go for broke. You've just got to go for broke.
It seems like his pace is increasing while Zane's is starting to fade a bit, maybe. Zane doesn't look tired, but his output has slowed.
He doesn't look tired, but he does look comfortable. And sometimes comfortable can be good. Sometimes it can be to your detriment.
Well, I think that he thinks he's up 3-0, and if he is, he coasts to victory. But if Justin Taylor won the 3rd round, then we've got a boxing fight because Zane Fry's on cruise control.
Right here, just so much time burning for Justin Taylor. He's got to shoot that left hand and then get Zane to automatically fade into that direction and throw the hook. He's committing so much to that left hand. If he'll just shoot it like a jab to get Zane to respond to it, the right hook will be there, and that's the one he can commit to.
And Zane Fry just perpetually moving on his back foot, backpedaling, and Justin Taylor continues to pursue. There's a good uppercut from Fry.
There's just so much room for Zane Fry to work. This is a boxing situation inside of a cage, no corners. That's just made for someone like Zane Fry.
Nice jab and head movement there from Zane.
Right.
Back to that left hook to the body, stuck him and then blocked the return fire.
Closing in, final 30 seconds.
And I certainly don't say this as anything negative. Zane right now looks so comfortable. He looks like he's in cruise control.
He's definitely on cruise control.
And that's a good place to be as long as you don't get complacent. And I see no signs of that. And as I say that, there's the left hand from Taylor, but Zane again takes it well. But every time there's a big shot like that, judges tend to remember moments. And that's a moment a judge is going to remember in a very close round. He's been the aggressor, and he landed punches like that. He could be one more big punch away from winning the round. And there's that exchange. So, Macho Bob, it may come down to that 3rd round that you say was a Zane Fry round. Colin says could have been a Justin Taylor round. I don't know. Because if it was that.
Bales Bonding, Route 95 Auto Repair, West Virginia Polo Club, home of the after fight party. Dishman Pre-Owned Autos, Twisted Glass Smoke Shop, and Drip Beard Oil. Go say hi to those guys over here. They got some merchandise for you.
Love you back, brother.
Zane Fry, man, he is a character.
He's just a loving person, isn't he? In a sport of violence.
He loves fighting, man.
He
really does.
He does love to fight, man, I tell you. And not just that, but he's got his own gym, Zane Fry Training. He gives back to the sport. You know, he's not just all about himself. And
you see, I've never seen anybody that's a more passionate cornerman than Zane Fry.
Yeah,
if you've ever seen him in the corner of one of his fighters, he probably burns as many calories cornering as he does fighting.
Well, and I think that he probably won that fight 3 rounds to 1.
I think he probably likely did as well. I think in a fight where it's a lot of one-way traffic in the first couple rounds, you kind of tend to be looking for moments of offense from the other guy, especially in a commentary type role, right? But Zane Fry certainly didn't look like he was ever in any danger. He did get tagged a couple times, a couple hard left hands there at the beginning of the 4th round. But
well, and that's the trap you can't fall into as a judge. You don't want to get into comparative scoring. Correct. Well, he did better in the 3rd than he did the 2nd, so I'll give him the 3rd. Well, he either won the round or he didn't. I'll say this. I can understand giving him the 3rd round. I don't know that I necessarily would have. I would have scored that 39-37 in favor of Zane Fry. But either way, a close and competitive fight and a very entertaining fight.
Yeah, it was a good fight. Hey, shout out to the cameraman up there in the ring. These guys working hard tonight. Shout out to the ring girls up there getting it in. Doing a great job up here, keeping everybody informed so we know what round it is in case I lose track.
We are grateful for the hard work that everybody puts in here.
Sunset hard hands, everybody up there.
And a little air guitar.
A little air guitar.
That's, we're full throttle here at ringside.
He's jealous. He's like, stop talking to her, talk to me.
All right. It is time for our decision. These guys look like they could go another 4, Brad.
This is a 4-round fight. Is this taking a little too long to add these up?
It might
Could we be having a majority decision here, guys? It
is West Virginia. The math is not the strongest subject sometimes.
We
have seen cards read wrong, although I think I've only actually seen that in Kentucky.
All right.
I've got a story
the
for you.
Judges have rendered a decision. It's a majority draw. I knew they were going to do it. It's all your fault, Laura. It's all your fault.
I would say somebody went back and changed their scorecard after Zane Fry went on cruise control in the 4th round.
I'll have to go back and rewatch this fight.
Sure.
And to have an informed opinion on it, because I think I was doing a bit of comparative scoring in the 3rd round, but I don't know.
Okay, I am going to say this. If nothing else, what a great endorsement of how good we are at doing this at ringside. We were on top of this.
Yeah.
And like I said, a gratuitous judge gives the 3rd round to Justin Taylor. 2 rounds, 1 Fry going into the 4th. Zane Fry puts forth next to 0 effort in the 4th round because he thinks he's got it won, and we've got a majority draw.
Well, that's human nature. I think we're prone to that. We're prone to maybe seeing he did better, and it starts to tip. And what you have to do as a judge is
Who wants to see a fight? DJ, bring them out.
Wouldn't surprise me if someone went back and changed a round 3 score, but that's neither here nor there. We got a draw. I wanted to see more output from Zane Fry in the 3rd and 4th round. I don't like fighters going into cruise control if you don't have a knockdown.
So I'll tell you this. There was a fight I was at about 10 years ago. We were talking about some scorecards coming in with an announcement, and then it gets changed. I saw a fight get announced as a victory for someone, and he was told about 30 minutes later in the locker room that they had added it in correctly and it was a draw. As you can imagine, not pleased, might have been a chair thrown. Wasn't me or one of my fighters, but I was in the room to see it happen. So you know, sometimes some things can happen that we don't necessarily agree with. But hey, it happens. The fight's over. Majority draw. Fans got treated to some entertainment. We've got another good one here coming up.
Here's what I'm looking forward to. Jordan Varney, the Dawghouse fighter. The kid is, he's electric, and he's coming in taking on Caden Armstrong out of the compound.
We've seen the compound represent very well tonight.
I'm down to the concrete coliseum in the compound, right?
Well, and Jordan Varney, another one of those names that's so well known in the region in combat sports. I think most people, just by their nature, think Jordan Varney, amateur boxing. But this isn't his first go-around in MMA. I know he's excited to get back in here and get things started in that side of his career. And he doesn't have an easy one in front of him tonight.
And he's another guy coming in with a losing record, a 2-3 record, but based on the competition that he's gone out and found, he's seeking high-level competition.
Well, that's a lot of fights for a 20-year-old to have.
Well, that tells you a lot. He stays busy. He doesn't want easy fights. He wants to learn something every time he steps in there. It's not just an ego boost to beat someone that's wildly overmatched. And that's why a record like 2-3 can be very deceiving, just like the wrong 7-0 record can be very deceiving, Macho, because you go in there and it's a 7-0, that really doesn't mean anything.
Yep. Zane Fry over here behind us showing off this shoulder injury. I'm surprised that thing's holding on in the socket. Hey, this is a good one. Jordan Varney, a very diverse striker. Very, very diverse.
Very diverse, very explosive. He's always very busy.
Here he comes, the fan favorite.
And I was going to say, there's no doubt he's going to have a lot of crowd support in here today.
Yeah, he is he can kick high, he can kick low, he can strike with the left hand, the right hand. He is a fine, fine fighter, and this is going to be a barn burner.
Have you ever seen a boring Jordan Varney match? I sure have not.
Round number 13 is 3 scheduled rounds of Bantamweight MMA action. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner. He is fighting out of the compound from Riversville, West Virginia. Caden Armstrong. Across the cage and out of the Cunningham concrete red corner, he is fighting out of Dawghouse Gym. From Ravenswood, West Virginia, Jordan Varney.
Wow, this place is rocking.
I'll tell you, one thing that's always very interesting to me when you have two guys who are this tall for their weight class, right? These men are very tall for 135. Is it often takes them a long time to get used to the fact that other people can hit them at the same places that they can hit them, right?
Yes.
They're used to having a significant reach advantage, and a lot of times they'll get cracked early just because they think they're in a safe distance and they're not.
I was going to say, really, it's where they think they're safe, they're no longer safe.
Good Sunigaishi on the way down from Caden Armstrong, but he gets returned back to his back. Now he's going up towards a dead orchard type position. Double underhooks playing from the bottom. It looks like he's setting up maybe a Sunigaishi. He's going back to that butterfly hook again, but Varney steps his foot up to deny that butterfly hook, but he can actually sneak a butterfly hook in on the other side, and he might have to let go of the double unders briefly though.
Already you see him trying to power through some things, and that advantage just isn't there like it normally is for him.
Yeah. You see Caden Armstrong doing a good job of playing with that butterfly hook on the far side. He's looking to set up a hook sweep or an elevator sweep, depending on what your preferred vernacular is, off to his left side.
I usually hear it as an elevator.
Say vernacular?
Yeah.
Missy Elliott? Colin's a rapper over here. Good Lord. All right, Jordan Varney says enough of that. Let's stand up and strike. And here we go, touch of gloves.
Good scrambles on the ground from both of these gentlemen.
Southpaw Varney.
And when you've got this kind of a matchup.
Oh, there was a nice right hand and a right uppercut behind it by Caden.
One thing you don't want to do is panic in unfamiliar situations.
There's that
another big right hand there, and Varney already backing up. Takes another right hand.
Varney's in trouble, but he lands a hard knee in that clinch situation. Caden Armstrong in on a single leg. He uses to climb up to he doesn't use it to climb up to a body lock there. He just kind of climbs up to a loose overhook there. An underhook on the far side. Varney's winning the head position battle, which is the most critical thing.
Our man here, Mr. Official, needs to watch these guys grabbing the fence because I don't know if he's new to MMA or what the deal is, but he's just letting these guys cling to the fence.
Yeah, he's fumbled it a few times. Caden Armstrong initiated this.
Nice knee to the body there. Nice left hand upstairs.
I believe that was actually
may
an
have
illegal
turned things
elbow.
around.
I believe that was an illegal elbow, but Caden Armstrong walks him backwards. I think we're looking at Caden Armstrong winning that first round, although it was
I
very
thought
close.
Caden looked very good in that first round, and what really stood out to me, he dictated pace because when he got Jordan Varney going straight backwards, that's exactly what it was, straight backwards. And even in a space this big, Colin, if you go straight back, that's still the fastest route from point A to point B. And it seemed like Varney got to that cage in a hurry with his back.
Now that'll be an interesting round though for the judges because we did see Varney secure top position, although he wasn't able to do much damage from there. He was on top briefly. I don't know how heavily they're going to score that.
Well, what's one of the biggest pitfalls whenever you see judges? What did they see last? But that was a lot of great work early on in that round from Jordan.
That was a good. The right hand followed by a right uppercut that Caden Armstrong landed multiple times. It's a very interesting combination.
The question that I would ask as a judge is, of those two big moments for each fighter, which one was more dominant?
I would say Caden's, personally.
I would agree.
By a pretty wide margin.
Especially because it lasted so much longer.
Alrighty, round number 2. Here we go.
Varney seems a bit overwhelmed by the forward pressure that Caden Armstrong was bringing. We'll see if Caden can continue to bring that for another 2 rounds. Oh, that head kick.
Two serious kicks from Varney to start the round. One to the body and one to the head. And Caden really was not in position to try to go for that takedown.
Yeah, that was a bad shot with no setup.
And look at what's happened. The 2 kicks and then that faulty takedown attempt has totally turned the momentum in the first few seconds of this round. And now Armstrong's going to have to get it back, and somebody's mouthpiece just came out.
That thing flew out halfway across the ring. Holy moly.
That came out with some velocity. Did the referee see it? Now he's got it.
Varney's really doing good work in the clinch with those knees to the body. I think Caden Armstrong's starting to fatigue. He hasn't looked the same the second round.
That kick to the body to start the round for Jordan Varney really turned things around for him.
And it'll be interesting to see if that was the fatigue from the blitz at the end of the first round from Caden Armstrong that's slowing him down, or that kick to the body.
Look at how low Armstrong's carrying that right arm now, trying to protect against that kick or another body shot. And Varney going right to it, landed a knee there, and then the left hand upstairs, and he has totally turned this fight around, and now Armstrong back against the cage.
Shoots a double leg, and he's kind of pulling into a butterfly type position.
If Varney can get back to his feet, Caden Armstrong's in trouble.
He's in trouble now with that standing guillotine here, Colin.
He is. He's trying to finish it with an RNC grip, though. He should be trying to finish it with a different grip.
He may get it anyway from here.
The referee needs to get his hands off of the fighters. I don't know what he is doing. That was a very good job by Caden Armstrong to change the angle to not go to sleep.
We got a good look at it right over top of us as well.
Yeah, I think Varney would have been able to put him to sleep if he would have gone to a high-risk position instead of going to
he's fought out of it now.
Yeah. Caden Armstrong.
He's not in a great spot, but he did get out of that submission.
Jeez.
Dominant round for Jordan Varney.
That was a big round for Jordan Varney.
That was flirting. I won't say it, but that was flirting with a 10-8 round.
Now, I don't know how liberal the judges here in West Virginia are with a 10-8. I know in Kentucky it's very, very, very hard unless you score a clear knockdown. Although he was hurt badly to the body. I think that's probably 10-8 territory. Big momentum shift going into this third.
Between the striking and the fact that he was so close on that submission attempt and so dominant en route to getting there, if there's a round that's not 10-8 that probably should be, I think that would be it.
Caden Armstrong's going to learn a lot about himself for how he mentally approaches this third round because he's looking deflated in the corner right now. But
so the first big shot that Varney landed in that second round was the kick to the body. He followed that up with a head kick. Let's see if he doesn't come right out, maybe a feint with something to the body with that right hand getting carried low for Armstrong and go right to the head with a head kick because it feels like it may be there after that minute rest. And if that wasn't a 10-8 round, we're dead even going into 3.
Yeah. Caden Armstrong looks exhausted.
Absolutely.
He still looks hurt to the body.
If nothing else, he looks very uncertain, and there's the first kick from Varney, and he tried to hit a home run with that left hand.
That was a baseball punch for sure, wasn't it?
If he'll just shoot it down the middle like a jab, it's got much more much more likelihood to land.
Caden needs to get some offense off. He's just
There's that body kick again.
He's just hanging out right at the end of Varney's range. There he goes.
Big left hand. Colin, he's just stalking him now. Short uppercut inside by Varney and then a left hand over the top.
What a chin by Caden Armstrong.
Double under.
Beautiful.
What a sweep.
Yeah.
What a sweep from
Armstrong
Armstrong.
goes right into the mount position.
That sweep came out of nowhere, Colin.
And in fact, it appears to have knocked the wind out of James Varney because Varney's not moving the same as he was.
He didn't just go down, he went down at an angle, and I do think that knocked the wind out of him.
Yep.
Jordan Varney needs an escape.
Oh, Caden Armstrong is setting up an armbar. That's a risky decision.
He may
get it.
He may have it.
He doesn't have the angle. He's got Americana angle. He needs to break over the bottom hip. He needs to bring that hand over and break over
Jordan
the bottom
defended
hip.
that well by getting onto his side.
Caden needs to get up to the top and switch to a triangle here.
Great job by Jordan getting onto his side and not letting that armbar get locked in.
Caden needs to keep moving from the bottom position here, though, if he wants to win this round. Caden had some big moments of offense there. He's starting to set up a triangle again. You see he's using trying to use a loose wrist control. He's going with the dummy swing.
He's out! That's it. He is out! Absolutely explosive. Macho Bob, you were right. We may have just seen the fight of the night. An explosive third round stoppage victory for Jordan Varney to the delight of this hometown crowd.
He knocked the mouthpiece out for the second time.
Look at the moments we just saw only in that third round. The dominance from Varney, then into the sweep, and then to turn the tide and get the stoppage. That's as good as it gets at NLC.
This might be one of the loudest crowd pops I've ever heard in my life. This place is going bananas for the hometown guy.
Oh my goodness.
Macho, we talked about it. We could see an explosive.
Alltek Environmental and Construction Services, JW Potts Insurance, Cunningham Concrete, Gribble Roofing, Momentum Pipeline, Pro Trust Advisors, Miller's Sudz and Sales, Marion Tennant Pre-Owned Auto, and Paps Auto and RV Sales.
Defended well by Varney, and then look what happened.
Yeah,
Colin, it was literally that quick.
Gigantic tactical error to go to that armbar from the mount position in that moment, in my opinion.
Do you feel like it's a matter of feeling like you're down, and he was trying to force it instead of setting it up the right way?
I think he should have just stayed in mount and hit him. I mean, he was winning the third. He was on his way to winning the third round after winning the second round.
That sweep turned the fight.
I don't think he needed that finish. I think he was very much still in that fight. We still had time to work. He still had a minute to work at least when he was in that top position.
And it looked for all the world like that sweep turned it and got him where he wanted to be, and it went away as quickly as it came.
I think that was probably a decision made out of fatigue and just. So, you see a lot of younger fighters that still just think, I'm in mount, his arm is there, I'm supposed to armbar him. You don't have to take it just because it's there.
The referee in charge stopped the fight in the third round by TKO, and winner from the red corner, Jordan Varney.
Maybe it's me, but I wouldn't mind seeing a rematch of that one.
I would like to see it too, and I'd be surprised if we don't. Hey, again, remember a fella's name I couldn't remember from Sam's gym, Calvin Dixon.
There we go.
Remember the name Calvin Dixon. I won't forget that again. Fine fighter, fine trainer, excellent guy to have in your corner.
It's been a long day for both of us, so it'll take a second to pull some of those names.
Yeah, we're not used to these 20, 21 fight cards, Brad. Wow.
We did, I think, 15 or 16 deep at the last Fieldhouse fight night here with Mike Shepard.
Hey, boys, well, listen. That was a heck of an MMA scrap. Guess what? We got another one coming up right now. Bobby Johnson and Sheldon
This is a very
Starcher.
interesting stylistic matchup as well. We're going to see, two really tall guys for the 145-pound weight class.
Stylistic as in old versus young?
Well, that and just in general stylistically. What's really interesting is Bobby probably has better grappling, but Bobby prefers to strike.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I do, Danny.
Hey, all three of us do.
I do.
And some other people back here want to see a fight too, Danny.
See, here's the thing. Danny always asks that at the start of the night, but I don't think anybody here changed their mind.
I think we're ready. We're more ready to see
like grammatically speaking, shouldn't he be saying who still wants to see a fight? Nobody left.
All right, here he comes, Sheldon Starcher. And if there's anything about these guys from Spencer, they're tough, they're durable, they always show up, they always make weight. and they always fight. So they don't always win, but they always fight.
He's got his brother in the corner. I think his brother had a matchup for a short period of time that fell through in this card as well.
Yeah, Sheldon and Preston, they're stalwarts around here, man. They're from Rome County, and they like to scrap. They'll box, kickbox, MMA, it doesn't matter.
And that's just the stuff that's sanctioned.
Hey, let's get Jordan Barney down here.
Oh, we got some people throwing some swag out into the crowd, I think. I don't know what they're throwing.
Hey, I am joined now by Jordan Barney. Jordan, he came out in the first round. He was whooping on you a little bit. You found yourself down 1-0. What'd you change in the second round?
I came out in that first round. I wasn't expecting the striking to be that good. So it took me by surprise, and then I realized going in the second round, it's like shit, I'm down around. I need to win this round good or finish it. Well, I got in there and I started. Matt told me to throw a body kick. He said body kick, set that up, and just go crazy with your boxing. That's what I did. First I threw out there, threw a jab and a body kick, and it landed. And then at that point I was able to start setting up and working it. Once I got that body, I think once I tagged that body up, he knew he didn't want to get hit there no more.
Jordan, the body shot really turned things around for you to start that second round. But in the third round, you had a good start, and then he got that sweep against you up against the cage, and it looked for all the world like that was going to turn things around a little bit. And he went for an arm bar that may have been a little rushed. He wasn't in the right position. Colin spotted that immediately. He got out of position. You defended it well, got to your side, got up, and landed all the shots you wanted to land, and gave us an explosive finish.
Yes, sir. That's what I have to do every time I fight here. I've never lost anywhere near my home, and I never plan on losing. I have a little girl on the way, and I just want to provide her a good life. Let her know that her daddy can handle himself. And that right there, man, I started thinking of my daughter, and I was like, damn, man. I was like, I'm not gonna let this happen. I have all of my friends, family, coworkers, everyone out here watching, man. You think I'm gonna fucking lose like that? Fuck that, man. That's not me. I never give up, man. I got God in my life. I have my faith in God, and I sat there whenever he was on top of me. I started praying. I said, God, don't let this happen to me. Give me the strength, give me the courage to battle back and fight back. And he gave me exactly that.
That's why he's a crowd favorite. That's why he's a Dawghouse favorite. That's why he's a Macho Bob favorite. That's Jordan Barney. Thank you.
Jordan, very quickly, what's next?
I have to defend my belt May 16th for Foundation Fight Series boxing.
I'll be there myself.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Looking forward to it. Jordan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
God bless you, man.
God bless you.
He's from Spencer, West Virginia.
That's a slick-looking octopus he's got on his bicep there. That's a nice tattoo for a jiu-jitsu practitioner. I like it a lot.
You always spot the ink.
I do. I'm not. I don't have a lot of tattoos.
You probably like Bobby's then.
I love anything patriotic.
NLC Featherweight Kickboxing Champion from King 1, West Virginia, Bobby
Colin didn't mean to leave you out of the fun while we were talking to Jordan.
That's how we got. I was watching the walkouts.
We've got a very familiar face over here in the red corner with Jeremy Linville, a longtime MMA practitioner. Fought some boxing, done a little bit of everything. Good to see him back around the sport.
Yeah, Jeremy's been around for a long time.
Got to coach Jeremy many years ago. We won't say how many years ago that was.
I got to coach him like 3 years ago. But
Experience versus youth, always a fun matchup here.
Bobby's going to be using a lot of forward pressure and volume striking. Now Sheldon is on the smaller side of the featherweight division. Bobby's on the bigger side of the featherweight division. Bobby usually cuts from about 160, 162. Cuts weight like a professional.
Good Lord, that's a lot of weight to cut.
That's the appropriate amount of weight to cut.
Guess what, though? Coaches don't have to do that.
I used to do it.
No, I'm not running. I'm not cutting weight.
I don't run, but I do cut weight.
I can tell you this, while we have a little bit of low blow recovery, I can tell you this, the day they start making coaches weigh in is the day I become a full-time broadcaster, which I do it full-time anyway now, but, you know.
Well, I've got good news and I've got bad news.
What's that?
The good news is the Becker Robinson-Kirsten McAbee fight is on.
Okay.
The bad news is Tanya Hopkins' opponent has gone MIA.
Oh, Bobby landed a nice right hand, but Sheldon landed a right
Back
hand.
to the fight.
We'll talk about that between rounds.
Bobby's doing some good body work.
Good knee inside there.
Bobby's got a little bit of a mouse under his left eye, I believe, from that one right hand of Sheldon on the exit of the clinch over here. Bobby's chopping away at the legs. Bobby actually has a stoppage with leg kicks here recently at New Line.
As big as Sheldon is throwing those right hooks, you're just waiting on that short counter down the middle to beat him before he gets back into position.
Bobby landed a nice combination there. One thing about Bobby is it's very difficult to make Bobby tired.
Well, that mouse is really starting to puff up under that right eye.
Yeah. Bobby's starting to find his rhythm and his range here a bit more, I think.
I believe it's starting to bleed.
He kicked you in the thigh. What are you complaining about? Ooh, Sheldon just barely misses.
I mean, we see how big those shots are, and you get thrown so far out of position when you throw that wide. A counter is just going to be waiting, whether it's with a head kick or with a short right hand.
Yeah, I think Sheldon would be better suited to start to try to work with head movement and inside. Oh, there's a nice front kick up the middle. Sheldon's nose is opened up, though. This is a tough fight for both of these guys.
Don't let the marks on the face fool you. Bobby's defending really well.
Yeah, he is. Bobby's a hard guy to hit.
He's got a very unique fighting style with the elbows flared out, the hands up high.
Well, but watch the feet and watch the way he has managed distance, just sliding back out of range at the right time, and a good transition to go from the bottom to on top. Good work there, the right hand by Bobby, and he's got him in big trouble. Don't go to the back of the head.
That was an interesting transition because I think Bobby was in a good position but kind of chose to let him stand. Sheldon's recovering well.
You can see Bobby's experience come into play there, Colin.
Yeah.
He just allowed it to happen. He didn't force it.
And we see an underhook working the body.
What a close to this round. If he can come back underneath, there's the right hands right there.
Short time, though. I think Sheldon might
He's landing on the arms a lot. Those aren't landing flush quite yet, but it's just pure dominance here from Bobby.
Good job by Matt Jones to not stop that fight there because he's in a good spot. Sheldon's going to survive and make it to round 2.
You know, don't let the visuals fool you. You got some blood coming from underneath the eyes, but there's no doubt who won that round.
Yeah. Sheldon did get cracked in the back of the head a few times there. We see him mention that to his corner, but those were incidental while he was turning. This is the most damage I've seen Bobby take in a fight so far, though.
All right, Macho, we had somebody disappear.
Yeah, when they were calling her to show up to the dressing room,
it says right here, Lindsey Hines. It says her nickname is the Tank, but we're going to change that to Houdini.
Let me tell you,
she has disappeared.
With the support that Tanya Hopkins has in this building, and I know how much she's prepared for this fight with Laura Burns and everyone else at Dawghouse and at TMK and their collaboration, I'm telling you, if it gets announced that her fight is not going to happen tonight, the support we heard from Jordan Barney may come out in rage from this crowd. And you know what? I am with them because there's no excuse for doing this to an opponent without a very, very good, and I'm talking ER type of reasons.
Well, co-main event.
Perhaps she soiled her britches.
You can check that, not me.
I would think maybe she got
a nice 1-2 from Sheldon Starcher to open up the round.
She got
Bobby counters hard though. Bobby's so physical and violent.
Clash of heads right there, and Sheldon went down immediately, and Bobby is all over him.
Sheldon is just having a real hard time with the physicality of Bobby Johnson.
Right in front of us on the cage, and Colin, you're so right. The physicality really has been the difference in the last half of that first round and now to start the second.
And some of that is we're seeing that size coming into bear, right? Bobby cuts the right amount of weight, like I said.
If he turns, you're waiting for that next knee to come from Bobby. Mouthpiece?
Must be a
there
mouthpiece.
Matt Jones all over it, as usual.
Both of these guys are starting to show some fatigue. This will be a question of who fights better while they're tired. Bobby pressing forward. Bobby's nose is opened up as well. Bobby ate a hard kick to the body.
Nice inside leg kick there, Colin.
Man, he's just turning Sheldon around.
Now he's got his back. Got the punches landing inside.
Yeah, and Sheldon Starcher's a game fighter, but what we're seeing here is just the difference in man strength.
Really like to see Bobby Johnson maybe either make a transition into a...
Doesn't quite have the back yet, but you're waiting for him to rotate through, and if he does, this fight's over.
Bobby should be finishing an arm triangle here, but instead he's going to end up on top inside the guard of Sheldon Starcher.
They just let him stand up.
I think he's going to. Sheldon is still throwing hard shots.
He's throwing, but you can just feel the desperation in the punches.
That was a nice Cosoto from Bobby. Bobby's neck is trapped, but I think he's probably safe here. I can't see what's going on.
He almost fell into a guillotine there, but I just don't know that Sheldon has the gas left in his arms to be able to finish it, even if he did.
Sheldon should just wait for the referee to give him space to stand up instead of forcing stand-ups in those exchanges.
Matt Jones is going to start looking very closely at this gentleman.
Yeah, because, man, both of these guys' gas tanks are dwindling. But
the responses here are not good. Matt may be stepping in here because his responses are not looking good. Sheldon's in big trouble.
This fight's over.
That's enough. There it is. What a methodical victory, gentlemen, for Bobby Johnson. What a methodical victory.
I don't know methodical, though. This is very violent.
Well, and the reason I say the reason I say methodical is because of the way it started, and you could just see the systematic build through it. He didn't panic. It was patient pressure, and he knew exactly when to step it up, and when he did, the fight ended.
Just overwhelmed him with physicality and technique.
And we can go ahead and say it. Experience.
Well, to be honest, I think they probably have roughly the same number of fights total, but Bobby's got more time in the gym, more time in better gyms.
And 21 years of life experience.
Yeah, that's true.
That's very true. That's exactly it. Because no fighter can beat you up quite like can it, Macho?
Very true. Very true.
I don't know if you've noticed, but Father Time and life in general are both undefeated.
Undefeated.
Sheldon made it a dogfight. That's the most damage Bobby's taken for sure.
Those doggone Starchers, I don't care if they win or lose. They fight till the end, the bloody end.
I don't ever remember seeing Bobby marked up like that.
Never.
And he was never hurt.
Look at
he was never hurt, but
there's lots of pointy objects on that Starcher kid, elbows and knees, and he's.
So you're saying a lot of geometry. He's got a lot of sharp angles on it.
There you go.
Bobby Johnson.
Already switched everything on the scoreboard.
Gentlemen, we're winding down here, but we've had some really fun moments to close the show.
Yeah, that was our ad hoc co-main event. It ended up being quite a scrap. Sheldon Starcher made a good account of himself tonight.
So now you're bringing out the Latin. Okay. See, I work in the legal profession, so I see nothing but Latin all the time. I see deposition ducis tecum all the time. So now we're going ad hoc. This is my wheelhouse now.
He had me at vernacular.
Usually I got Elijah yelling at me for using Japanese names at jiu-jitsu.
That's the throwaway line you don't see in Jerry Maguire. You had me at vernacular.
I was going to ask you what language you speak.
I do, Danny.
Jiu-jitsu is its own language.
We want to see a Yamagatsu Gamakachi.
Isn't that the thing that they used to have that was battery operated? You had to keep it alive in the 90s?
Yeah. I was like 6 years old when those came out. That was big stuff. I never had one, but I knew people that had them.
They've made a comeback recently for some reason.
That doesn't surprise me.
Everything retro is in. I don't know what it is.
It wasn't that cool when I was a kid. It's not cool now.
Well, we know who's not given a 5-star review on Amazon for that product.
Now, I wonder if we're going to have an announcement to the crowd of the loss of the
Oh, boy. I'm glad I'm not the one making that announcement. Macho, do you want to break the bad news? Because I don't want to break the bad news.
And yes, here comes Tanya Hopkins to the ring. And
oh, dear God.
Here comes the hometown favorite, Tanya Hopkins, to the ring. As you can see, no gloves, no shin guards.
Boys, this is not going to go over well.
Her opponent decided she wanted none.
I'll give her a round of applause because this should not be happening. Macho, we've done a lot of shows in a lot of places with a lot of people. This is extremely rare, and it's completely uncalled for.
Lindsay Hines, please report to the cage. Lindsay Hines. Okay, newsflash. Her opponent, Tanya Hopkins' opponent, left the building. She is not going to show up. I want you guys to make some noise for Tanya Hopkins. Did you have something to say to your fans?
Yes, thank you all for coming out and supporting me. I really appreciate you all.
Guys, make some noise one more time for Tanya.
With all the time sparring partners.
Yeah, let's see if we can get her over here, Brad.
To have this happen is just unbelievable. And now this is always fun when I'm left to my own devices on the microphone, and now Macho Bob is going to hunt people down to put on the headset because he says he's going to go get Tanya Hopkins, but you never know who he might return with. He actually managed to wrangle the person he sought out.
Last fight of the night. I thought you understood.
And he won't know I said any of that until he watches this back on the replay.
All right. Tanya Hopkins, we're not going to get to see you fight tonight. I know you've been looking forward to this for a long time. You're a fantastic boxer. We've seen you in there do the boxing things. Unprecedented pace. We wanted to see your ground game. We wanted to see your MMA game. We don't get to see it. Talk to us about it. How do you feel right now?
I was very disappointed. I put a lot of work in trying to get ready for this. Just putting it together. It was really exciting and really fun to fight.
Okay,
it's hard to go over top of Danny Ray.
Danny's got a very imposing presence.
He projects, yeah.
We've changed Lindsay Hines' nickname from the Tank to Houdini because she disappeared, Tanya, but I would be afraid too. Keith No came over here and asked me to stand in for Ms. Hines and asked me if I would fight you, and I delightfully said no.
Oh, come on, Bob.
So Lindsay Hines was all hug, no slug, huh? She didn't want none of it.
Absolutely.
So are you going to train up or are you going to try to get you another one?
Oh, I'm going to keep training. Stay on weight, get ready.
All right, is Jeremy Pratt keeping you ready?
He is, absolutely.
I can tell that you are really itching to get in there. I'm going to let you go back there, get with your camp, and we look forward to seeing you next time, Tanya.
Tanya, I know you've been working really hard with Laura Burns and with your sparring partners and all the teams you travel around to work with. So is your next one going to be MMA? Is it going to be back to kickboxing, boxing? I know you really just want to put gloves on and fight, but what do you see as next for you while we watch the ring walks come in for this next
I
one?
would love to do an MMA fight. That's something I really want to do. I've done boxing forever, and it's my true love. But I would love a chance to put it all together because I do jiu-jitsu separately, boxing separately, and I just started putting it together, and it's really fun. It's something new and exciting. So.
Well, we know you're all heart every time you compete, and we know we're going to see everything you got as soon as the bell rings, no matter what. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you, Tanya Hopkins.
We never let Colin come out and play when it's interview time.
I should have let him sit in here with me. Where did Colin go?
Oh, he's back there hanging out with other people again.
Well, Colin, I will say this. If there was a beauty contest between you and Tanya, you would come in a very close second.
Very close. If I put my hair up just a little bit better, maybe next time I'll come close.
Maybe a little bit. And unfortunately, we're not going to get to see Tanya Hopkins tonight, but who I do see in the ring is Kirsten McAbee out of the Bullpen Fight Club, coached by Ronell Green. She's 5-1 with her lone loss coming to none other than the Queen of Sting, Becca Robinson.
Well, you've got Ronell Green over in the corner. You've got Mike Napple in the corner. Then you go to the other side, and you've got Becca Robinson. There's a lot of intrigue in this fight because this isn't their first matchup. But even though Becca won the first matchup, she's obviously no stranger to the NLC TV crowd here. But she has had a layoff. Kirsten has been very active. That's another storyline here. And no matter how much you train, no matter how much you stay busy, fights are different. Competition speed is different. So how much time does it take to maybe shake off a little rust for that reaction time? Is it the first time you get hit? Is it 30 seconds? Does it take an entire round? We don't know yet. A lot of unknowns coming into this matchup, guys.
Hey, Brad,
about coachings, we're talking about two of the best. I mean, The bullpen is arguably the best gym in West Virginia. MMA-wise, I think Thomas Hastings is probably the best MMA coach in West Virginia. The only person I would even come to think is close is myself, and Hastings is one of my coaches. So I don't know. I know I've only heard good things about Napple. I don't know as much about the boxing side of the bullpen, but jiu-jitsu and MMA, they are one of the toughest, best gyms in the state. And then obviously Thrive Tribe has had guys who had just phenomenal performances here at New Line. So this is like, as far as battles of gyms, this is spectacular. Plus it's a rematch. The first fight was relatively competitive.
This could potentially be the best female matchup that I've seen in my career for amateurs.
I think in New Line it's fair to say it's probably one of the best, if not the best.
And let's not overlook this fact. There's a championship on the line tonight.
I forgot. New Line Cagefighting Bantamweight Championship.
And there's always a step up in the energy and in the competition when there's gold on the line.
Well, and it's a revenge tour for Kirsten McAdoo. She gets a chance. You don't get a lot of second chances in life to redo something. You've got one loss on your record, and you can avenge that tonight.
And everything that she's done since losing her debut to Becca Robinson, guess what it's been about? Getting back to that point where I can come in and try to avenge it. Maybe that wasn't at the forefront of her mind, but it's always something that nags at you, wanting to beat everyone that you ever faced. And even though you lost the first fight, if you win the second one, you technically beat everyone you ever faced. Lennox Lewis did that. And everyone he ever fought, he beat them at least once.
Also in the corner of Becca Robinson, we have Daniel Powell, who's a boxing champion at New Line as well, who I think is one of her primary sparring partners, actually.
No matter what, a lot of familiar names, familiar faces from all over the state and all over the region just in this one fight alone.
This is going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to this.
This is your main event of the night. It is 4 scheduled rounds of bantamweight boxing action for the NLC
Bantamweight Championship belt. Introducing first, out of the Gribble Roofing blue corner, she's 5-1, fighting out of the Bullpen Fighting Club from Wheeling, West Virginia, Kirsten Crash McAdoo. Across the cage, and in the Cunningham concrete red corner, fighting out of Reaction MMA from Lexington, Kentucky, Becca, Queen of Sting, Robinson. Since this is for the championship, we will go to the referee in charge for ring instructions.
Ladies, this is a 3-round fight for the title, okay? Understand it's 3 rounds only, all right? I want you to obey my commands at all times. You got your instructions in the locker room. Have a clean fight. Make yourself proud.
It's a tremendous reach advantage.
Yes.
And when she was getting hit by Kirsten in that first bout, it was off of counters, right? Obviously, Kirsten was ready for that jab opener.
Becca in a sprinter stance, ready for this bell to ring.
Hey, both of these ladies are ready to get it.
It'll be interesting to see the adjustments that they made.
Looking like Hurricane Peter McNeely from the 90s, sprinting across the cage.
Yeah, but she actually threw a punch. I think Peter just ate one.
Becca's switching stances quite a bit here. Jab, orthodox, southpaw switch, beautiful. Back to southpaw again with that free defensive movement backward that I was mentioning earlier that you get from being a good switch hitter.
You know Kirsten's going to try to stalk. She's going to try to close the distance. Becca very reactive early on.
Yeah, Becca's really kind of bullying her around the cage.
Good right hand by Becca right at the end of her range. That's exactly where she wants to be, Colin.
Kirsten needs to establish a little bit of physicality or something to get the respect of Becca.
Brad,
is
Becca natural southpaw or orthodox?
She's orthodox.
She's naturally orthodox.
Naturally orthodox.
But it's a good thing for her to go southpaw because that means her power hand becomes the jab hand.
And as she mentioned this to me when I was talking to her earlier, that she was planning on switching quite a bit during this fight. She's something she worked on a lot during this camp.
And one thing I don't think is in question is conditioning in this fight. Both of these ladies well conditioned, and going 3 full rounds should be No qualms from either fighter.
Becca tried that uppercut from a little bit too far outside, and you're never more open than you are when you throw an uppercut.
Becca looks much better than she did in their first contest.
And you can see some differences in Kirsten, but she's just not closing that gap. And when she does, that right there happens. Becca ties her up.
Becca even got her with the behind the back, I believe, making sure we don't.
Very Daniel Craycraft-like seeing that.
Almost saw a wardrobe malfunction there. Thought we had a.
You know, I wasn't going to mention that, Macho, but you're not wrong.
Oh, Becca lands a nice right hand over the top.
Maybe rethinking that attire for the evening.
Becca is managing distance and just landing at the end of her shots. There's that left hand. Left hand landed there for Kirsten. That's really the biggest shot she's landed in the round. Otherwise, Becca's controlled it.
And Becca landed 2 hard shots in that exchange, kind of bullied Kirsten around even after that one moment of offense that Kirsten had. Big round for Becca Robinson. We got Rob Nickerson in the corner there as well. Very high-level jiu-jitsu black belt.
Jordan Varney pulling double duty tonight.
I would understand if we were in Belfry or maybe, I don't know. There ain't no Trace Robies in there, are there?
To be fair, Trace Roby's one of a kind, because you don't just get the show, you get the national anthem too.
In a thong.
Again, I was not going to mention that, but you're just sprinkling in the color commentary today.
And the guy butchered the national anthem and messed it up 20 seconds in. He rebooted and re-sang it, and it was beautiful.
And then he did it at the next event.
In his underwear.
You know, I love a good redemption arc. It's good in every story.
All right, back to the boxing, man. This is a serious fight. Kirsten McAbee, Becca Robinson. How'd you score that first one?
10-9, Becca.
Got to be 10-9, Becca. You know, and it's one of those things where it's just like the Zane Fry fight with Justin Taylor. You've got to navigate that last half step. And if you can't, there's going to be control from the taller fighter. It's just like fighting in the Army. What do you want? High ground. You want that taller position. You see it all.
Good left hook. That slip and left hook was beautiful work by Becca Robinson.
And what happened? Her left hook got there. Kirsten's didn't. It's all about distance.
There was a better flurry from Kirsten McAbee. Those feet got to come with you and got to continue to move, especially with this big ring where Becca Robinson's got plenty of room to.
Oh, she ran right into a hard right hand to Kirsten McAbee there. Nice
Becca's
jab.
starting to look for that right uppercut. She's trying to bait her in with the jab and then throw the uppercut if Kirsten falls in and gets a little desperate.
Becca's switching stances with that hook, too. Oh, look at that. That's, again, that beautiful defensive front foot back movement.
You know, normally I'd be advising against switching stances so frequently, but because she's dictating the distance so much, she can see it coming, and she's not getting caught in any cross-ups because of it.
And there you see that. That's that fade back hook.
She is looking for that right uppercut, Colin. She's just waiting to set it up with that jab. And that's what happens whenever she turns back to orthodox. She's going to flick that jab, wait for Kirsten to commit, and throw the uppercut. She just hasn't landed it quite yet. And there she looked for it again.
She landed a nice jab. She did get tagged in that exchange.
She took a left hook inside, and that's turned this fight around momentarily. That got her attention, and we're about to have another wardrobe issue.
And your opponent's helping her pull that thing back up. She said, here, I don't want anybody else to see that. Let me cover that up for you.
Macho, we might need to get some tape.
Yep, might need to do the tuck and tape. I'm seeing this, Brad and Colin. A lot of these punches that Becca Robinson are throwing, they're very accurate, but they're being blocked by the big 16-ounce gloves.
Yeah.
At what point do these ladies go to the smaller gloves when they turn pro? Do they go to 10-ounce gloves?
They should. To be honest, at this weight, they should be using smaller gloves anyway.
They should, because a lot of the punches that you think are going to slip through and land, they're getting caught up in those big bundle of gloves.
In the professional ranks, you're going to go 8 rounds under 154. 154 and up will be 10-ounce. 154, you kind of get to pick. But no matter what, when you start seeing these 16-ounce gloves, sometimes it's just like having pillows on your hands.
Kirsten did better that round, but I believe that was still another 10.
I just don't think it was enough. And that's where we go back to what we were talking about in an earlier fight. You can't let comparative scoring step in. But I think you're right. One of those short hooks on the inside, momentarily, last 30 seconds, really got Becca's attention and made her hold on just to kind of get things clear again.
Wow, that's all I got to say. It's wow. Here we go. Round Number 3, Kirsten McAbee. Becca Robinson. Becca Robinson appears to be in control of the fight. Sprints to the center of the ring each round.
If nothing else, that last 30 seconds for Kirsten McAbee is a confidence builder, and she feels like she can at least reach Becca and do some damage when she gets there. Nice jab there from Kirsten McAbee, and tried to hook off of it.
Kirsten looks much better than she did in their first fight, too. I'll have to say that.
For the first time, she's getting Becca going backwards when she wants her to go backwards.
And she's not rushing forward as blindly as I think Becca may have expected, right? Because I think Becca was planning on hitting her with some of those step-back uppercuts and step-back hooks. There's a nice body shot again from Becca and cuts the angle.
Boy, Becca Robbins just perpetual motion. Non-stop, never stagnant.
This is not where Becca wants to be.
Good head pressure by Becca.
It's an interesting way to put this because they're in a cage. Becca doesn't want to be outside the logo because that's where she's a little closer to the cage, and Kirsten can start to close distance like she is right now.
And Kirsten's fighting like she's down 2 rounds, to her credit. There's a nice left hook landed from Becca Robbins.
A little bit of blood trickling out of the
Look at the change in distance here. She's closed that last half step, and she's able to land those shots right on the end. Like right here. She missed the punch, but she's right there to land it.
She did eat a hard counter straight left hand, though. Paige looks like she might even be hurt a bit by that.
Yeah, Kirsten's nose is leaking pretty good at this point.
Right here in the middle ring is where Becca wants to be, and landed a left hook as soon as she got there. That is her happy hunting ground, right there in the middle of the cage. Short right hand there from Becca. That's the cleanest punch she's landed in the round. That was solid and right on the button.
She's got a big smile on her face. Kirsten's there. She's still coming forward and throwing shots, but
you can see the evolution in Kirsten McAbee. Big left hook there. Big left hook from Kirsten McAbee.
On short time now.
Excellent fight, guys. I just don't think it's going to be enough.
No, I think Becca Robinson won that fight. I think she arguably won all 3 rounds. Third round was kind of close. Second round, Kirsten did better than she did in the first, but that's one that why didn't they let these ladies fight 4 rounds? For the love of God, West Virginia.
If I'm going to score a fight, 29-28, if I'm going to score a round for Kirsten, I would have given her that third round of the 3. But I think pretty clearly a championship-winning performance here for Becca Robinson. But let's not overlook the improvement in Kirsten McAbee from their first match up until now.
Yeah, she was more competitive, and Becca was better too. It's a good fight for both of them.
Yep, excellent fight. Both ladies.
Oh, indeed.
Appears to all 3 of us.
Boy, this just flew by, didn't it?
Man, I'll tell you, there was a little lull there in the middle about the Zane Fry fight when I was really struggling to stay engaged. And
well, it also helps when you get to skip an entire fight.
Yeah, and the latter part of the card there picked it up a little bit for us and brought us home.
Try the ribs. Ribs are good.
If nothing else, and it's a great performance from both.
Ribs
It's good to see
are good
Becca
anywhere.
back into the cage, into the ring, competing again.
Becca's really enjoying herself. You can see a complete. There's a big difference in the posture that these 2 ladies have after this fight. Kirsten looks like she's been in a fight. Becca looks like she's ready to fight some more.
The judges have rendered a split decision with winner going to the red corner, Becca, Queen of State, Robinson.
Do I need to?
Maybe they thought they were.
Did they say split? Did I hear that right?
Maybe the one judge thought their names were different.
I think Lindsey Hines judged it from the parking lot or wherever she's hiding her candy ass.
On behalf of Dawghouse Promotions.
Wow. Did they say split decision?
They said split decision.
Judges are bad, ladies and gentlemen.
And look, and listen, nothing to take away from Kirsten McAbee, but
she didn't win that fight.
No. No, and I mean, absolutely not.
Good to see you back again.
Zane Fry stopping by at ringside again. Always good to see him. Gentlemen, a lot of fun here at the latest edition of Fieldhouse Cage Fights, NLC Dawghouse Promotions. working together. I'm glad I got to set in with you for the last few fights tonight.
So what are we going to call fight of the night? I'm going to go with Caden Armstrong and Jordan Varney.
I'm going Jordan Varney, finish of the night, fight of the night, the whole deal. We had a lot of great fights. There's been so many of them, it's hard to think back.
It is. We had some great ones, but just the twists and turns just within that fight with Caden Armstrong and Jordan Varney, I think that has to be fight.
I think
now there's a lot more
they arguably
competition.
exchanged 10-8 rounds before a finish.
There's a lot of contention.
They also almost both finished in the third.
There's a lot of contention for runner-up for fight of the night, but I think far and away fight of the night would be that one.
Yep, and finish the night, Jordan Varney, the hometown kid. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Tanya Hopkins. We saw plenty of fights. The Pomeroy brothers came through with 2 victories. Guys, that's it. For Macho Bob.
Colin Caprini.
Colin Caprini, the best name in the game, Colin Caprini. And for Brad, don't call me Bradley Cooper. For Keith No. For New Line Cagefighting. For Mike Shepard. For Dawghouse Promotions. For Parkersburg High School and for Title Town, Parkersburg, West Virginia. I'm Macho Bob. See you next time.
And united we stand.
Always.